Ink, Static, and Other Frequencies. By Aressa. Chapter 1, Frequency Check. The clock on the studio wall read 11:47 p.m. when Ellis slid their headphones on and adjusted the mic stand for what had to be the 1000th time. Muscle memory at this point. Tilt it 3 degrees left, raise it half an inch, check the pop filter. The ritual kept their hands busy while their minds spun through the night's playlist, mentally flagging the songs that might need a content warning, the ones that might spark a call-in conversation. 30 seconds, Mariko's voice crackled through the talkback from the control room. Ellis gave a thumbs up without looking away from their notes. 3 index cards, color-coded. Blue for music transitions, green for community announcements, yellow for the question they'd pose to listeners tonight. What does home mean to you? Not their most inspired work, but it was late November, the holidays were creeping closer, and people always got reflective this time of year. 15. They rolled their shoulders back, felt their spine straighten. Put on the voice. Not fake, exactly. Just smoother. Lower. The version of Ellis Huang that existed between midnight and 3 a.m., the one who always had something thoughtful to say, who never stumbled over pronouns or fumbled for the right words. 5, 4. Mariko's count faded as she went silent, pointing at Ellis through the glass. Ellis leaned into the mic. Good evening, night owls. You're listening to After Hours with Ellis on KQRZ, 94.7 FM. It's just before midnight on this Tuesday in late November, and I'm here to keep you company through the quiet hours. They glanced at the call board, 2 lines already blinking. We've got some beautiful music lined up for you tonight, some community news, and I want to hear from you about something. What does home mean to you? Not the building, not the address. The feeling. The moment you know you're exactly where you're supposed to be. Ellis cued the first track, Sufjan Stevens, because it was that kind of night, and sat back in their chair while the opening notes filled the studio. Through the glass, Mariko gave them a nod, her red lipstick bright even in the dim control room. 2 hours to go. The first caller was Jamie, a regular, a 19-year-old film student who always sounded like they were calling from inside a blanket fort. I think home is my girlfriend's laugh, they said, and Ellis smiled despite the exhaustion pressing behind their eyes. That's beautiful, Jamie. Tell me more about that. And Jamie did. 3 minutes of rambling, sweet sincerity about inside jokes and the way their girlfriend snorted when she laughed too hard. Ellis made appropriate sounds of encouragement, asked follow-up questions, and when Jamie finally wound down, they said, "Thank you for sharing that with us. Hold on to those moments. They matter." The second caller was less sweet. Marcus, mid-50s, called in about once a month to complain about kids these days and their made-up genders. Ellis had gotten good at handling Marcus. "I appreciate you calling, Marcus," Ellis said, voice still warm, still measured. "I think what you're really asking about is why language around gender has evolved so much in recent years, and that's a fair question. Language evolves to meet our needs, to describe experiences that have always existed but maybe didn't have words before. When people use they/them pronouns, like I do, we're not making something up. We're naming something real about how we experience ourselves." Marcus grumbled something about back in my day, and Ellis let him, because arguing never changed minds but patient explanation sometimes did. They'd learned that the hard way, years ago, before they'd figured out how to be the educator without being the target. "I hear your frustration," Ellis said when Marcus paused for breath. "Change can feel overwhelming. But I'd invite you to consider that making space for more people to be themselves doesn't take anything away from you. There's enough room for all of us." Marcus hung up. He usually did. Ellis cued the next song, Mitski, because they needed something with teeth after that call, and saw Mariko shaking her head through the glass. The third caller was Zoe, 17, voice shaking. "I came out to my parents tonight," she said. It didn't go well." Ellis's chest tightened. This was the part of the job that never got easier. "I'm so sorry, Zoe. That takes incredible courage, what you did tonight. Are you safe right now?" Yeah, I'm at my friend's house. I needed to hear someone say it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay, Ellis said, and they meant it, even if they didn't know if it was true. Not tonight, maybe. Tonight is going to be hard. But you're going to find your people. You're going to build the family that sees you, really sees you. And Zoe? You're not alone. I know it feels like it right now, but you're not. Zoe cried a little. Ellis waited, gave her space, and when she'd collected herself, they read her the list of LGBTQ youth resources they kept taped to the console. Hotline numbers, local support groups, a crisis text line. Zoe wrote them all down. After they disconnected, Ellis stared at the call board for a long moment. The room felt too bright, too close. Their reflection ghosted in the studio glass. Wireframe glasses, sharp undercut, the dark circles they'd covered with concealer but hadn't quite erased. They were so tired. You good? Mariko's voice through the talkback, gentle. Ellis gave another thumbs up. All good. They weren't. At 2:47 a.m., with 15 minutes left in the show, Ellis read the community announcements. Open mic night at the Frequency on Thursday. A fundraiser for the Downtown Youth Center. Volunteer opportunities at the food bank. And then, the one Mariko had added to the list this afternoon, the Cottonwood Theater is looking for community input on their upcoming grant application. There's a meeting tomorrow, well, today, technically, at 3 p.m. for anyone interested in helping preserve one of our city's historic arts venues. If you care about keeping art accessible and community-centered, this is worth your time. Ellis had already planned to go. Mariko had asked them to, because Ellis knew the local art scene, knew the grants game, knew how to talk to both the bureaucrats and the artists without alienating either group. Because Ellis knew how to talk to everyone, it seemed. They signed off at 3 a.m. exactly, as the opening notes of their standard closer, Nora Jones, smooth and easy, filled the studio. This has been After Hours with Ellis on KQRZ. Thank you for spending your quiet hours with me. Be kind to yourselves, night owls. You deserve it. The mic cut. The song played. Ellis pulled off their headphones and slumped forward, forehead resting on the console. They stayed like that until they heard the control room door open, Mariko's platform boots on the studio floor. Hey. Mariko's hand on their shoulder, warm and solid. You okay? Ellis lifted their head, mustered a smile. Long night. That's not what I asked. Mariko knew them too well. Had known them since college, since before Ellis came out, since the early days when everything felt raw and uncertain and new. She'd held Ellis's hand through their first Pride parade, had been there for the awkward family dinners, had thrown them a congrats on your top surgery party complete with a cake shaped like a binder. She didn't accept bullshit from Ellis, even when Ellis wrapped it in a smile. I'm tired, Ellis admitted, which was true but not the whole truth. The calls were heavy tonight. Zoe? Yeah. And Marcus. And about 6 others who just needed something I'm not sure I can keep giving. Mariko pulled over the other chair, the one guest sat in during live interviews, and dropped into it. She'd been at the station since 4 p.m., running her usual management chaos, and she looked as tired as Ellis felt. But Mariko wore her exhaustion differently, bold red lipstick, vintage blondie t-shirt, the full sleeve of cherry blossoms and koi fish bright against her brown skin. Ellis wore theirs in the careful set of their shoulders, the precision of their movements, the smile that never quite reached their eyes anymore. You know you can say no sometimes, right? Mariko said. To the calls that are too much. To the community meetings. To being everyone's queer encyclopedia. I know. Do you though? Ellis adjusted their glasses, a tell Mariko would definitely catch. It's important. The work is important. The work is important. You are also important. Mariko pointed at them with her whole hand, emphatic. Listen, I love you, but you're running yourself into the ground. When's the last time you did something just for you? Not for the community, not for the station, not because someone needed you to educate them. Just for you. Ellis opened their mouth. Closed it. Tried to remember. Exactly, Mariko said. That's what I thought. I'll think about it, Ellis said, which was the closest they could get to a promise right now. Mariko gave them a look that said she knew it was a deflection, but she'd let it slide. For now. Come on. I'll walk you out. It's late. They gathered their things, laptop, the Moleskine notebook they brought everywhere but never wrote in, the thermos that had held coffee hours ago. Ellis's leather messenger bag, worn soft at the edges, comfortable. The station was quiet this time of night. Just them and the overnight producer in the booth, running the automated programming until the morning show started at 6. Their footsteps echoed in the hallway, past the walls covered in vintage concert posters and photos of KQRZ through the decades. Outside, November air bit at Ellis's face, sharp and clean. The parking lot was mostly empty. Mariko's Honda Civic, Ellis's ancient Subaru, and a handful of other cars belonging to the night crew. You're still coming to the theater meeting this afternoon, right? Mariko asked, unlocking her car. That's today. Ellis pulled out their phone, checked the calendar. 3 p.m. They had just enough time to go home, sleep for a few hours, drag themselves upright. Yeah, I'll be there. You don't have to. I want to, Ellis said, and it was even mostly true. The Cottonwood was a good place, had been running community programming for decades. If the grant could save it, that mattered. Mariko studied them for a moment, then sighed. Okay. But Ellis? At some point, you're going to have to let yourself want things that aren't about being useful. She got in her car before Ellis could respond. Which was probably intentional. Ellis stood in the parking lot, watching Mariko's taillights disappear down the street, then got into their own car. The Subaru smelled like old coffee and the lavender air freshener that had stopped working weeks ago. They sat there for a moment, key in the ignition, not turning it. Their phone buzzed. A text from their mom, call when you can. Dad wants to talk about Thanksgiving. Ellis stared at the message. Thought about their parents' house, the careful way their mother said, Ellis, now, never quite comfortable but trying. The way their father asked about work but never about the show specifically, never about the calls, never about the part of Ellis's life that was most theirs. They loved their parents. Their parents loved them. But being loved and being seen weren't always the same thing. Ellis put the phone away without responding. Started the car. Drove home through empty streets, streetlights painting everything orange and strange. Their apartment was dark when they got there, just after 4 a.m. Studio, because that's all they could afford. Minimalist, because clutter made them anxious. Bookshelves organized by color, because it was soothing. Everything in its place. Ellis dropped their bag by the door, toed off their boots, and made it as far as the couch before exhaustion caught up with them properly. They meant to shower, meant to do their whole nighttime routine, meant to at least change out of their work clothes. Instead, they lay down on the couch, pulled the throw blanket over themselves, and closed their eyes. Sleep came, eventually. But even then, even unconscious, Ellis's mind spun through tomorrow's playlist, next week's programming, the careful balance of being helpful without being consumed. They dreamed of radio static, white noise, and the sound of their own voice asking questions they didn't know how to answer. Ellis woke to their alarm at 1:30 p.m., disoriented and stiff from sleeping on the couch. Sunlight cut through the blinds at a hostile angle. Their neck hurt. They stumbled through their routine on autopilot. Shower, the water as hot as they could stand it. Coffee, black, from the French press on the counter. Toast with peanut butter because their stomach demanded something. The person in the bathroom mirror looked tired. Ellis considered covering the dark circles again, decided against it. What was the point? They weren't performing this afternoon. Just showing up, offering input, being useful. Being useful. Right. They dressed in their usual, black jeans, dark gray Henley, the soft flannel shirt they'd bought at a thrift store in college. Minimal jewelry, their grandfather's watch, small silver studs in their ears. They ran product through their hair, making sure the undercut looked intentional, the longer pieces on top swept back the way they liked. The person in the mirror looked like Ellis Huang, community radio producer, queer educator, someone who had their shit together. Close enough. They grabbed their messenger bag and headed out. The Cottonwood Theater was a 20-minute drive from Ellis's apartment, in the arts district that had somehow survived gentrification so far. The building itself was beautiful in that slightly shabby way historic theaters got: Art Deco facade, marquee letters that said Cottonwood in caps, posters for upcoming shows plastered across the windows. Ellis had been inside exactly twice. Once for a drag show fundraiser 3 years ago, once for a poetry reading that Mariko had dragged them to. Both times, they'd been struck by the beauty of the place, the high ceilings, the worn velvet seats, the stage that had hosted countless performances. It would be a shame to lose it. The meeting was in the theater's community room, a smaller space off the main lobby. Ellis arrived at 2:55 p.m., exactly 5 minutes early the way they always were. A handful of people were already there, arranged in a loose circle of folding chairs. Ellis recognized a few faces: local artists, theater board members, a city council liaison who always looked vaguely annoyed. And someone Ellis didn't recognize. Someone sitting slightly apart from the group, flipping through what looked like building schematics, dark hair tied back, wearing work clothes and boots that had seen serious use. Ellis took a seat near the back, pulled out their notebook more out of habit than any real intention to use it, and waited for the meeting to start. June Alvarado, the theater's board president, called the meeting to order at 3 p.m. sharp. She was a small woman with silver-streaked black hair and a sharp bob, reading glasses on a chain, and the air of someone who didn't suffer fools. "Thank you all for coming," June said, crisp and efficient. "I'll keep this brief because I know everyone's time is valuable. The Cottonwood has been awarded a conditional arts grant, conditional on our ability to bring the building up to code within 6 months. The electrical system is the main issue. It's original to the building, which means it's both historic and a fire hazard." A few people laughed, nervous. "We need to restore it properly," June continued. "Not just patch it, not just make it functional. This is a historic building, and the grant stipulates preservation standards. Which means we need the right people for the job, and we need community input on how to move forward." She gestured to the person with the schematics. "This is River Castellanos. They're a union electrician who specializes in historic building restoration. They'll be leading the electrical work if we can get this off the ground." River looked up at the sound of their name. Ellis caught a glimpse of warm brown eyes, strong features, a slight tension in their shoulders that suggested they weren't entirely comfortable with the attention. River gave a small nod to the room. "Hey." Their voice was low, careful. "I've been looking at the plans, and it's definitely doable. The bones are good, the original work was quality. We're talking about restoration, not replacement. But it's going to take time and it's going to take precision." Someone asked about timeline. Someone else asked about budget. June fielded questions with practiced ease, and Ellis found themselves watching River more than they were watching the board president. The way River held the schematics, like they were precious. The way they listened when people spoke, really listened, head tilted slightly. The way they answered questions about electrical systems with their hands, tracing invisible wires through the air. Competence. That was what Ellis was responding to. The quiet confidence of someone who knew their work, knew their worth, didn't need to perform it. Ellis knew the feeling. Had felt it themselves, sometimes, in the radio booth. The moment when everything clicked and they weren't thinking about what to say, just saying it. They hadn't felt that in a while. The meeting shifted to logistics. June outlined roles: who would handle fundraising, who would manage permits, who would coordinate with the city. When she got to community liaison, she looked directly at Ellis. "Ellis, I was hoping you might take this one. You know the scene, you know the grants process, and people actually like you." June's version of a compliment. Ellis felt the familiar weight of it settling on their shoulders. The expectation. The trust. The assumption that Ellis would say yes because Ellis always said yes. Sure, they heard themselves say. I can do that. Excellent. June made a note on her tablet. River, you'll need to coordinate with Ellis on community access, making sure we're keeping people informed, getting input where it matters. River looked at Ellis for the first time, and Ellis felt something shift sideways in their chest. A flicker of awareness. A sudden consciousness of their own body in space, the way they were sitting, the set of their shoulders, the fact that they were staring. Ellis looked away first, pretended to write something in their notebook. The meeting wrapped up 20 minutes later. June thanked everyone for their time, reminded them about the next meeting in 2 weeks, and dismissed them with the efficiency of someone who had 7 other things to do today. People filtered out in clusters, talking among themselves. Ellis stayed in their chair for a moment, watching River gather up the schematics, carefully rolling them and securing them with an elastic band. They should introduce themselves properly. Should walk over, shake hands, establish the professional connection they need for this project. Ellis stood. Walked over. Hey. River looked up, and Ellis got their first clear look at them, the small scar through their left eyebrow, the calluses on their hands, the leather cuff bracelet on their right wrist. Details Ellis's brain catalogued without permission. Hey, River said. You're Ellis, right? The radio person? That's me. Ellis offered their hand. Looks like we'll be working together. River's handshake was firm, warm. They held eye contact for maybe a second longer than strictly necessary. Yeah. Looking forward to it. Something in the way they said it made Ellis's stomach flip. Which was ridiculous. This was a professional connection. A community project. Nothing more. I should probably get your contact info, Ellis said, pulling out their phone. For coordination. Right. Yeah. River recited their number, and Ellis added it to their contacts. River Castellanos. Electrician. Theater project. They stood there for a moment, neither of them quite moving to leave. So, River said, you really know the grants process? Ellis laughed, surprised. Unfortunately, yes. I've done a few of these. It's mostly bureaucracy and spreadsheets. Sounds thrilling. It's not. But it matters. Ellis paused. Your work, the restoration. That matters too. River's expression softened slightly. Thanks. I think so. There's something about bringing old things back to life, making them work again. It feels important. Ellis understood that. Felt it resonating somewhere in their chest, the desire to fix things, to make things better, to matter. Well, Ellis said, I should let you get back to it. But we should grab coffee sometime. To coordinate schedules. They added that last part quickly, keeping it professional. River nodded. Yeah. Coffee sounds good. They exchanged one more glance. Ellis caught River's eyes doing that same cataloging thing they'd just done, taking in details, processing, and then River headed out, schematics under one arm. Ellis stood in the empty community room for a moment longer, feeling the ghost of River's handshake still warm against their palm. This was going to be fine. A project. A collaboration. Nothing more complicated than that. They didn't need complicated. Ellis left the theater and drove home through the gray afternoon, telling themselves they were just tired, just reading too much into a professional introduction, just needing to sleep more than 5 hours at a stretch. By the time they got home, they almost believed it. Almost. Chapter 2, Grounded. River Castellanos had been staring at the same junction box for 10 minutes, and it still didn't make sense. The wiring was a mess. Someone had patched it in the 70s, maybe the 80s, layered new work over old without bothering to remove what didn't belong. It was functional, technically. It wouldn't burn the building down. But it was wrong in a way that made River's teeth ache. You good, kid? River looked up to find Vernon watching them from the doorway, tool belt slung low on his hips, that patient expression he got when he knew something was bothering them but wouldn't push. Not yet. Yeah. River straightened, wiping their hands on their work pants. Just trying to figure out who did this and why they hated beauty. Vernon's laugh was low and warm. He crossed the room to peer into the junction box, and River watched his face do the same journey theirs had: confusion, recognition, resignation. Contractor special, Vernon said. Someone got paid by the job, not the hour. It works, though. Working and done right aren't the same thing. Vernon met River's eyes, and there was something in his look that felt like it was about more than just electrical work. You know that better than most. River did know that. Had spent the last 18 months learning it in ways that had nothing to do with wiring and everything to do with figuring out who they were when nobody was looking. They'd come out at 34. 34 years of trying to fit into a shape that didn't match, of thinking maybe everyone felt this way, of telling themselves they were just late to figure out what being a woman meant. And then one night, sitting in their apartment surrounded by library books about gender and queerness and all the words they'd never had, River had finally let themselves think it: I'm not a woman. I never was. The relief had been staggering. So had the fear. You heading to that theater meeting this afternoon? Vernon asked, pulling River back to the present. Yeah. 3 o'clock. River checked their watch, a habit, even though they always knew what time it was. 1:15. Enough time to finish here, clean up, maybe grab lunch. June Alvarado's running it. The grant came through, but the building needs work. Historic preservation? Yeah. Original electrical, Art Deco era. It's going to be beautiful when it's done. River heard the eagerness in their own voice and felt self-conscious about it. They cleared their throat. If we can get the funding sorted. Vernon smiled, small and knowing. You'll do good work there. You've got the touch for it. River wanted to believe that. Wanted to trust that they knew what they were doing, that 18 months was enough time to figure out how to be themselves in professional spaces, that they wouldn't somehow mess this up by being too new at being non-binary, too uncertain, too. Hey. Vernon's hand on their shoulder, grounding. Where'd you go just now? Nowhere. I'm good. River. They sighed. Vernon had this way of saying their name that made lying to him feel pointless. He'd been the first person River came out to at work, before they told their sister, before they changed their pronouns officially. They'd been terrified he'd be weird about it, that he'd treat them differently, that they'd lose the closest thing they had to a father figure. Instead, Vernon had said, appreciate you telling me, kid. Your pronouns? And when River had whispered, they slashed them, he'd nodded once and never messed it up. Not once. I'm just thinking, River said. About the meeting. There's going to be people there who are, you know, more involved in the community than I am. The queer community. Yeah. River focused on the junction box, on the tangle of wires. I don't really know anyone. I mean, I've been to a few meetups, but I don't have the history everyone else seems to have. I came out so late. 2 years ago. Vernon's voice was gentle. 18 months? 18 months. Since I started using they slashed them publicly. River's hands found the leather cuff on their right wrist, twisted it. A grounding gesture they'd picked up somewhere. Everyone else has been out for years. Decades, some of them. They know all the language, all the references. They have community. I'm just learning. Like everyone does. But they learned when they were younger. I missed all of that. The words came out more bitter than River meant them to. I'm 36, Vernon. I should have this figured out by now. Vernon was quiet for a moment. Then he said, you know what I love about electrical work? River blinked at the subject change. What? Doesn't matter when you learn it. Doesn't matter if you started at 18 or 36 or 60. What matters is that you learn it right, take your time, do it with care. He tapped the junction box. This? Whoever did this was in a hurry. Wanted to be done, didn't want to learn. You could give them 50 years and they'd still do sloppy work. I'm not talking about electrical work. I know you're not. Vernon's smile was sad and warm at the same time. But the principle's the same, kid. There's no timeline for becoming yourself. You're not late. You're right on time. River wanted to believe him. God, they wanted to believe him. What if I go to this meeting and I say the wrong thing? Use the wrong words? What if they can tell I'm new at this? Then they can tell. So what? Vernon shrugged. You think the queer elders came out of the womb knowing everything? We all stumbled. All of us. Still do, sometimes. River looked at him. Vernon didn't talk about his history much, about David, his husband who'd died 12 years ago, about surviving the AIDS crisis, about being out in the 80s when that meant something different than it did now. But sometimes River caught glimpses of it in the way Vernon held himself, the weight of experience in his steady hands. You think I'm overthinking this, River said. I think you're scared. Which is fair. But I also think you're braver than you give yourself credit for. Vernon squeezed their shoulder once, then let go. Go to your meeting. Do your work. If people are weird about you being new, that's their problem, not yours. River nodded. Tried to absorb it, let it settle. Vernon checked his own watch. I've got to head to the Union Hall. You good to finish up here? Yeah. I'm good. See you tomorrow, kid. See you. Vernon left, his footsteps echoing down the hallway, and River turned back to the junction box. They had an hour and a half before the meeting. Enough time to fix this properly, to untangle the mess and rewire it the way it should have been done in the first place. They pulled on their work gloves and got to it. River's apartment was small but theirs, a one-bedroom in a building that had seen better decades, with radiator heat and windows that didn't quite seal. They'd moved in 2 years ago, right after coming out to lose, when living with roommates had started to feel like performing all the time. Now it was just River and their books. So many books. They covered the coffee table in stacks, lined the bookshelf River had built themselves, occupied the second chair at the tiny kitchen table. Queer theory. Gender studies. History. Memoirs. Leslie Feinberg and Kate Bornstein and Bell Hooks and Alok Vaid-Menon. River had read most of them, highlighted passages, made notes in the margins. Sometimes it helped. Sometimes it just made them feel more behind. River showered quickly, standing under the hot water and trying not to spiral about the meeting. It was just a community input session. Just local people trying to save a theater. It wasn't a test. Nobody was going to quiz them on queer history or judge them for not knowing the right references. Except River was pretty sure they would anyway. They dressed carefully, clean jeans, a flannel button-down in dark green, their work boots because they didn't own anything else. The boots felt right anyway, grounding. Solid. River tied their hair back in a low bun, checked their reflection in the bathroom mirror. Dark wavy hair, a few strands escaping around their face. Brown eyes with lines at the corners from squinting at wiring diagrams. The small scar through their left eyebrow from a childhood accident they barely remembered. Medium brown skin, strong jaw, broad shoulders from years of physical labor. They looked like themselves. Most days, that felt like enough. Today, they needed it to be enough. River grabbed their keys and phone, hesitated, then took the battered leather messenger bag that held their tablet and the printed schematics of the Cottonwood's electrical system. They'd studied them last night, tracing the original design with admiration. Whoever had wired the building in the 1920s had known what they were doing. It was elegant work, the kind that made River wish they could go back in time and shake that electrician's hand. The drive to the Cottonwood took 25 minutes through midday traffic. River arrived at 2:40, earlier than they'd meant to but constitutionally incapable of being late. They sat in their truck for a few minutes, watching people filter into the theater. A group of artists, paint-stained and animated. An older couple who moved with the careful coordination of people who'd been together for decades. Someone in a wheelchair, accompanied by what looked like their adult daughter. Regular people. Community members. River could do this. They grabbed the messenger bag and headed inside. The community room was smaller than River had expected, which somehow made it more intimidating. Fewer places to hide. They chose a chair slightly apart from the forming circle, pulled out the schematics, and studied them even though they'd already memorized every line. It gave them something to do with their hands. Something to look at besides the other people in the room. More people arrived. River tracked them peripherally, not quite making eye contact. And then someone new came in, slim build, dark hair in an undercut, wireframe glasses, moving with a kind of deliberate precision that River recognized. The precision of someone who'd learned to take up exactly the right amount of space, no more, no less. The person, River's brain supplied automatically, reading the subtle signals, sat near the back, pulled out a notebook, and settled in to wait. River found themselves watching. Cataloging details without meaning to. The way they adjusted their glasses with one finger. The vintage watch on their wrist. The messenger bag that looked as worn and loved as River's own. They looked tired. But also, interesting. River looked back at the schematics before they could be caught staring. June Alvarado started the meeting exactly at 3, and River only half listened to the opening remarks. They knew the situation: conditional grant, 6-month timeline, electrical system the main barrier. They'd been over the details with June last week when she'd first approached them about the job. "This is River Castellanos," June said, and River's attention snapped back. "They're a union electrician who specializes in historic building restoration. They'll be leading the electrical work if we can get this off the ground." River looked up, felt every eye in the room turn toward them. Their throat went tight. "Hey." They managed to keep their voice level, even though their heart was hammering. "I've been looking at the plans, and it's definitely doable. The bones are good, the original work was quality. We're talking about restoration, not replacement. But it's going to take time and it's going to take precision." Questions came, and River answered them as best they could. Timeline estimates. Budget considerations. The balance between historical preservation and modern code requirements. They used their hands when they talked, tracing invisible wire paths through the air, showing the shape of the work. This part was easier. This part was just electrical work, and River knew electrical work. Across the circle, the person with the undercut was watching them. River felt it like a physical thing, that attention. When they glanced over, the person looked away quickly, suddenly very interested in their notebook. Interesting. June moved on to other logistics, and River half listened while she assigned roles. Fundraising coordinator. Permits manager. Community liaison. "Ellis, I was hoping you might take this one." River looked up sharply. Ellis. The person with the undercut. They were sitting straighter now, a slight tension in their shoulders that River recognized from their own mirror. "Sure," Ellis said. "I can do that." June assigned River to coordinate with Ellis on community access, and River felt their stomach do something complicated. They'd be working together. Close. Regular contact. Ellis met their eyes for just a moment, and River saw something there, a flicker of the same awareness they were feeling. Then Ellis looked away, and River tried to focus on June's closing remarks and not on the way their pulse had kicked up. The meeting ended. People clustered and talked. River gathered their schematics with careful attention, rolling them precisely, securing them with the elastic band they always used. They should leave. Should get out before they had to make awkward small talk with people who probably all knew each other, who probably all had history, who... Hey. River looked up. Ellis was standing there, closer than River had expected, and up close they were even more striking. Sharp cheekbones. Dark brown eyes behind those wireframe glasses. A small tattoo of sound waves visible on their left forearm. "Hey," River said, and winced internally at how their voice came out. Too careful. Too quiet. "Hey," Ellis said. "You're Ellis, right? The radio person?" River blinked. "That wasn't, I'm River." "You're Ellis." Ellis's eyes widened slightly, and they laughed, a surprised sound. "God, sorry." "Yes. I'm Ellis." "You're River." I apparently forgot how introductions work. They offered their hand, looking genuinely embarrassed. "Let's try that again. I'm Ellis Huang. Looks like we'll be working together." Ellis held out their hand, and River took it without thinking. Firm handshake. Warm palm. They held eye contact for maybe a beat too long, and River felt something shift in their chest. "Yeah," River said. "Looking forward to it." And the strange thing was, they meant it. Even though this person probably had their entire life figured out, probably had been out since they were young, probably knew everyone in the local queer scene, River wanted to know them. Ellis pulled out their phone. "I should probably get your contact info. For coordination." "Right. Yeah." River recited their number, watched Ellis's fingers move across the screen. "Competent. Quick." Ellis saved the contact and looked up. "So, you really know the grants process?" The question surprised a laugh out of River. "Unfortunately, yes. I've done a few of these. It's mostly bureaucracy and spreadsheets." "Sounds thrilling." "It's not. But it matters." Ellis paused, and something in their expression softened. "Your work, the restoration. That matters too." River felt the words land somewhere deep. "Thanks. I think so. There's something about bringing old things back to life, making them work again. It feels important." Ellis looked at them for a moment, really looked, and River had the sudden sense that Ellis understood. That maybe they felt the same way about their own work, whatever that was. "Well," Ellis said, "I should let you get back to it. But we should grab coffee sometime. To coordinate schedules." They added that last part quickly, and River caught the slight awkwardness in it. Professional. Right. This was professional. Yeah. Coffee sounds good. They looked at each other for one more moment, Ellis's eyes doing that same cataloging thing River had done earlier, taking in details, filing them away, and then Ellis turned and headed out. River stood there for a moment, schematics under their arm, trying to figure out what had just happened. Their phone buzzed. A text from Luz. "How'd the meeting go?" River stared at the message. How had it gone? They'd spoken in front of a group without completely falling apart. They'd met someone interesting. Someone who made their stomach flip in a way that was probably a terrible idea for a professional collaboration. They typed back, "Fine. Got the job. Working with the community liaison." Luz's response came immediately, "That's great. Proud of you, little Sib. Dinner this week?" River smiled despite themselves. Luz always wanted dinner. Always wanted to check in, make sure River was okay, ask careful questions about their life that River only half answered. "Sure. I'll text you." They pocketed their phone and headed out to their truck. The afternoon had gone gray and cold, typical late November. River sat in the driver's seat for a moment, hands on the wheel, replaying the conversation with Ellis. Coffee. They were going to have coffee. To coordinate schedules. River pulled out their phone again, opened their contacts, found Ellis Huang. Radio producer. Theater project. They should probably text something. Set up that coffee meeting. Be professional and organized and not weird about this. Instead, they put the phone away and drove home, Vernon's words circling in their mind, "You're not late. You're right on time." That night, River lay in bed surrounded by books and tried not to think about Ellis's hands. They failed spectacularly. Instead, they grabbed the closest book, Gender Outlaw by Kate Bornstein, and flipped it open to a random page. They'd read it twice already, highlighted half the pages, but sometimes they just needed to see the words. Needed to remember they weren't the only person who'd ever felt like this. Their phone was on the nightstand, screen dark. They hadn't texted Ellis yet. Hadn't set up the coffee meeting. Every time they tried to compose a message, it came out wrong, too eager or too formal or too something. River set the book aside and stared at the ceiling. This was ridiculous. They were 36 years old. They could send a professional text message to set up a professional meeting. They picked up the phone. Opened the messages. Typed, "Hey, it's River from the theater meeting." Deleted it. Too obvious. "Hi Ellis, wanted to touch base about the project." Too formal. "Hey. Coffee this week?" Too many exclamation points. Also too casual. River groaned and dropped the phone back on the nightstand. They'd text tomorrow. After work. When their brain was working better and they could string together a normal sentence like a normal person. Except they weren't a normal person, were they? They were non-binary. Newly out. Still figuring out how to exist in queer spaces without feeling like an imposter. And now they were supposed to work closely with someone who seemed to have it all figured out. Someone who probably knew all the right people, went to all the right events, never felt uncertain about their place in the community. Someone who made River's heart do complicated things, which was definitely not helpful. River rolled over, pulled the blanket up to their chin, and closed their eyes. Tomorrow they'd text. Tomorrow they'd be professional and competent and not weird. Tomorrow. They fell asleep thinking about warm brown eyes behind wireframe glasses, and the way Ellis had looked at them like they were someone worth seeing. Chapter 3, First Contact. Ellis woke up Wednesday morning to find they'd fallen asleep with their laptop open on the couch, inbox still glowing in the dim room. Their neck ached. The empty coffee mug on the side table had developed a ring of dried residue. Outside, rain drummed against the windows with the kind of relentless rhythm that made November feel endless. They checked their phone, 9:47 a.m. 3 texts from their mother about Thanksgiving, which was 2 weeks away and already looming like a test Ellis wasn't prepared for. 1 email from June about the next theater meeting. 12 notifications from the KQRZ group chat, which meant Toby had probably said something chaotic and everyone else was either encouraging or gently correcting them. And 1 text from a number Ellis didn't recognize. "Hey, it's River. From yesterday's meeting. Wanted to touch base about the project. Are you free for coffee this week?" Ellis stared at the message. It had come in at 11:32 p.m., which meant River had taken almost a full day to send it. Which meant River had been thinking about it. Which was professional. It was professional. Ellis typed back, "Morning. Yes, coffee would be great. I'm free Thursday afternoon or Friday morning if either works." They hit send before they could overthink it, then immediately started overthinking it anyway. Was the morning too casual? Should they have just said yes? Was offering 2 options too eager? Their phone buzzed. Thursday afternoon works. 2 p.m. at Common Grounds? Ellis knew Common Grounds, a coffee shop in the Arts District, exposed brick and mismatched furniture, the kind of place that served single-origin pour-overs and played Bon Iver on repeat. They'd done interviews there before, met with local organizers, had approximately 800 conversations about grant applications. This would be fine. Just another professional meeting. Perfect. See you then. Ellis set the phone down and stared at their ceiling for a long moment. Thursday was tomorrow. They had a day and a half to prepare for a coffee meeting that didn't require preparation because it was just about coordinating schedules and discussing the theater project and absolutely nothing else. They got up, showered, made proper coffee, and tried to focus on anything other than the way River's hands had moved through the air when they talked about electrical work. Thursday arrived with more rain and a text from Mariko at noon. "Lunch? I'm bringing sushi and I know you haven't eaten." Ellis looked at their apartment. Clean because they'd stress cleaned it, organized because they'd reorganized their bookshelves by color again, empty because they hadn't actually accomplished anything productive all morning. Come over. Doors unlocked. Mariko showed up 20 minutes later with 2 bento boxes from the good place downtown and a look on her face that said she was here to investigate. You cleaned, she said, toeing off her platform boots and padding into Ellis's apartment in her skull-patterned socks. You only clean when you're anxious or avoiding something. I'm not avoiding anything. Mariko settled onto the couch and opened the bento boxes. So what's the something you're not avoiding? Ellis sat next to her and picked up their chopsticks. Perfectly arranged sushi, rice molded into neat shapes, everything in its compartment. Mariko stress cooked. Ellis stress cleaned. They'd been managing their anxiety in parallel for over a decade. I have a meeting this afternoon, Ellis said. About the theater project. With River. The electrician. Mariko's eyebrows rose. The one you were staring at during the whole meeting? I wasn't staring. Ellis. You were staring. I saw you staring. June probably saw you staring. The city council liaison definitely saw you staring. Ellis felt heat creep up their neck. I was observing. Professionally. Sure. Mariko popped a piece of sushi into her mouth, chewed thoughtfully. So what's the meeting about? Coordinating schedules. Community access. Making sure the electrical work aligns with the grant timeline. Sounds very professional. It is professional. And you cleaned your entire apartment and reorganized your bookshelves because... Ellis didn't have a good answer for that. They ate their sushi and avoided Mariko's knowing look. Listen, Mariko said after a moment, her voice gentler. I'm not trying to give you shit. Well, I am a little. But mostly I'm just, when's the last time you were interested in someone? Ellis thought about it. Tried to remember. There'd been someone last year, a brief thing that fizzled out when Ellis realized they were more interested in being helpful than being present. Before that, a situationship in grad school that ended when Ellis came out and their partners suddenly didn't know how to relate to them anymore. A while, Ellis admitted. Exactly. So if this person makes you want to clean your apartment, maybe that's not the worst thing. They're the lead electrician on a project I'm community liaison for. It would be complicated. Life is complicated. Mariko pointed at Ellis with her chopsticks. You're complicated. That doesn't mean you're not allowed to be interested in people. I didn't say I was interested. You didn't have to. Ellis sighed. Mariko knew them too well. It was one of the best and most annoying things about their friendship. What if I'm reading it wrong? Ellis asked quietly. What if they're just being professional and I'm making it weird by wanting it to be something else? Then you have coffee, coordinate your schedules, and move on. But Ellis? Mariko waited until Ellis looked at her. You're allowed to want things. Even when it's complicated. Even when it might not work out. You're allowed to want. The word sat heavy in Ellis's chest. They'd spent so long being the person who had answers, who helped other people figure out what they wanted, that they'd forgotten how to want things for themselves. Or maybe they'd just learned it was easier not to. I should get ready, Ellis said, checking their phone. 1:15, they had 45 minutes. Mariko gathered up the empty bento boxes and gave Ellis a quick hug. Text me after. Tell me how it goes. It's just coffee. Sure it is. Mariko grinned. But text me anyway. Ellis arrived at Common Grounds at 1:58 p.m., 2 minutes early, which gave them just enough time to order their usual, black coffee, pour over, nothing fancy, and claim a table near the back. Not too isolated, but not right in the middle of everything either. A table that said, professional meeting, but also, I'm comfortable here. They pulled out their laptop, opened a blank document titled, Cottonwood Project Notes, and tried to look like someone who was prepared and organized and definitely not spiraling about a coffee meeting. River arrived at exactly 2 p.m., and Ellis felt their stomach flip. River looked different out of work clothes. Well, not that different. Still jeans and boots, but a dark blue Henley instead of flannel, and their hair was down, dark waves falling past their shoulders instead of tied back. They looked nervous, hands in their pockets, scanning the coffee shop until they spotted Ellis. Ellis raised a hand in greeting, and River's expression shifted, relief, maybe, or something close to it. They ordered at the counter, waited for their drink, and then crossed to Ellis's table. "Hey," River said. "Hope I'm not late." "Right on time." Ellis gestured to the other chair. "I got here a little early." River sat, cradling what looked like a cappuccino. They had nice hands, Ellis noticed. Strong and capable, with calluses that spoke of real work, not just typing. "So," River said. "The theater." "Right." "Yes." Ellis pulled up a fresh page in their notes. June sent over the grant timeline. "We've got 6 months from approval, which puts us at the end of May. The electrical work is the critical path, so everything else has to align with your schedule." River nodded, pulled out their own tablet. "I've been mapping out phases. Assessment and planning, maybe 3 weeks. Then the actual restoration work, which depends on how much original material we can salvage. If we're lucky, 12 weeks. If we run into surprises, and we will, closer to 16. Ellis typed as River talked, but they were also watching. The way River's brow furrowed slightly when they were thinking. The way they used their hands to sketch invisible diagrams in the air. The quiet intensity of someone who really cared about their work. "That puts us at early May for electrical completion," Ellis said. "Which gives us a few weeks buffer for final inspections and any fixes." "That's workable. Assuming nothing major goes wrong." "Which it will." "Which it will," River agreed, and smiled. It changed their whole face, made them look younger, less guarded. Ellis felt something warm unfurl in their chest. Dangerous. They talked through logistics for another 20 minutes, community access hours, safety protocols, how to handle volunteer coordination without compromising the work. River was thoughtful, asked good questions, listened when Ellis explained the community dynamics. It should have been boring. Grant timelines and safety protocols weren't exactly thrilling. But Ellis couldn't remember the last time they'd enjoyed a planning meeting this much. "Can I ask you something?" River said, and there was a slight hesitation in their voice that made Ellis look up from their laptop. "Sure." "The radio show. After Hours with Ellis. How long have you been doing that?" Ellis blinked at the subject change. "About 6 years. Since I finished grad school and moved back here." "Why?" "I've listened to it. A few times." River looked slightly embarrassed. "After the meeting, I looked you up. Wanted to know who I'd be working with. And your show came up, so I streamed a couple episodes." Something fluttered in Ellis's stomach. "Yeah? What did you think?" "I think you're really good at what you do. The way you talk to people, it's not performative. It feels real. Like you actually care." Ellis didn't know what to do with that. Compliments about their work usually slid off easy, something they'd learned to accept gracefully and then forget. But this felt different. Like River had actually listened, actually paid attention. "Thank you," Ellis said quietly. "That means a lot." "I mean it." River held their gaze for a moment, and Ellis saw something there. Sincerity, yes, but also something else. Interest, maybe. Curiosity. Ellis looked away first, back to their laptop screen. "So. Community access hours." River let them pivot back to business, but Ellis could feel the weight of the moment sitting between them. The acknowledgement that this wasn't entirely professional, wasn't entirely about the theater project, even if neither of them was ready to say it out loud. They worked through the rest of the logistics, trading contact information for the project group chat, setting up a shared calendar for the timeline. Professional things. Organized things. The kind of collaboration Ellis had done 100 times before. Except it didn't feel like any of those other times. "I should probably get going," River said eventually, checking their watch. 3:45. They'd been talking for almost 2 hours. I've got another job site to check on this afternoon. Right. Yeah. Ellis started packing up their laptop. This was helpful. Good to get on the same page. Definitely. River stood, hesitated. Hey, if you ever want to see the theater before we start work, the electrical systems, I'm doing a full assessment next week. You're welcome to come. Might be useful for the community liaison angle. Ellis knew it was an excuse. Knew River didn't need the community liaison to understand junction boxes and wire gauges. But they also knew they were going to say yes. I'd like that. When were you thinking? Tuesday morning. Around 10? I'll be there. They stood there for a moment, neither of them quite moving toward the door. The coffee shop hummed around them, espresso machines hissing, quiet indie music playing, the rain still drumming outside. I'm glad we're working together on this, River said, and there was something vulnerable in the way they said it. The project, It's going to be good work. Yeah, Ellis agreed. It is. River's smile was small but genuine. See you Tuesday. See you. Ellis watched River leave, then sat back down at their table even though they'd already packed up. They pulled out their phone and texted Mariko. It was just coffee. Mariko's response came immediately, uh-huh. And I'm the Pope. Ellis huffed a laugh and put their phone away. They sat there for another 10 minutes, nursing the last of their cold coffee and thinking about the way River's whole face had changed when they smiled. This was going to be complicated. But for the first time in a long time, Ellis found they didn't mind. That night, Ellis's radio show felt different. They couldn't put their finger on why. Same studio, same format, same music cues. But something had shifted, like a frequency had been adjusted just slightly, bringing everything into sharper focus. The first caller was Jamie again, the film student. I told my girlfriend I loved her, they said, breathless and excited. And she said it back. That's beautiful, Jamie. How does it feel? Terrifying. Amazing. Like standing on the edge of something. Ellis understood that feeling. The edge of something good, though. Yeah. I think so. After Jamie hung up, Ellis cued the next song, Phoebe Bridgers, because it felt right, and thought about edges. About standing at the threshold of something and choosing to step forward even when you didn't know what was on the other side. They'd been standing at thresholds for so long. Coming out. Starting the show. Becoming the person people came to for answers. Each time, they'd stepped forward by becoming more certain, more composed, more reliable. What if the next threshold required something different? Required them to be uncertain, to not have all the answers, to want something just because they wanted it? The second caller was a regular named Patricia, mid-60s, who always called in to request Carole King. Ellis played So Far Away and let Patricia talk about her wife of 40 years, the way they'd built a life together one small choice at a time. The secret, Patricia said, is that you don't have to know where you're going. You just have to know you want to go there together. That's wise, Ellis said. I'm old. I get to be wise. Patricia laughed, warm and full. You take care of yourself, Ellis. Don't spend all your time taking care of everyone else. After she hung up, Ellis sat in the quiet of the studio and let the words settle. The call board was blinking, more people waiting to talk, to share, to ask questions. Ellis could take them all. Could be the person who listened, who responded, who had something thoughtful to say. Or they could do something they almost never did. They leaned into the mic, Night Owls, I need to take a quick break. Going to play a few songs back to back, give you some uninterrupted music. I'll be back with you in about 20 minutes. Mariko's voice crackled through the talkback, you okay? Ellis gave a thumbs up, then queued up a playlist they'd made months ago and never used. 30 minutes of music that meant something to them, not because it was good for the show but because it was theirs. They pulled off their headphones and left the studio. The station was quiet this time of night. Just Ellis and Mariko and the overnight engineer who was probably asleep in the break room. Ellis walked down the hallway, past the walls of concert posters and photos, and out the back door into the parking lot. The rain had stopped. The air was cold and sharp. Ellis stood under the sodium lights and let themselves breathe. Their phone was in their pocket. They could text River. Could say something about Tuesday, about looking forward to seeing the theater, about. No. Not yet. Not when they were still figuring out what this was, what they wanted it to be. Instead, Ellis called Mariko's cell, even though she was 50 feet away in the control room. "You're literally in the building," Mariko answered. "I know. I just needed to hear your voice." "Ellis." Mariko's tone shifted, concerned. "What's going on?" "I think I'm scared." "Of what?" Ellis looked up at the sky, at the clouds moving across the moon. "Of wanting something. Of not knowing if I can have it. Of messing it up because I don't know how to be anything other than the person with answers." Mariko was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "You know what I love about you?" "What?" "You're brave enough to be scared. A lot of people aren't." "I don't feel brave." "Brave people never do. That's kind of the point." Mariko paused. "You going back in to finish the show?" "Yeah. In a minute." "Good. Because your listeners are going to start calling the station if you're gone too long. They worry about you, you know." "I know. I worry about you too. But I'm also proud of you." "For what?" "For wanting something. Finally." Ellis smiled despite themselves. "I haven't even done anything yet." "You're thinking about it. That's a start." They hung up, and Ellis stood in the parking lot for another minute, letting the cold air clear their head. Then they went back inside, back to the studio, back to their show. The night continued. More callers, more music, more of the careful balance Ellis had learned to maintain between being present and being protected. But something had changed. Something small but significant. Ellis was thinking about Tuesday. About standing in an old theater with River, talking about electrical systems and preservation and the careful work of bringing old things back to life. And for the first time in a long time, Ellis wasn't thinking about what they should do or what was smart or what made sense. They were just thinking about what they wanted. That felt like enough for now. Chapter 4, Circuits and Signals. River spent the weekend rewiring their sister's kitchen. It wasn't strictly necessary. Luz's house wasn't burning down, the outlets worked fine. But Luz had mentioned offhandedly that one of the switches made a weird clicking sound, and River couldn't let it go. So Saturday morning they'd shown up with their tools, and now it was Sunday afternoon and they were on their back under the sink, tracing wire paths through the walls while Luz's kids did homework at the kitchen table above them. "T.O. River?" Mia, the 8-year-old, leaned down to peer at River upside down. "Why are you doing that?" "Because your mom's switch was making a noise it shouldn't make." "But it still worked." "Working and done right aren't the same thing," River said, echoing Vernon's words from earlier that week. They'd been thinking about that conversation a lot. About timelines and learning and being right on time instead of late. "That's what Mom says about my homework," Mia said sagely, and disappeared back to the table. River smiled and went back to their work. Above them, they could hear Luz moving around the kitchen, the rhythmic chop of a knife on a cutting board. Prep work for Sunday dinner, which River had been voluntarily conscripted into attending. "You're staying for dinner, right?" Luz called down. "If you're asking, I don't really have a choice." "Correct. Marcus is grilling. We're having people over." River's hands stilled on the wire cutters. "What people?" "Just some friends from work." "And Mom?" River's stomach dropped. "Mom's coming? Is that okay?" Luz's voice was careful now. "I can tell her you can't make it if." "No. It's fine." River forced themselves to keep working, to keep their voice level. "I just wasn't expecting it." That was a lie. River was always expecting their mother. Expecting the tight smile, the deliberate use of their old name even though Luz corrected her every time, the questions about whether they'd met any nice girls lately. Carmen Castellanos loved her children, but she loved the versions of them that made sense to her more. River had stopped making sense to her 18 months ago. She's trying, Luz said quietly. I know it doesn't feel like it, but she is. I know. River finished the last connection, tested it, and emerged from under the sink. They wiped their hands on their jeans and looked at their sister. Luz had that expression she got when she was trying to hold space for everyone's feelings at once, concerned and hopeful and tired. I can handle it, River said. It's just dinner. Luz touched their arm, brief and warm. Thank you. And hey, tell me something good. How was your week? River thought about the theater meeting. About coffee with Ellis. About the way their heart had kicked up when Ellis said they'd come see the electrical assessment on Tuesday. Good, River said. I got that theater restoration job I mentioned. That's wonderful. Luz's whole face lit up. The historic one, right? With the Art Deco details? Yeah. The electrical system is original 1920s work. It's going to be beautiful when it's finished. And you're working with other people? On a team? River heard the question under the question. Are you meeting people? Are you building community? Are you okay? There's a project team. Community liaison, permits coordinator, the theater board. It's collaborative. Good. That's good. Luz went back to chopping vegetables. Anyone interesting? River felt heat creep up their neck. The community liaison is nice. We had coffee this week to coordinate schedules. Luz's knife stopped mid-chop. Coffee. For work. Uh-huh. What's their name? Ellis. And they're nice. Professional. Organized. Good at their job. River busied themselves with packing up their tools. We're meeting again on Tuesday at the theater. For work, Luz said, but she was smiling. For work. River. Luz set down her knife and turned to face them fully. Is this the first time you've been interested in someone since? I'm not interested. We're colleagues. Okay. But if you were interested, that would be okay too. You know that, right? River didn't know how to answer that. They'd been so focused on figuring out their gender, on learning the language, on trying to catch up to where they thought they should be, that dating had seemed like something for later. For when they had it all figured out. But Ellis made them want to figure it out now. I don't know how to date as a non-binary person, River admitted quietly. I barely know how to exist as a non-binary person half the time. You're doing better than you think. I stumble over my own pronouns. I still freeze up when people ask me about myself. I went to a queer meetup last month and spent the entire time feeling like everyone could tell I was new. So you're learning. That's allowed. Luz reached out and squeezed River's hand. You don't have to have it all figured out to be interested in someone. You just have to be honest about where you are. River wanted to believe that. Wanted to trust that Ellis wouldn't look at them and see someone who was too uncertain, too new, too late to the party. But they'd seen the way Ellis handled things. The careful competence. The measured responses. Ellis had their shit together in a way River was still working toward. I should finish up, River said, pulling their hand back gently. What time is dinner? 6. Mom'll be here around 5:30. River nodded and gathered their tools. They had an hour and a half to prepare themselves for an evening of careful conversations and misgendering and their mother's tight-lipped disappointment. It would be fine. They'd survived worse. Dinner was exactly as awkward as River had expected. Their mother arrived precisely at 5:30, dressed for church even though it was Sunday evening, carrying a dish of arroz con pollo that she handed to Luz without quite looking at River. Mija. The house looks lovely. Thanks, Mom. River fixed the kitchen wiring today. Carmen's gaze flicked to River, brief and assessing. That's nice. Very helpful. River bit back the instinct to correct her, to say I'm not nice, I'm competent, to defend their work from being reduced to helpfulness. But they'd learned that starting arguments with their mother before dinner was served never went well. Happy to help, River said instead, keeping their voice neutral. Luz's friends arrived, 2 couples from the high school where she worked, nice people River had met before who used they/them for River without making it a production. River was grateful for them, for the buffer of friendly conversation that kept things from getting too tense. Marcus grilled chicken and vegetables with the intense focus of a man who'd watched 3 YouTube tutorials to perfect his technique. The kids set the table. Luz orchestrated everything with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd been managing family dynamics for 40 years. And River sat on the back patio, nursing a beer and trying not to count how many times their mother had called them Mija in the last 30 minutes. You doing okay? Luz's friend Sarah, one of the English teachers, sat down next to River with her own beer. You look like you're calculating something. Just thinking about work, River lied. The theater project? Yeah. Starting the full assessment this week. That's exciting. Luz mentioned you're really passionate about restoration work. River nodded. There's something about taking something old and making it work again. Honoring what it was while making it safe for what it needs to be. Sarah gave them a thoughtful look. That's kind of a perfect metaphor. For what? For anything worth doing. Including figuring yourself out. River glanced at her sharply, but Sarah's expression was kind, not pitying. Luz talks about me. Only because she's proud of you. And worried about you. Those aren't mutually exclusive. I know. For what it's worth, Sarah said, I think you're doing great. I came out as bi when I was 28, and I spent years feeling like I was late to the party. But there is no party. There's just people living their lives on their own timelines. River felt something loosen in their chest. How long did it take before you stopped feeling late? I'll let you know when it happens. Sarah grinned. But it gets easier. You start to realize that everyone's making it up as they go along, even the people who seem like they have it all figured out. Before River could respond, Luz called them in for dinner. The meal was good. Marcus had actually nailed the grilling, and Carmen's arroz con pollo was the same recipe she'd been making for decades, familiar and comforting. Conversation flowed around the table, stories from the high school, the kids arguing about something from their respective classes, Marcus telling a complicated story about a project at work. River participated when directly addressed, but mostly they observed. Watched Luz navigate between her mother and her friends, keeping things smooth. Watched Carmen soften slightly when Mia climbed into her lap, even as she stiffened when River passed her the salad. And they thought about what Sarah had said. About timelines. About everyone making it up as they went along. Maybe Ellis was too. Maybe that careful competence was just as much a performance as River's attempts to seem like they belonged. Or maybe River was projecting what they wanted to believe. River? Their mother's voice, sharp enough to cut through their thoughts. I asked you a question. Sorry. What? I asked if you're seeing anyone. Carmen's smile was tight. You're 36. I worry about you being alone. The table went quiet. River felt everyone's attention shift to them, some sympathetic, some curious, all uncomfortable. No, River said evenly. I'm not seeing anyone. You should put yourself out there more. You're not getting any younger. Mom, Luz started, but River shook their head slightly. I'm doing fine, Mom. But thank you for your concern. Carmen made a small sound that could have been agreement or disapproval. With her, they were often the same thing. You've always been too picky. Ever since you were young. River thought about all the relationships they'd tried to make work before coming out. All the times they'd felt like they were playing a role, following a script that didn't quite fit. They hadn't been picky. They'd been trying to force themselves into a shape that wasn't theirs. I'm not picky, River said quietly. I just know what I need now. And what is that? River met their mother's eyes. To be seen. Actually seen. Not who you want me to be. The silence that followed was thick and uncomfortable. Luz's friends suddenly became very interested in their plates. Marcus cleared his throat. The kids, sensing tension, excused themselves to the living room. Carmen's face was unreadable. I see you just fine. You see Marisol. I'm River. That's not. Carmen stopped. Started again. You're still my child. I am. But I'm not your daughter anymore. I'm your kid. And I use they/them pronouns. And I'm non-binary. And none of that is going to change because it makes you uncomfortable. River's heart was hammering. They'd never said it this directly, never pushed back this hard. Luz looked simultaneously proud and terrified. Carmen looked like she'd been slapped. I don't understand this, Carmen said, her voice shaking slightly. I don't understand why you need to make everything so complicated. I'm not making it complicated. I'm making it honest. Carmen stood abruptly, her chair scraping against the floor. I need some air. She left through the back door, and River sat there with their hands clenched in their lap, feeling like they'd just broken something that couldn't be fixed. That was brave, Sarah said quietly. River didn't feel brave. They felt like they'd just made everything worse. Luz reached across the table and took their hand. I'm proud of you. She hates me. She doesn't hate you. She's scared. And confused. And she's grieving the idea of who she thought you were. Luz squeezed River's hand. But that doesn't mean you were wrong to say it. River nodded, not trusting their voice. Marcus, bless him, started clearing plates and redirected the conversation to something neutral about work. Luz's friends followed his lead, and slowly the tension eased. But River couldn't shake the feeling that they'd just crossed a line they couldn't uncross. When Carmen came back inside 20 minutes later, her eyes were red but her expression was composed. She said goodbye to Luz's friends, kissed the kids goodnight, and left without looking at River. After she was gone, River helped Luz clean up in silence. She'll come around, Luz said, washing dishes with more force than necessary. She just needs time. How much time? It's been 18 months. I don't know. But River, you did the right thing. You set a boundary. You asked to be seen. That matters. River dried a plate and didn't answer. They wanted to believe Luz. Wanted to trust that honesty was worth the cost. But right now, standing in their sister's kitchen with the ghost of their mother's disappointment still hanging in the air, it just felt lonely. River drove home through dark streets, their mind replaying the dinner conversation on an endless loop. They should have kept their mouth shut. Should have just let their mother call them whatever she wanted, should have nodded along, should have kept the peace. But they'd tried that for 18 months, and it hadn't made things better. At least now it was honest. Their apartment felt too quiet when they got home. River changed into comfortable clothes, made tea they didn't really want, and sat on the couch surrounded by their books. Their phone buzzed. A text from Luz, thank you for being you. I love you, little Sib. River smiled despite the ache in their chest and texted back, love you too. Another text, this one from Vernon, heard from Luz about dinner. You good, kid? Of course Luz had called Vernon. Their sister had a network of people looking out for River, whether River asked for it or not. I'm okay. Stood up for myself. Mom didn't take it well. Vernon's response came quickly, proud of you. That's hard work. You need anything? Just to not think about it for a while. Understood. See you tomorrow. River set the phone down and pulled the nearest book into their lap. Stone Butch Blues by Leslie Feinberg. They'd read it 3 times already, but sometimes they just needed the reminder that other people had walked this path before them. That they weren't the first person to feel caught between who they were and who everyone wanted them to be. Their phone buzzed again. For a moment, River thought it might be their mother, an apology, or at least an acknowledgement. But it was Ellis. Looking forward to Tuesday. I've been reading up on historic electrical systems. Did you know Art Deco buildings often use decorative conduit as design features? River felt something warm bloom in their chest. Ellis had been researching. Not because they had to, but because they were interested. They typed back, "I did know that. The Cottonwood has some beautiful original fixtures. You'll love them." Ellis's response came quickly, "I'm sure I will. See you at 10. River stared at the message for a long moment, then saved it to their favorites without really understanding why. Just that it felt important. That in the middle of a terrible night, Ellis had reached out about electrical conduit and somehow made everything feel less heavy. They went to bed thinking about Tuesday. About standing in the theater with Ellis, talking about wiring and preservation and the careful work of making old things function again. About the possibility that maybe Ellis was someone who could see them. Actually see them. That felt like something worth showing up for. Chapter 5, Off the Record. Ellis woke up Tuesday morning with butterflies in their stomach, which was ridiculous. They were 34 years old. They'd given keynote speeches at conferences. They'd moderated panel discussions in front of hundreds of people. They'd handled call-in shows where angry listeners challenged them on live radio. A simple building assessment shouldn't make them nervous. Except it wasn't just a building assessment. It was River. Ellis made coffee with more care than usual, dressed in layers, black jeans, gray t-shirt, their good flannel because the theater would probably be cold. They pulled their hair back from their face, checking their reflection with the kind of attention they usually reserved for important meetings. This was a professional site visit. That was all. They grabbed their messenger bag, their good camera because documenting the assessment would be useful for community updates, and headed out. The Cottonwood Theater looked different in daylight. Less romantic, more practical. The Art Deco facade showed its age, paint peeling in places, some of the decorative elements weathered by decades of rain and sun. But the bones were still beautiful, the architectural details that spoke of an era when buildings were designed to be art as much as function. River's truck was already in the parking lot. Of course it was. River had probably arrived 20 minutes early, the same way Ellis had arrived 15 minutes early, both of them constitutionally incapable of being late. Ellis found River inside the lobby, standing at the base of a ladder and looking up at an old light fixture with the kind of focused attention that made something warm curl in Ellis's chest. "Hey," Ellis said. River turned, and their face did something complicated: surprise, pleasure, maybe nervousness. "Hey. You made it. Said I would." Ellis held up their camera. "Hope it's okay if I document some of this? For community updates." "Yeah, that's fine. Just maybe warn me before you take pictures of me looking at junction boxes. I'm not very photogenic when I'm thinking." Ellis doubted that was true. River in work mode had a kind of quiet intensity that Ellis suspected would photograph beautifully. Not that they were planning to focus the camera on River specifically. Mostly. "So," Ellis said, "where do we start?" River's expression shifted into something more comfortable, the ease of someone talking about their work. "I thought we'd do a walkthrough of the main systems first. Get a sense of the overall condition before we dig into specifics." They grabbed a tablet from their bag. "I've been mapping the original electrical plans against current code requirements. It's actually pretty fascinating. The building was wired when electrical systems were still being standardized. Some of the solutions are incredibly elegant." They started walking, and Ellis followed, listening as River explained the building's electrical history. The original installation in 1924. The updates in the 40s and 70s. The places where modern additions had been poorly integrated with historic systems. River talked with their hands, tracing wire paths through the air, and Ellis found themselves watching more than listening. The way River's whole body engaged with the explanation. The small smile when they pointed out a particularly clever bit of original design. The furrow between their eyebrows when they described something that had been done wrong. "Sorry," River said, stopping mid-sentence. I'm probably boring you with too much detail. You're not. Ellis meant it. I like hearing people talk about things they care about. River looked at them for a moment, something soft in their expression. You do that on your show. Let people talk about what matters to them. Yeah, well. That's different. That's my job. It's more than a job, though. Isn't it? Ellis didn't know how to answer that. The show had been a job once, a way to stay connected to the community, to use their voice for something that mattered. But somewhere along the way it had become something else. A performance. A role they played because people expected it. I don't know anymore, Ellis admitted. It used to feel like mine. Now it feels like something I do for everyone else. River nodded slowly. I get that. Sometimes I feel like I'm doing queerness for other people's comfort. Performing the right amount of visible non-binariness so people know how to categorize me, but not so much that I make them uncomfortable. God, yes. Ellis felt a rush of recognition. I spent so long being the educator that I forgot how to just be. Without the performance. You don't have to do that with me, River said quietly. The teacher thing. Ellis remembered River saying something similar at the first meeting, but it hit differently now. In the quiet of the empty theater, with morning light filtering through dusty windows, it felt like permission. I don't know how to turn it off, Ellis confessed. Maybe you don't have to turn it off. Maybe you just set it down for a while. See what's underneath. Ellis wanted that. Wanted to believe they could be something other than the person with answers. Wanted to trust that River would still be interested in who they were when they weren't being useful. Can I tell you something? Ellis asked. Yeah. I've been scared for weeks that I'd mess this up. The project, I mean. That I'd take on too much and burn out and let everyone down. But right now, standing here with you, I'm not thinking about the project at all. Ellis paused. I'm just thinking about you. River's eyes widened slightly. Oh. Is that okay? Yeah. River took a breath. I've been thinking about you too. Since the first meeting. Maybe before that, if I'm honest. I looked up your show and listened to it and kept finding excuses to listen to more episodes because I liked your voice. Something bright and terrifying bloomed in Ellis's chest. River. I know this is probably a terrible idea, River continued, words coming faster now, like they'd been holding them back and couldn't anymore. We're working together, and I'm probably reading this all wrong, and I'm so new at being out that I don't even know how to date as a non-binary person, but I really like you and I don't know what to do with that. Ellis stepped closer without thinking about it. You're not reading it wrong. I'm not. No. I like you too. I have since the meeting. Maybe before that too, if I'm being honest. Ellis smiled, soft and genuine. I saw you sitting there looking at schematics like they were precious and I thought, I want to know this person. River laughed, a little breathless. I was so nervous at that meeting. I thought everyone would be able to tell I was too new at this. Too new at what? Being queer. Being out. Being myself. River's hand found the leather cuff at their wrist, twisted it. I came out 18 months ago. Everyone else in that room probably had years, decades of experience. I felt like I showed up late to a party I didn't know how to navigate. Ellis understood that feeling intimately. I came out when I was 22. 12 years ago. And I still feel like I'm faking it half the time. You? River looked genuinely surprised. But you're so confident. You have your community, your platform, your place in everything. I have a performance I've practiced for 12 years. That's different from confidence. Ellis took off their glasses, cleaned them on their shirt, a nervous habit, buying time. You want to know the truth? I'm exhausted. I'm tired of being the educator, the spokesperson, the person everyone comes to for answers. I don't have answers. I'm just really good at pretending I do. River was quiet for a moment. Then, what if you didn't have to pretend? With me? I don't know if I know how to do that. We could figure it out together. Ellis put their glasses back on and looked at River. Really looked. Saw the nervousness there, yes, but also the sincerity. The willingness to be uncertain together instead of demanding certainty from each other. I'd like that, Ellis said. River smiled, and Ellis's heart did something complicated. So, River said. What now? Now you show me the rest of the building. We do the assessment. We're professional and appropriate and we don't complicate the project. And after the assessment? Ellis thought about it. About what they wanted versus what was smart versus what was safe. After the assessment, we get lunch. Not a work meeting. Just lunch. As two people who like each other and want to see where this goes. River's smile grew. Yeah. Yeah. Okay then. River picked up their tablet again, but their expression was lighter now, like something had shifted. Let me show you the best part of this building. The original lighting control panel. It's beautiful. They walked through the theater, and River pointed out details Ellis wouldn't have noticed on their own. The places where decorative conduit had been integrated into the Art Deco design. The original fixtures that still worked. The junction boxes that were small works of art in themselves. Ellis took photos, ostensibly for documentation, but really because they wanted to remember this. The morning light through old windows. River's hands tracing wire paths. The moment when everything felt possible. Can I ask you something? River said as they climbed the stairs to the lighting booth. Sure. That night on your show, when you talked about home. About the feeling of being where you're supposed to be. Do you have that? Ellis thought about their apartment, carefully organized and perfectly maintained. About the radio station where they spent their nights. About the community they served and the role they played. I thought I did, Ellis said slowly. But I think maybe I've just been comfortable. Which isn't the same as home. What would home feel like? I think it would feel like this. Like I could stop performing and still be wanted. River stopped walking and turned to face Ellis fully. You are wanted. Just so you know. Not because you're useful or educated or have good answers. Just because you're you. Ellis felt their throat get tight. You barely know me. I know enough. I know you research Art Deco electrical systems for fun. I know you clean when you're anxious. I know you care about people so much it exhausts you. I know you make me feel like I'm not as far behind as I think I am. River paused. And I know I want to know more. If you'll let me. Ellis closed the distance between them. Not touching yet, but close enough to feel River's warmth. I want that too. Yeah? Yeah. They stood there in the stairwell, close but not touching, the air between them charged with possibility. We should finish the assessment, River said, but they didn't move away. We should, Ellis agreed, also not moving. River laughed softly. This is probably going to be complicated. Probably. Are you okay with complicated? Ellis thought about all the ways they'd tried to keep their life simple, organized, under control. All the ways that had left them feeling hollow. I think maybe I need complicated, Ellis said. I think maybe simple was killing me. River's hand found Ellis's, their fingers threading together tentatively. Then let's be complicated. Together. Together, Ellis echoed. They finished the assessment in a kind of charged quiet, both of them hyper-aware of each other's presence. River pointed out technical details, Ellis asked questions, and underneath it all was the knowledge that something had shifted. That they'd chosen each other, even though neither of them knew exactly what they were doing. When they finally left the building, it was almost noon. They stood in the parking lot, neither wanting to leave first. Lunch? River asked. Please. They went to a small Vietnamese place a few blocks away, tucked into a strip mall with good pho and questionable parking. They sat across from each other in a booth near the back and talked about everything except the theater. River told Ellis about their family, about Luz, and the difficult dinner with their mother. Ellis talked about their parents, about the careful distance they maintained, about being loved but not quite understood. My mom still introduces me as her daughter sometimes, Ellis said. Then catches herself and overcorrects. I know she's trying. But sometimes I wonder if she'll ever just know me, without having to correct herself first. Mine still calls me by my old name, River said quietly. Every single time. Luz corrects her, but Mom just keeps doing it. Like if she refuses long enough, I'll go back to being who she wants me to be. Do you think she will accept it, eventually? River shrugged. I don't know. But I decided Sunday that I'm done waiting for her to be ready. I can't keep shrinking myself to make her comfortable. That's brave. It's survival. River met Ellis's eyes. You get to a point where you either claim yourself or you lose yourself. I'd already lost myself for 34 years. I wasn't going to do it anymore. Ellis understood that more than they wanted to admit. They'd claimed their gender 12 years ago, but they'd never stopped performing. Never stopped being the version of themselves that made other people comfortable. Maybe it was time to stop. Can I try something? Ellis asked. What? Just existing. Without trying to be useful or educational or helpful. Can I just be here with you and be kind of a mess? River smiled. Please do. I'm kind of a mess too. Good. That's good. Ellis took a breath. Because I don't actually know what I'm doing here. With you. With this. I haven't dated in years, and I definitely haven't dated someone who makes me feel like this, and I'm probably going to mess it up by overthinking everything. I came out 18 months ago and I still don't know how to exist in queer spaces without feeling like an imposter. I'm going to mess this up by being too uncertain about everything. So we'll mess it up together. Together, River agreed. They ate their pho and talked about easier things. Music. Books. The weird quirks of their respective jobs. Ellis told River about their most ridiculous callers. River told Ellis about the strangest wiring jobs they'd encountered. It was easy. Easier than Ellis had expected. Like they'd known each other longer than a week, like this conversation was one they'd been having for years. When they finally left the restaurant, it was mid-afternoon. They stood by River's truck, neither ready to say goodbye. This was nice, River said. It was. Can we do it again? The assessment or the lunch? Both. Either. I don't care, I just want to see you again. River's smile was soft and genuine. I want that too. Friday? There's a community arts showcase at the Frequency. I was going to go anyway for work, but it might be more fun with company. River hesitated. That's a pretty queer space, right? Like, established community stuff? Yeah. But if that's uncomfortable. No, I want to go. I'm just warning you, I'll probably be awkward. I get nervous at community events. I'll be there with you. We can be awkward together. Okay. Friday. River pulled out their phone. Should I pick you up, or? Ellis rattled off their address, and River saved it. 7 okay? Perfect. They stood there for another moment, and Ellis felt the pull to close the distance, to lean in, to. But it was too soon. They were still figuring this out. Still learning how to be uncertain together. I'll see you Friday, Ellis said. See you Friday. Ellis watched River drive away, then got in their own car and sat there for a long moment. Their phone buzzed, a text from Mariko. How'd the assessment go? Ellis smiled and typed back, good. Really good. Mariko's response was immediate, just the assessment. We're going out Friday. Finally. I want details. Later. I have to think about this first. You're going to overthink yourself into a spiral. Just feel it. Ellis stared at the message. Just feel it. When was the last time they'd let themselves just feel something without analyzing it to death? They drove home with the windows down, letting the cold November air clear their head. They had 3 days until Friday. 3 days to prepare, to plan, to figure out what they were doing. Or 3 days to just feel. For the first time in a long time, Ellis thought they might try the latter. That night, their radio show felt different again. Lighter, somehow. Like they were carrying less weight. The first caller was Zoe, the teenager who'd called the week before after coming out to her parents. I wanted to call back and say thank you. For the resources. I went to one of the support groups and it helped. That's wonderful, Zoe. How are things with your parents? Still hard. But I'm talking to a counselor now, and my best friend's family said I can stay with them if I need to. So I'm not alone. You're not alone, Ellis echoed. And Zoe? It gets better. Not all at once, not in a straight line. But it gets better. After Zoe hung up, Ellis cued the next song, Brandi Carlile, because it felt right, and thought about their own coming out. The fear. The uncertainty. The slow building of a life that felt real. They'd been so focused on getting it right, on being the perfect example, that they'd forgotten it was okay to still be figuring things out. Maybe River was teaching them that. Maybe this was what it meant to grow. Ellis took more calls. Played more music. And for the first time in months, they weren't counting down the minutes until the show was over. They were just here. Present. Real. At 3 a.m., Ellis signed off with their usual closer. But before the music played, they added something new. Before I go tonight, I want to say something. To everyone who feels like they're behind, like they missed some crucial window, like they're too late to claim themselves, you're not. There's no timeline for becoming who you are. You're right on time. Exactly where you need to be. They didn't know if River was listening. But they said it anyway. Because maybe they needed to hear it too. Chapter 6, Voltage Drop. River had been staring at their closet for 20 minutes, which was 15 minutes longer than they'd ever spent choosing an outfit for anything. It was Friday. They were picking Ellis up at 7 for the arts showcase at the Frequency. It wasn't a big deal. Just two people who liked each other going to a community event together. Except it felt like a very big deal. River pulled out a flannel shirt, their usual, then put it back. Too casual. They reached for a button-down, dark green, the one Luz said made their eyes look nice. But that felt too formal for a dive bar arts showcase. Their phone buzzed. Text from Harlow, still on for tomorrow's meetup? BEA's bringing her new girlfriend. Right. The Cottonwood crew monthly gathering. River had almost forgotten, which was unlike them. They'd been the one to suggest making it a regular thing 3 months ago, after meeting Harlow and B and Jimena at a queer tradespeople networking event that River had forced themselves to attend despite every instinct screaming to stay home. I'll be there, River typed back. Usual place? Yep. Rosie's at 8. Jimena says she's got drama to share. River smiled and went back to staring at their closet. They finally settled on the dark green button-down, rolled up the sleeves, paired it with their least worn jeans and the leather cuff bracelet they always wore. Their hair was down, dark waves loose around their shoulders, and they'd spent an embarrassing amount of time making sure it looked intentionally casual. They looked at themselves in the mirror. Dark wavy hair, warm brown eyes, the scar through their left eyebrow. Strong hands that could wire a building but couldn't figure out how to text without overthinking every word. This was ridiculous. They were 36 years old. They could do this. River grabbed their keys and headed out. Ellis's apartment was in a part of town River didn't know well, older buildings with character, tree-lined streets, the kind of neighborhood that managed to feel both urban and residential at once. River found the building easily enough, a 3-story walk-up with Art Deco details that made them smile. Of course Ellis lived somewhere with good bones. They texted, "Here. Should I come up or?" Ellis's response came quickly, be right down. River waited by their truck, nervous energy making them tap their fingers against their thigh. They'd changed the radio station 3 times on the drive over, unable to settle on anything that felt right. The building door opened, and Ellis stepped out. River forgot how to breathe for a second. Ellis looked different than they had at the theater, less carefully composed, more relaxed. Black jeans that fit perfectly, a deep burgundy shirt that made their skin glow, their hair swept back but softer than usual. No glasses, contacts, probably. The sound wave tattoo on their forearm was visible, and River found their eyes drawn to it. "Hey," Ellis said, walking over with a smile that made River's stomach flip. "Hey." River's voice came out steadier than they felt. "You look really nice." "Thanks." "So do you." Ellis's gaze traveled over River in a way that felt intentional, appreciative. "The green is a good choice." River felt heat creep up their neck. "My sister picked it out." "Well, she bought it for me 2 years ago and said it made my eyes look good, so I figured." She was right. They stood there for a moment, just looking at each other, and River thought about all the advice they'd read in those books at home. About dating. About how to be queer in public. About whether they were supposed to open the truck door for Ellis or if that was too gendered or if overthinking chivalry was itself the problem. "Should we?" River gestured to the truck. Ellis smiled like they knew exactly what River was thinking. "Yeah. Let's go." River opened the passenger door before they could overthink it, and Ellis got in without comment. Small victories. The drive to the frequency took 15 minutes through Friday evening traffic. They talked about easy things: River's work week, Ellis's radio show, the theater assessment that had somehow become the most significant building inspection of River's life. "I listened to your show Tuesday night," River admitted. "After we had lunch. I wanted to hear what you sounded like on air." "Yeah? What did you think?" "I think you meant what you said. About timelines. About being right on time." River glanced over at a red light. "Did you? Was that for me?" Ellis smiled, soft and genuine. "It was for both of us, I think. I needed to hear it too." River felt something warm settle in their chest. "Thank you. You don't have to thank me for being honest. I do if honesty isn't something I'm used to getting." Ellis reached over and squeezed River's hand, brief but meaningful. "You'll get used to it. I promise." The frequency was exactly what River had expected and somehow more intimidating for it. A dive bar trying to be an art space, or maybe an art space trying to be a dive bar. Exposed brick, mismatched furniture, a small stage in the corner where someone was setting up a projector. The walls were covered in local art, paintings, photography, mixed media pieces that River didn't entirely understand but appreciated anyway. And it was packed with queer people. River felt at the moment they walked in, that particular energy of a queer space, the visible comfort of people who didn't have to perform heteronormativity, who could just exist. People in every configuration of gender and presentation, couples holding hands without checking who was watching, a person at the bar wearing a shirt that said, "They slash them," in bold letters. River's throat went tight. "You okay?" Ellis asked quietly. "Yeah. Just, a lot of people. We can leave if you want. Or find a quiet corner. Whatever you need." River shook their head. "No. I want to be here. I just need a minute." Ellis squeezed their hand again, and River realized they were still holding hands from the car. That felt significant. Public. A statement. River didn't let go. They found a spot near the back, at a high-top table with a view of the stage but enough distance to feel less exposed. Ellis went to get drinks while River claimed the table and tried to steady their breathing. This was fine. They were here with Ellis. They belonged here just as much as anyone else. They repeated it like a mantra until they almost believed it. Ellis returned with 2 beers and a knowing look. "I've been going to queer events for 12 years and I still get nervous sometimes." "It's not just you." "Really?" "Really." There's always this voice in my head that says everyone else belongs here more than I do. That I'm taking up space I haven't earned. Ellis took a sip of their beer. The voice is lying, but it's persistent. River felt some of the tension ease. How do you deal with it? Badly, usually. But I'm working on it. Ellis smiled. Having someone here with me helps. Before River could respond, someone called Ellis's name from across the room. They both turned to see a person heading toward them, lanky, bleached hair with dark roots, oversized thrifted clothes that somehow worked perfectly together. Ellis. I didn't know you were coming tonight. The person pulled Ellis into a hug, then stepped back and noticed River. Oh shit, sorry. I'm Toby. I intern at KQRZ with this vintage queer. Toby, Ellis said with fond exasperation. This is River. River, Toby. They work at the station and make TikToks about how radio isn't dead. Radio is very not dead, Toby said seriously, then grinned at River. Are you too? They made a vague gesture between Ellis and River. We're here together, Ellis said, which wasn't exactly an answer but also kind of was. Nice. Good for you, Ellis. You deserve to have fun. Toby turned to River. Fair warning, Ellis is terrible at actually relaxing. They're going to try to network and be useful. Your job is to stop them. Noted, River said, amused despite their nervousness. Toby drifted off to talk to someone else, and Ellis gave River an apologetic look. Sorry. Toby's a lot. They seem nice. Enthusiastic. That's a diplomatic way to put it. Ellis laughed. But yeah, they're good people. Just very Gen Z about everything. The showcase started, a mix of poetry, short films, and musical performances. River watched, hyper-aware of Ellis beside them, the way their shoulders occasionally touched, the easy comfort of existing in the same space. Between performances, people came over to say hi to Ellis. Most of them queer, most of them clearly part of Ellis's established community. They greeted Ellis warmly, asked about the show, mentioned events or meetings or mutual friends. And Ellis introduced River every time, casually but deliberately. This is River. They're leading the electrical restoration at the Cottonwood. River and I are working on the theater project together. River, this is Cameron, they run the youth center downtown. Every introduction felt like Ellis claiming them, saying this person matters to me without saying it directly. River tried not to read too much into it, but their heart did complicated things anyway. Halfway through the showcase, during a break between performers, a person approached their table with the kind of confidence that came from years of being out and comfortable. They were wearing a pride flag as a cape and had facial hair carefully sculpted into art. Ellis Huang. As I live and breathe. They leaned against the table. You never come to these things anymore. What's the special occasion? Hi, Marcus. Ellis's smile was warm but careful. Just wanted to support the community showcase. And who's this? Marcus turned to River with open curiosity. River Castellanos. They slash them. I'm working on the Cottonwood restoration. Nice to meet you. Marcus offered their hand, and River shook it. So you're the reason Ellis is actually socializing for once. We should thank you. Ellis has been a hermit lately. I have not been a hermit, Ellis protested. You literally haven't been to a community event in 6 months. That's hermit behavior. Marcus softened. We miss you, that's all. It's good to see you out. After Marcus left, Ellis looked slightly embarrassed. Sorry. My community is kind of, a lot sometimes. Everyone knows everyone's business. It seems nice, River said honestly. Having people who notice when you're not around. Who care? It is nice. It's also exhausting. There's this pressure to always be present, always be engaged, always be the person people expect. Ellis paused. I've been pulling back because I needed space to breathe. But I think maybe I pulled back too far. River understood that instinct. The desire to withdraw when everything felt overwhelming. Maybe it's not about being all in or all out. Maybe it's about finding what feels sustainable. Maybe. Ellis looked at them. Being here with you feels sustainable. Feels good. River's heart did that complicated thing again. Yeah. It does. The showcase ended around 10. People lingered, clustering in groups to talk, moving to the bar for another round. Ellis was pulled into a conversation with someone about an upcoming fundraiser, and River found themselves standing slightly apart, observing. This was Ellis's world. These were their people. And River was, what? A visitor? A newcomer? Someone who'd shown up 18 months ago and was still trying to figure out where they fit? You look like you're thinking hard about something. River turned to find a person about their age, butch presentation, wearing Carhartt work pants and a flannel that had seen real labor. There was something familiar in the way they held themselves, the solid stance of someone who worked with their hands. Just observing, River said. I'm B. I've seen you at the tradespeople meetups, right? You're the electrician. Recognition clicked. Right. Yeah. River. Thought so. You did that beautiful rewiring job on the community center last spring. My girlfriend volunteers there. She said the electrician was meticulous about preserving the original fixtures. B smiled. That's quality work. River felt a flush of pride. Thank you. It was a good project. You coming to the meetup tomorrow? At Rosie's? Planning on it. Good. We missed you last month. B glanced at Ellis, who was still in conversation. That your person? River hesitated. We're figuring it out. Well, they seem nice. And they can't stop looking at you, so I'd say you're figuring it out in a good direction. B clapped River on the shoulder. See you tomorrow. River watched her disappear into the crowd and tried not to smile too obviously at the "can't stop looking at you" comment. Ellis extricated themselves from the fundraiser conversation and came back to River. Sorry. I got cornered by June's co-board member about the grant timeline. Are you ready to get out of here? Yeah. This was nice, but I'm kind of peopled out. Same. Ellis grabbed their jacket. Want to get food? There's a good taco truck that parks near my place on Friday nights. Definitely. They headed out into the cold November night, and River felt the tension ease as they left the crowded bar behind. The taco truck was everything Ellis had promised: authentic Mexican food served from a converted Airstream, picnic tables set up nearby with string lights overhead. They ordered and sat at one of the tables, close enough that their knees touched, eating tacos and talking about everything except the event they'd just left. Can I ask you something? River said eventually. Always. Marcus said you haven't been to community events in 6 months. What changed? Ellis was quiet for a moment, considering. You, I think. Meeting you made me realize I'd been hiding. Not from the community exactly, but from wanting things. From letting myself be uncertain or vulnerable or interested in someone. They looked at River. You make me want to stop hiding. River's throat felt tight. I make you want to be uncertain. You make me want to be honest. Which requires being uncertain. Which is terrifying but also kind of freeing. I'm terrified all the time, River admitted. About being too new, too uncertain, not queer enough for spaces like tonight. You were perfect tonight. I barely talked to anyone. You were here. You showed up. That's enough. Ellis reached across the table and took River's hand. You don't have to perform for me. Or for anyone. You just have to be you. River looked down at their joined hands. Ellis's palm was warm, their grip steady. It felt like an anchor. I really like you, River said quietly. And that scares me because I don't know if I'm ready for this. For someone like you who seems to have everything figured out. River. Ellis squeezed their hand. I don't have anything figured out. I'm a mess. I'm exhausted from performing competence for 12 years. I'm terrified you're going to realize I'm not actually the person you think I am. What if we're both messes? Then we figure it out together. Like we said. River smiled despite the anxiety still churning in their stomach. Together. They finished their tacos and walked slowly back to Ellis's building, neither ready for the night to end. River walked Ellis to their door, and they stood in the hallway like teenagers, neither quite knowing how to say goodbye. I had a really good time tonight, Ellis said. Me too. Even the intimidating parts. Especially the intimidating parts. That's where the growth happens. Ellis paused. Can I see you again? Soon. I'm seeing you Tuesday at the theater kickoff meeting. I meant not for work. I know. River took a breath. Yes. I want to see you again. But I need to tell you something first. Okay. I'm going to mess this up sometimes. I'm going to spiral about being too new or not enough or whether I'm doing this right. And I'm going to need you to be patient with me while I figure out how to be in a relationship as the person I actually am, not the person I spent 34 years pretending to be. Ellis stepped closer. I'm going to mess it up too. I'm going to default to educator mode or pull away when things feel too vulnerable or forget how to ask for what I need. And I'm going to need you to call me on it when I do. So we're both going to mess it up. Probably spectacularly. But we'll try anyway. We'll try anyway. River felt something settle in their chest. Not certainty, exactly. But willingness. The decision to show up even when they didn't have all the answers. Can I kiss you? River asked. Ellis's smile was soft and certain. Please. River leaned in slowly, giving Ellis time to change their mind, but Ellis met them halfway. The kiss was gentle, tentative, perfect. Ellis's hand came up to cup River's jaw, and River's hand found the small of Ellis's back, and for a moment everything else fell away. When they pulled back, both slightly breathless, Ellis was smiling. That was nice, River said, which was possibly the understatement of the century. Very nice. Ellis laughed quietly. You should probably go before I invite you up and we do something impulsive. Would that be bad? No. But I want to do this right. Which means not rushing. River understood that. Respected it. Even though every part of them wanted to stay. Text me when you get home? Ellis asked. I will. One more quick kiss, and then River forced themselves to leave. They drove home with the windows down despite the cold, grinning like an idiot the whole way. When they got home, they texted Ellis, home safe. Tonight was perfect. Ellis's response came immediately, it really was. Sweet dreams. River got ready for bed, still smiling, and for once they didn't reach for their stack of queer theory books. They didn't need to research how to do this right or study what they should be feeling. They just felt it. And that was enough. The next evening, River walked into Rosie's bar at exactly 8 p.m. and spotted their crew immediately. Harlow, B, and Jimena had claimed a corner booth, already deep in conversation and laughter. River. Harlow waved them over. Finally. We were beginning to think you'd ditched us. I'm literally on time, River said, sliding into the booth next to Jimena. On time is late for you, B pointed out. You're usually 15 minutes early. River couldn't argue with that. Harlow was a transmask carpenter, 30 years old, with an undercut and forearm tattoos and the kind of easy confidence River envied. B was the butch plumber River had talked to briefly at the Frequency, 33, no nonsense, with a girlfriend she was clearly crazy about. Jimena was a non-binary welder, 28, with purple streaks in their dark hair and a laugh that could fill a room. They'd all met at a queer tradespeople networking event 6 months ago, and somehow they'd clicked. Different ages, different crafts, different points in their journeys, but united by the experience of being queer in blue-collar work. So, Jimena said, leaning forward with a grin. Tell us everything. Who's the person? River blinked. What person? The person you were with at the frequency last night. B saw you. River shot B a look, and B shrugged unapologetically. You looked happy. We're invested now. Their name is Ellis, River admitted. We're working together on the Cottonwood restoration. They're the community liaison. And you like them, Harlow said. It wasn't a question. Yeah. I like them. River felt heat creep up their neck. We're figuring it out. That's amazing. Jimena bounced in their seat. River, that's so good. You deserve this. I don't know if I deserve anything. I barely know how to date as a non-binary person. Nobody knows how to date as a non-binary person, Harlow said. There's no manual. You just figure it out as you go. But they've been out for 12 years. They have their whole life figured out. They have community and a platform, and they're probably just as scared as you are, B interrupted. Trust me. The people who look like they have it all together are usually the ones holding on tightest. River thought about Ellis's confession. About performing competence. About being exhausted. They did say they're scared too, River admitted. See? Human. Jimena flagged down the server for another round. So what are you scared of? Specifically? River considered the question. That I'm too new. Too uncertain. That they'll look at me and realize they could do better with someone who's been out longer, who knows the community, who doesn't freeze up at queer events. Okay, but here's the thing, Harlow said. Being newly out isn't a deficit. It's just where you are. And the right person isn't going to see that as something you need to overcome. They're going to see it as part of your story. What if I embarrass them? What if I use the wrong language or don't know some reference everyone else gets, or? Then you ask. You learn. You move on. BEA's voice was matter-of-fact. I came out as a lesbian at 16 and I still learn new things about queer culture all the time. There's no finish line where you suddenly know everything. How long before you stopped feeling like you were behind? River asked. The three of them exchanged glances. I'll let you know when it happens, Harlow said, echoing what Sarah had told River at Luz's dinner. I've been out for 17 years and I still feel like a fraud sometimes, B added. Imposter syndrome doesn't respect timelines. The secret, Jimena said, is that everyone's making it up as they go. Even the people who've been out since they were born. Even the queer elders. Everyone's just doing their best with what they know. River absorbed that. So I don't have to have it all figured out. You really don't, Harlow confirmed. You just have to show up. Be honest. Do the work. And let people in, B added. Which is the hardest part? River thought about Ellis. About the way they'd held hands in public. The kiss goodnight. The agreement to try even though they'd both mess it up. I'm terrified, River admitted. Good, Jimena said. That means it matters. They talked for another 2 hours, about work and dating and the particular challenges of being queer in trades. Harlow shared a story about a client who'd misgendered them for an entire job and how they'd finally corrected them. Jimena talked about their girlfriend's family not understanding the non-binary thing. B mentioned that her girlfriend had proposed and she'd said yes, which led to celebratory shots and excited planning. And River felt something they hadn't felt in a long time, belonging. Not because they had all the answers. Not because they'd been doing this longer than anyone else. But because they were here, showing up, being honest about the uncertainty. When River finally left Rosie's around 11, they felt lighter. The anxiety was still there, it probably always would be, but it felt more manageable. Less like drowning, more like learning to swim. They texted Ellis on the drive home, just left the queer electrician's meetup. Told them about you. Ellis responded immediately, yeah? What did you tell them? That I'm terrified and I really like you and I have no idea what I'm doing. Perfect. That's exactly where we should both be. River smiled and put the phone away to focus on driving. But the warmth stayed with them all the way home. They were figuring it out. Together. And maybe that was enough. Chapter 7, Resonance. Ellis spent Sunday morning cleaning their apartment again, which Mariko would definitely have thoughts about, but Ellis didn't care. They needed the ritual of it, the methodical wiping down of surfaces, the reorganizing of already organized bookshelves, the precise arrangement of kitchen items in perfect rows. Their mind kept drifting back to Friday night. The kiss. River's hands gentle on their waist. The soft certainty in River's eyes when they'd asked permission. Ellis had dated before. Had kissed people. Had even been in relationships that felt meaningful at the time. But nothing had felt quite like this. Their phone buzzed. Text from River, "Good morning. Hope you're having a nice Sunday." Ellis smiled at the screen. River had texted last night after getting home from their meetup, and again this morning, and Ellis was trying very hard not to read too much into the frequency of communication while simultaneously hoping it meant what they wanted it to mean. Morning. Just doing some cleaning. You? Working on a job estimate. Trying not to think about Tuesday. Nervous about the kickoff meeting? Nervous about seeing you in a professional context after kissing you. Not sure how to do that. Ellis felt warmth bloom in their chest. We'll figure it out. Same way we're figuring out everything else. Together? Together. Ellis set the phone down and went back to cleaning, but the smile stayed on their face. They were supposed to meet Mariko for lunch in an hour, which meant they'd have to explain Friday night, which meant enduring Mariko's knowing looks and pointed questions. But for once, Ellis didn't mind. Mariko took one look at Ellis's face and said, "You kissed them." They were at a ramen place near the station, tucked into a booth in the back. Mariko had ordered for both of them. She knew Ellis's preferences better than Ellis did most days, and was now studying Ellis with the intensity of someone conducting a scientific investigation. "Hello to you too," Ellis said. "Ellis. Look at your face. You're glowing. You never glow." Mariko leaned forward. "Tell me everything." So Ellis did. The showcase at the frequency. Meeting Ellis's community. The taco truck. The conversation on Ellis's doorstep. The kiss that had felt like jumping off a cliff and finding out you could fly. Mariko listened without interrupting, which was unusual for her, and when Ellis finished, she sat back with a satisfied expression. "Good," she said simply. "Good. You needed this. Someone who makes you want to be uncertain. Someone who sees you when you're not performing." Mariko paused. "I've been worried about you." "I know." "No, I don't think you do. Ellis, you've been running on empty for months. Maybe longer. And every time I asked if you were okay, you gave me the 'I'm fine' routine. Which we both know is bullshit." Ellis adjusted their glasses, a tell Mariko would absolutely notice. "I didn't know how to explain it. That I was tired of being the person everyone expected me to be. That I felt like I was disappearing into the role. And now? Now I still feel like that. But River makes me think maybe I don't have to. Maybe I can be uncertain and still be wanted." "River's good for you," Mariko said. "But Ellis? You have to do the work too. They can't fix you. Nobody can fix you. You have to decide you're worth more than just being useful." Ellis knew she was right. Had known it for a while. But knowing something and doing something about it were different things. "I don't know how," Ellis admitted quietly. "Start small. Say no to things that drain you. Take up space without apologizing for it. Let River see you when you're a mess." Mariko reached across the table and squeezed Ellis's hand. "You're my best friend and I love you. But I can't watch you disappear anymore. Please don't disappear." Ellis felt their throat get tight. "I'm trying. I know. And I'm here. Whatever you need. Mariko sat back as their ramen arrived. Now. Tell me more about this kiss. Ellis laughed despite the emotional whiplash. It was good. Just good. Okay, it was really good. Like, earth-moving, can't stop thinking about it good. And you're seeing them again? Tuesday at the kickoff meeting. And probably before that if I can manufacture a reason. Don't manufacture reasons. Just ask to see them. Mariko pointed her chopsticks at Ellis. New rule, no more performing with River. If you want to see them, say so. If you're scared, say so. If you need space, say so. Just be honest. That's terrifying. Good. Do it anyway. They ate their ramen and talked about easier things, station drama, Mariko's wife Keiko's new promotion, the ongoing saga of Toby's attempts to go viral on TikTok. But Ellis kept coming back to Mariko's words. You have to decide you're worth more than just being useful. Were they? Ellis had built their entire identity around being helpful, being educational, being the person others came to. If they stopped doing that, who were they? Maybe that was the point. Maybe they needed to find out. Tuesday arrived with the particular anxiety that came from seeing someone you'd kissed in a context where kissing was decidedly inappropriate. Ellis got to the Cottonwood at 2:45 p.m., 15 minutes before the kickoff meeting, and found River already there. Of course. River was inspecting something on the lobby ceiling, work clothes and tool belt and that focused expression that made Ellis's stomach flip. Hey, Ellis said. River turned, and their face did something complicated. Professional recognition layered over personal affection layered over nervousness. Hey. They stood there for a moment, the air between them charged with Friday night's kiss and the uncertainty of how to navigate this new dynamic. So, River said finally. We're being professional today. Very professional. Right. Good. River paused. You look nice. That's not professional. I know. But you do. Ellis smiled despite themselves. You look nice too. Very competent with your tool belt. Definitely not professional. Definitely not. They grinned at each other like idiots until the sound of voices in the hallway made them step apart. June Alvarado swept in with her usual efficiency, followed by the rest of the project team, permits coordinator, fundraising lead, theater staff, and a handful of community representatives. Ellis recognized most of them from previous meetings, including Marcus from the frequency, who gave Ellis a knowing look. The meeting started promptly at 3. June laid out the timeline, River presented the electrical assessment findings, and Ellis talked about community engagement strategy. Everything was professional and organized and exactly what it needed to be. Except Ellis kept catching River's eye across the table, and every time they did, something warm curled in their chest. After the meeting, people lingered to talk in small groups. Marcus cornered Ellis immediately. So, Marcus said, grinning. You and the electrician. We're working together on the project. Uh-huh. Is that what the kids are calling it these days? Ellis felt heat creep up their neck. Marcus. I'm happy for you. Seriously. You've been wound so tight for so long. It's good to see you loosening up. Marcus's expression softened. They seem nice. Nervous, but nice. They are nice. And they're new to the community, so we'll make them feel welcome. That's what we do. Marcus patted Ellis's shoulder. Bring them to the next potluck. We'll initiate them properly. After Marcus drifted away, Ellis found River packing up their assessment materials. They were alone in the community room, everyone else having moved to the lobby. Hey, Ellis said quietly. River looked up. Hey. That wasn't as weird as I thought it would be. Being professional with you. No? Well, it was a little weird. But manageable. Ellis stepped closer. Can I see you this week? Not for work. I was hoping you'd ask. River smiled. What did you have in mind? I don't know. Something low-key. Maybe dinner at my place? I could cook. You cook. I mean, I can heat things up competently. That counts. Ellis paused. Unless you'd rather do something else. We could go out, or... Dinner at your place sounds perfect. Thursday? Thursday works. They stood there, neither quite ready to leave, until June poked her head back in. Ellis, can I borrow you for a minute? Need your input on the community forum schedule. Be right there. Ellis turned back to River. Text me? Always. Ellis floated through the rest of the afternoon on a kind of giddy high that was extremely unlike them and also felt exactly right. They helped June with scheduling, answered emails, made notes about outreach strategy, all while thinking about Thursday. Dinner at their place. Just the two of them. No performance, no audience, just existing together. It was terrifying and perfect. That night's radio show felt different in a way Ellis was starting to recognize. Like the frequency had shifted slightly, bringing everything into sharper focus. The first caller was Jamie, the film student who'd become a semi-regular. I need advice, Jamie said. My girlfriend and I have been together for 6 months, and I think I want to say, I love you, but I'm scared. What are you scared of? Ellis asked. That it's too soon. That I'll freak her out. That she won't say it back. Ellis thought about River. About the careful way they were building something together. About being honest even when it was terrifying. Here's the thing about timing, Ellis said. There's no perfect moment. There's just the moment when you can't hold it in anymore and you decide to be brave. And yes, maybe it's too soon, by some arbitrary standard. But whose standard? Who decided 6 months is too early or a year is too late? So you think I should tell her? I think you should be honest about how you feel. And I think if she's the right person, she'll appreciate your honesty even if she's not ready to say it back yet. Ellis paused. Love isn't a transaction. You don't say it to get something back. You say it because it's true. Jamie was quiet for a moment. That's really good advice. I'm figuring it out as I go, Ellis admitted. Same as everyone else. After Jamie hung up, Ellis sat in the quiet of the studio and thought about their own advice. About being honest. About not waiting for the perfect moment. They weren't in love with River. Not yet. It was too soon for that. But they could feel it building. The foundation of something that could become love if they both kept showing up, kept being honest, kept choosing each other even when it was hard. The second caller was someone Ellis didn't recognize. I'm calling because I don't know where else to go, they said, voice shaking. I just came out to my family and they asked me to leave. I'm sitting in my car right now and I don't know what to do. Ellis's chest tightened. This was the part of the job that never got easier. First, I'm so sorry. That takes incredible courage, what you did. Are you safe right now? I think so. I'm in a parking lot near my parents' house. I grabbed what I could. Okay. Do you have somewhere you can go tonight? Friends? Other family? Maybe. I don't know. I'm scared to ask. Asking is scary. But you've already done the hardest thing tonight. You told your truth. Everything else is just logistics. Ellis pulled up their resource list. I'm going to give you some numbers. Emergency housing, LGBTQ+ support services, crisis counseling. And I want you to know something, you are not alone. I know it feels like it right now, but you're not. They spent 20 minutes on the phone, Ellis reading out resources, talking through options, just being present while this person tried to catch their breath. By the end, the caller had a plan. They'd call their college roommate, see if they could crash there for a few days while they figured things out. After they hung up, Ellis sat in the heavy silence and let themselves feel it. The weight of other people's pain. The impossibility of fixing everything. The privilege of being the person someone called when their world was falling apart. It mattered. The work mattered. But it was also exhausting. Ellis took a break, queued up a longer music set, and stepped outside into the cold night air. They pulled out their phone and texted River, "You up?" River's response came quickly, "Yeah. Can't sleep. You okay?" Hard call on the show. Just needed to talk to someone who isn't falling apart. Want to call me? Ellis did. They called River, and when River answered, Ellis said, "Hi. I just needed to hear your voice." Hard night? Someone called in. Just got kicked out by their family for coming out. I gave them resources, talked them through it, but I can't stop thinking about them sitting in a parking lot with their whole life in a trash bag. That's heavy, River said quietly. Are they okay? I think they will be. Eventually. But right now they're just surviving. Ellis leaned against the building, looking up at the sky. I do this all the time. Field calls from people in crisis. And it matters, it does. But sometimes I wonder if I'm helping or if I'm just a band-aid on something that needs surgery. You're helping. Even if it doesn't fix everything, you're helping. River paused. But that doesn't mean it's not hard on you. No. It doesn't. Do you ever talk to anyone about it? Like, process it? Ellis thought about that. Not really. Mariko checks in on me, but I usually just say I'm fine. Are you fine? Right now? Not really. But I will be. Ellis took a breath. Talking to you helps. Yeah? Yeah. You don't try to fix it. You just listen. I'm good at listening. Not so good at having answers. I have enough people in my life with answers. I need someone who's okay with questions. River was quiet for a moment. Ellis? Yeah? Thank you for calling me. For letting me be here for you. Thank you for being here. They talked for another 10 minutes about nothing important: River's project estimate, Ellis's plans for Thursday's dinner, the weather that was supposed to turn cold next week. Easy conversation that settled something in Ellis's chest. When Ellis finally went back inside to finish the show, they felt lighter. Not fixed, the heaviness was still there, but less alone with it. And for tonight, that was enough. Thursday arrived faster than Ellis expected and slower than they wanted. They left work early to stop at the grocery store, determined to make something that qualified as actual cooking. They settled on pasta, hard to mess up, easy to scale, vegetarian-friendly in case River had dietary restrictions Ellis hadn't thought to ask about. They bought fresh basil and good Parmesan and the kind of bread that came from an actual bakery. By the time River arrived at 7, Ellis's apartment smelled like garlic and tomatoes, and Ellis was only moderately panicking about whether they'd set the table too formally or not formally enough. River showed up in dark jeans and a deep blue Henley, hair down and loose around their shoulders, carrying a bottle of wine and a nervous smile. Hi, River said. Hi. Ellis stepped back to let them in. You didn't have to bring wine. I wanted to. I didn't know what you were making, so I got a red and a white and figured we could choose. Very thoughtful. Ellis took the bottles. Dinner's almost ready. Make yourself comfortable. River wandered through Ellis's apartment while Ellis finished the pasta, and Ellis tried not to be self-conscious about the carefully organized space. The bookshelves sorted by color. The minimal furniture. The lack of personal photos or clutter. Your place is really nice, River said, studying the bookshelf. Very organized. I like things in order. It helps me think. I get that. My place is kind of chaotic. Books everywhere, projects half finished. Luz says it stresses her out. Ellis plated the pasta and brought it to the small table by the window. I like a little chaos. In other people's spaces. Just not mine. They sat down to eat, and for the first few minutes, the conversation was careful, compliments about the food, safe topics about work and the theater project. But gradually they settled into something more natural. "Can I ask you something?" River said eventually. "Always." "When you came out, how long did it take before you felt like yourself? Like you weren't performing being non-binary?" Ellis thought about that. "I don't know if I ever stopped performing. I just changed what I was performing. Before I came out, I was performing being a woman. After, I started performing being the confident non-binary person who had it all figured out." "So you're saying it doesn't get easier?" "No, it gets easier. But I think maybe there's always some element of performance. We're all curating how we present ourselves to the world." Ellis paused. "The difference is whether you're performing for other people's comfort or for your own. I think I'm still figuring out which is which." "Me too. I thought I had it figured out, but then I met you and realized I'd been performing for so long I forgot what being real felt like." River looked at them across the table. "You feel real with me?" "Yeah. Terrifyingly real." Ellis reached across the table, and River took their hand. "Is that okay?" "It's more than okay." They finished dinner and moved to the couch with wine, sitting close but not quite touching, talking about everything and nothing. River told Ellis about growing up in a Catholic family, about the pressure to be the good daughter, about the relief and terror of finally claiming themselves. Ellis talked about their parents, about being the first in their family to come out, about the loneliness of being understood but not quite seen. "I keep waiting for them to really get it," Ellis said. "Not just accept it, but understand it." "Understand me." "Do you think they ever will?" "I don't know. Maybe that's too much to ask." Ellis swirled their wine. "My therapist says I need to grieve the relationship I wanted with them and accept the one I have. But I don't know how to do that." "You have a therapist?" "Had. I stopped going a few months ago. Told myself I didn't need it anymore." Ellis smiled ruefully. "Which was probably a sign I definitely still needed it." "Are you going to go back?" "Maybe. Mariko's been pushing me to." Ellis looked at River. "What about you? Do you see anyone?" "I tried therapy right after I came out. It helped for a while, but then I felt like I was just paying someone to tell me it was okay to be myself, which I could get from books for cheaper." River paused. "Maybe I should try again though. Find someone who gets the non-binary thing. We could look together. If you want. Find queer-friendly therapists in the area." River's expression softened. "I'd like that." They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, and then River said, "Can I ask you something else?" "Yeah." "What are we doing? Like, are we dating? Is this a relationship?" "I don't want to assume." Ellis appreciated the directness. "I'd like it to be a relationship. If you want that too." "I do. I'm going to need some patience while I figure out how to do this. I've never dated as the person I actually am. I'll be patient if you'll be patient with me. I'm going to mess this up by overthinking and defaulting to educator mode and pulling away when I get scared. So we'll both mess it up. Spectacularly." Ellis leaned in and kissed River softly. "But we'll try anyway." River smiled against their lips. Together. Together. They spent the rest of the evening on the couch, talking and kissing and existing in the easy comfort of choosing each other. When River finally left around 11, Ellis walked them to the door and kissed them goodnight one more time. "Same time next week?" River asked. "Or sooner. If you want." "I want." Ellis watched River leave, then closed the door and leaned against it, smiling like an idiot. Their apartment felt less empty than usual. The silence felt less heavy. They cleaned up the dinner dishes and got ready for bed, and for the first time in months, Ellis didn't feel the familiar pull of exhaustion. They felt alive. Present. Real. And it was terrifying and wonderful in equal measure. They fell asleep thinking about River's hands and the way they smiled and the careful hope of building something honest together. Tomorrow they'd probably overthink it. Tomorrow they'd probably spiral about all the ways it could go wrong. But tonight, Ellis just let themselves feel it. And it was enough. Chapter 8, First Spark. River woke up Friday morning with Ellis's text message glowing on their phone. Good morning. Last night was perfect. Coffee after work? They'd fallen asleep thinking about dinner at Ellis's apartment. The pasta that was simple but somehow tasted better than anything River had made for themselves in months. The wine. The conversation that shifted from careful to comfortable to intimate without either of them noticing the transition. The kiss goodnight that had turned into several kisses goodnight. River smiled at the ceiling and typed back, morning. Yes to coffee. Your place or somewhere else? Ellis's response came quickly, there's a good coffee shop near the theater. Meet you there at 5? Perfect. River got up and went through their morning routine on autopilot, shower, coffee, checking the weather to decide on layers. They had a job site to inspect in the morning, some paperwork to finish, and then coffee with Ellis. A normal day, except everything felt slightly more vivid, like someone had turned up the contrast on the world. They were definitely in trouble. The job site was a historic bank building that needed electrical upgrades, and River spent 3 hours mapping circuits and taking notes. Vernon was there too, working on the main panel, and he kept giving River knowing looks. You're humming, Vernon said eventually. River stopped mid-circuit trace. I am. You are. You only hum when you're in a good mood. Vernon's smile was warm. How'd Thursday go? It went well. We had dinner. Talked. Defined the relationship. That's good. Real good, kid. Vernon made a note on his clipboard. They treating you right? Yeah. There. River didn't know how to finish that sentence. Ellis was complicated and honest and scared and brave and made River feel like being uncertain was okay. They're good for me, I think. You're good for each other. I can tell. How? You smile different now. Like you forgot you were supposed to be worried. River thought about that. They did spend less time spiraling lately. Still happened, still would probably always happen, but Ellis made it easier to come back to center. I'm still worried though, River admitted. About messing it up. About not being enough. You're always going to be worried about something. That's just how you're built. Vernon looked at them directly. But worrying doesn't change whether something's worth doing. It just makes it harder to enjoy when you do it. So I should just enjoy it? Radical concept, I know. River laughed despite themselves. Thanks, Vernon. Anytime, kid. They finished the inspection by noon, and River went home to tackle paperwork. But they kept getting distracted, checking their phone for messages from Ellis, thinking about coffee at 5, wondering if this was what it felt like when something was actually working. At 4:30, River changed clothes, clean jeans, a flannel shirt in dark red, the leather cuff bracelet they never took off. They left their hair down because Ellis had mentioned liking it that way. Small details that felt significant. The coffee shop was called Common Grounds, the same place where they'd had their first official meeting about the theater project. River arrived at 4:55 and found Ellis already there, tucked into a corner table with 2 cups of coffee and a nervous smile. Hey, Ellis said. I took a guess on your order. Black coffee, right? Right. River sat down and wrapped their hands around the warm cup. How'd you know? You strike me as someone who drinks coffee for the coffee, not for the sugar and milk. River smiled. Good read. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, just existing in each other's presence, before Ellis said, I have to ask you something and I need you to be honest. River's stomach dropped. Okay. Are you free next Friday? There's a community fundraiser for the youth center. Dinner, silent auction, the usual. I was asked to help host it, and I'd really like you to come with me. But it's going to be a room full of established community members and there's going to be expectations about me being on, and I don't want to subject you to that if it's too much. River processed that. You want me to come as your date? Yes. But also as moral support. And also because I'm tired of going to these things alone and pretending I'm fine. Ellis's hands were wrapped tight around their coffee cup. But if it's too much pressure, or if you're not ready to be that public. I'll go, River said. Ellis blinked. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'll probably be nervous. And I might not know what to say to people. But I want to be there with you. River paused. You don't have to pretend you're fine with me. That's kind of the whole point, right? Ellis's expression softened. Right. Yes. That's the point. So next Friday. Fundraiser. I'll need to know what to wear. Nothing too formal. Business casual, maybe? Like what you wore to dinner yesterday but slightly nicer? Ellis smiled. You looked good yesterday, by the way. I forgot to tell you that. You told me I looked competent with my tool belt at the kickoff meeting. That was a different kind of good. Ellis's eyes were warm behind their glasses. This was more. I couldn't stop looking at you good. River felt heat creep up their neck. Oh. Yeah. They sat there grinning at each other like idiots until Ellis's phone buzzed. They glanced at it and sighed. June. Wants to schedule a community forum for next week. I should probably respond. Is that your whole life? Just people needing things from you? Ellis laughed, but it sounded tired. Pretty much. I'm the person who responds quickly and follows through, so I keep getting asked to do more. You could say no sometimes. I know. In theory. But then I think about how much the work matters and how many people are counting on me and, Ellis stopped. Sorry. You didn't sign up for my spiral about overcommitment. Actually, I kind of did. We're in a relationship. Your spirals are now my spirals. River said it lightly, but they meant it. Ellis looked at them for a long moment. That's really nice. Terrifying, but nice. Welcome to dating someone as anxious as you are. We can spiral together. Is that healthy? Probably not. But it's honest. Ellis laughed, genuine this time, and River felt something settle in their chest. This was good. They could do this, the honesty, the mutual mess, the choosing each other anyway. I should probably actually respond to June, Ellis said. But can we do this again? Soon. We're seeing each other next Friday for the fundraiser. I meant before that. Just us. No events, no work meetings, just spending time together. I'd like that. River thought for a moment. Are you free Sunday? We could go for a hike. There's a good trail about 40 minutes out of town. Nothing too strenuous, just nice views. I love hiking and I never make time for it anymore. That sounds perfect. They finished their coffee and walked out together, and when they reached River's truck, Ellis pulled River in for a kiss that tasted like coffee and promise. Text me the details for Sunday? Ellis asked. I will. River watched Ellis walk to their car, feeling lighter than they had in months. Maybe years. This thing with Ellis, whatever it was becoming, felt right in a way nothing else had in a long time. They drove home thinking about next Friday's fundraiser. About being Ellis's date in public. About the moment when they'd stop being two people figuring things out and become something more solid. That felt both exciting and terrifying. Mostly exciting. Sunday morning dawned clear and cold, perfect hiking weather. River picked Ellis up at 9, and they drove out of the city with the windows cracked and music playing low, a playlist Ellis had made that was an eclectic mix of indie folk and old soul that somehow worked perfectly. I didn't know you were into Otis Redding, River said. I contain multitudes. Ellis grinned. Also, my dad used to play a lot of Motown when I was growing up. Some things stick with you. River thought about their own childhood soundtrack, cumbia and ranchera, their mother singing while she cooked, the radio always tuned to the Spanish station. They hadn't listened to that music in years, and they couldn't quite articulate why. Something about it feeling tied to a version of themselves that no longer existed. The trailhead was less crowded than River had expected for a Sunday morning. They parked and grabbed their backpack, water bottles, trail mix, the first aid kit River brought everywhere out of habit. "You came prepared," Ellis observed. "I'm an electrician. Being prepared is basically the job description." Fair point. They started up the trail at an easy pace, neither of them in a hurry. The morning air was sharp and clean, pine scent heavy, the sound of their footsteps on the dirt path somehow meditative. "Can I tell you something?" Ellis asked after a while. "Always. I'm really glad you asked me to do this. I've been so focused on work and the show and community obligations that I forgot what it's like to just exist. Do something because I want to, not because someone needs me to. How does it feel?" "Good. Scary. Like I'm playing hooky even though I cleared my schedule." Ellis laughed. "I need to do this more often. Just exist without purpose." "Existing is a purpose." "Is it?" "Yeah. Sometimes the most radical thing we can do is just be here. Take up space. Not for anyone else's benefit, just for our own." Ellis was quiet for a moment, then said, "Where'd you learn that?" "Therapy. Books. Vernon, mostly." River adjusted their backpack straps. "When I first came out, I was so focused on doing it right, being the right kind of non-binary person, that I forgot to just exist. Vernon told me that my only job was to be here. Everything else was extra credit." Vernon sounds like a wise person. He is. He's been out since the 80s. Survived the AIDS crisis. Lost people. Kept going. River paused. "I think that's what I'm still learning. How to keep going even when it's hard." "Are you learning it?" "Slowly. Some days are better than others." River glanced at Ellis. "Being with you makes it easier. Like I don't have to have it all figured out because we're figuring it out together." Ellis reached for River's hand, threading their fingers together. "I feel the same way. Like you give me permission to not know everything." They hiked in comfortable silence for a while, hand in hand when the trail was wide enough, single file when it narrowed. The path climbed steadily but not steeply, winding through pine forest until it opened onto a vista point with views of the valley below. They stopped there, standing side by side at the overlook, and River felt something shift in their chest. The vastness of the view. The smallness of their concerns in the face of it. The particular comfort of Ellis's hand in theirs. "This is beautiful," Ellis said quietly. "Yeah. Thank you for bringing me here." River turned to look at Ellis, backlit by morning sun, hair loose from its usual careful styling, cheeks flushed from the hike. Beautiful in a way that had nothing to do with performance and everything to do with just being present. "Thank you for coming," River said. They stood there for a long moment, just breathing together, before heading back down the trail. On the way down, Ellis told River about their radio show, about the callers who stayed with them, about the weight of holding other people's pain. River listened and didn't try to fix it, just made space for Ellis to be honest about the hard parts. When they got back to the truck, they were both pleasantly tired, the good kind of exhaustion that came from moving your body through space. "Coffee?" River asked. "There's a diner near here that does good breakfast all day." "Please. I'm starving." The diner was exactly what River had promised: worn vinyl booths, laminated menus with too many options, coffee that came in thick ceramic mugs and tasted like it had been sitting for hours but somehow still hit the spot. They ordered too much food and ate slowly, talking about everything and nothing. Ellis told River about growing up in the suburbs, about being the only out person at their high school, about the relief and loneliness of moving to the city for college. River shared stories about working construction, about the particular challenges of being non-binary in a trade dominated by cis men, about the quiet satisfaction of doing work that mattered. "Do you ever think about doing something else?" Ellis asked. "Like, is electrical work what you want to do forever?" River considered that. I think so. I like working with my hands. I like the puzzle of it, figuring out how to make old systems work with new requirements. And I like that at the end of the day, I've made something tangible. The lights turn on because I wired them correctly. That must be satisfying. It is. What about you? Is radio what you want forever? Ellis was quiet for a moment. I don't know anymore. I love the show, or I did. But lately it feels like I'm just going through the motions. Performing the role of Ellis the wise queer elder, instead of actually connecting with people. What would you do if you could do anything? I have no idea. Ellis laughed, but it sounded sad. I've spent so long being the person everyone else needed that I forgot to figure out what I want. River reached across the table and took Ellis's hand. Maybe that's what this is. Us. Figuring out what we want instead of what we're supposed to want. Maybe. Ellis squeezed their hand. I know I want this. You. Us. Whatever we're building. Me too. They finished breakfast and headed back to the city, and River dropped Ellis off at their apartment around 3. They sat in the truck for a few minutes, neither ready to say goodbye. Next Friday, Ellis said. The fundraiser. I should warn you, people are going to be watching us. Speculating. The community's like that. Everyone knows everyone's business. I can handle speculation. Can you handle being introduced as my partner? Because that's what I want to call you. If you're comfortable with it. River's heart did something complicated. Your partner. Yeah. Is that okay? It's more than okay. River leaned across the console and kissed Ellis softly. I'll see you Friday. As your partner. Ellis's smile was bright and genuine. I can't wait. River drove home with that smile burned into their memory, feeling like they'd crossed some invisible threshold into something more real, more solid, more theirs. That night, they texted the Cottonwood crew group chat, I have a partner. The responses came immediately. Harlow. Tell us everything. B. Called it. You two are cute together. Jimena, finally. When do we get to meet them officially? River smiled at their phone and typed, soon. They're going to a community thing with me next Friday. Harlow, that's big. How are you feeling? River thought about that. About the nervousness that was always there, the imposter syndrome that whispered they weren't ready for this, the fear of not being enough. But underneath that, something else. Something that felt like hope. Scared. But good scared. Be perfect. That's exactly where you should be. River put the phone down and looked around their apartment, books everywhere, projects half finished, the comfortable chaos that Luz said stressed her out but that felt like home to River. They thought about Ellis's carefully organized space. About the contrast between them. About how somehow their different ways of managing anxiety had become complementary instead of contradictory. They were building something. Together. And it was messy and uncertain and exactly what River needed. For the first time since coming out, River felt like they were exactly where they were supposed to be. Not because they had it all figured out. Not because they'd caught up to some imaginary timeline. But because they'd chosen this. Chosen Ellis. Chosen honesty over performance. And that felt like enough. Chapter 9, Interference Pattern. Ellis spent the week leading up to the fundraiser in a state of controlled anxiety that Mariko definitely noticed but mercifully didn't comment on directly. The fundraiser itself was standard: dinner, silent auction, speeches about the importance of supporting LGBTQ+ youth. Ellis had helped plan it, had coordinated volunteers, had written half the promotional materials. They could do this in their sleep. Except this time they'd be doing it with River by their side, and that changed everything. You're spiraling, Mariko said Wednesday afternoon, finding Ellis reorganizing the storage closet at the station for the 3rd time that week. I'm organizing. You organize when you spiral. What are you anxious about? Mariko leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. Is it the fundraiser? I invited River. As my partner. Publicly. That's good, right? It's terrifying. Everyone's going to have opinions. Everyone's going to watch us. And what if I'm different when I'm performing for the community? What if River sees me being that person and realizes they don't actually like me, they just like the version of me that exists in private? Mariko was quiet for a moment, then said, listen. You need to stop waiting for River to realize you're not good enough. That's your fear talking, not reality. But what if? No. Ellis, listen to me. Mariko stepped into the closet and took the box of cables Ellis was mindlessly reorganizing. River knows you. They've seen you stressed and uncertain and trying to figure things out. And they still chose you. Trust that. Ellis wanted to believe that River's affection was based on who Ellis actually was, not who Ellis appeared to be. What if I can't turn it off? Ellis asked quietly. The performance. What if I get to the fundraiser and just default to being Ellis the community organizer, and River disappears? Then you notice it happening and you course correct. You hold River's hand. You take a break when you need to. You let yourself be human. Mariko's expression softened. You're allowed to be both, you know. The person who does good work in the community and the person who's figuring out how to be in a relationship. Those aren't mutually exclusive. Ellis nodded, not entirely convinced but willing to try. Now get out of this closet and go home. You have a date to prepare for. It's Wednesday. The fundraiser isn't until Friday. Exactly. Which means you have 2 days to spiral productively instead of reorganizing things that are already organized. Mariko pointed toward the door. Go. Do something nice for yourself. Take a bath. Read a book. Call River and have phone sex. Mariko. I'm just saying, it's an option. Ellis left the station feeling slightly better and significantly more embarrassed. They drove home, changed into comfortable clothes, and did something they hadn't done in months. They curled up on the couch with a book that had nothing to do with work or community organizing or being useful. 2 hours later, their phone buzzed. Text from River, how's your week going? Ellis smiled and called instead of texting back. Hey, River answered. I was expecting a text. I wanted to hear your voice. Ellis settled deeper into the couch. My week's been anxious. Yours? Same. I've been overthinking Friday. What are you overthinking specifically? Everything. What to wear, what to say, whether I'll embarrass you by not knowing the right people or using the wrong language. River paused. I'm scared I'm going to mess this up. You're not going to mess it up. And even if you do, it's fine. We're both going to mess things up sometimes. That's the deal. I know. Logically I know. But my brain doesn't always listen to logic. Mine either. Ellis took a breath. Can I be honest about something? Always. I'm scared too. Scared that I'll default to performing and you'll see me being that person and realize you don't actually like who I am when I'm trying to be useful. That the version of me you fell for was just the uncertain, vulnerable version and the community version is someone else entirely. River was quiet for a moment. Ellis, those aren't different people. That's just you in different contexts. And I like all of you. The uncertain version and the competent version and the version that overthinks everything and reorganizes closets when you're anxious. How do you know about the closets? Mariko texted me. Ellis groaned. Of course she did. She's worried about you. And she wanted me to know you were spiraling so I could help. River's voice was gentle. Is it helping? Talking to me? Yeah. It is. They talked for another hour about nothing important, River's work week, Ellis's latest caller drama, the logistics of Friday night. Easy conversation that settled something in Ellis's chest. When they finally hung up, Ellis felt lighter. Not fixed, the anxiety was still there, but less alone with it. They could do this. They could be themselves with River, even when themselves included the parts they usually hid. They just had to trust it. Friday arrived with perfect weather and imperfect nerves. Ellis spent an hour deciding what to wear before settling on black slacks, a burgundy button-down, and the blazer they only wore to important events. Professional but not stuffy. Put together but not performative. They hoped. River picked them up at 6, and Ellis's breath caught when they saw them. River had dressed up, dark slacks, a charcoal button-down that brought out their warm brown eyes, hair styled back from their face. They looked confident and nervous in equal measure. "You look incredible," Ellis said. "So do you." River's smile was nervous. "Ready for this?" "No. But let's do it anyway." The fundraiser was being held at a renovated warehouse space downtown, the kind of venue that tried very hard to be industrial chic. By the time they arrived, the space was already filling up: community leaders, nonprofit directors, generous donors, and what felt like half the city's queer population. Ellis felt River tense beside them. "We can leave anytime," Ellis said quietly. "Just say the word." "I'm okay." "Just, a lot of people." "There are. But you're here with me, and I'm here with you. We'll get through it together." They checked in at the registration table, where a volunteer Ellis recognized gave them a knowing smile. "Ellis. And you must be River. We've heard so much about you." River shot Ellis a look, and Ellis felt their face heat. "This is River. My partner." The word felt significant. Public. A claiming that went both ways. They grabbed drinks and found a relatively quiet corner to observe from. Within minutes, people started approaching, some Ellis knew well, some they only recognized from events. Everyone wanted to say hi, to thank Ellis for their work on the planning committee, to meet the mysterious partner. Ellis introduced River each time, watched as River shook hands and made polite conversation and looked slightly overwhelmed but handled it. "You're doing great," Ellis murmured during a brief lull. "I have no idea what I'm doing." "Nobody does. We're all just pretending." River laughed despite their nervousness, and Ellis felt something warm bloom in their chest. This could work. They could be Ellis the community organizer and Ellis the person in a relationship. Those things didn't have to be separate. Midway through the cocktail hour, June Alvarado appeared with her usual efficiency. "Ellis. I need to borrow you for 5 minutes. Silent auction logistics." Ellis glanced at River. "I'll be right back." "Okay. Go. I'll survive." Ellis followed June to the auction table, where there was a minor crisis about bid sheets and table numbers that took 15 minutes to resolve, not 5. When Ellis finally returned to where they'd left River, River wasn't there. Ellis's stomach dropped. They scanned the room, found River near the bar talking to someone Ellis recognized, Toby, the intern, who was gesturing enthusiastically about something. River looked engaged but not overwhelmed, and Ellis felt their anxiety ease slightly. They started to head over, then stopped. This was good. River making connections on their own. Ellis didn't need to hover. Except then someone else joined the conversation, Marcus, wearing what could only be described as a statement suit, all patterns and confidence. They said something that made River laugh, and Ellis felt a complicated mix of relief and something else. Not jealousy, exactly. More like fear that River was better at this than Ellis had given them credit for, and maybe Ellis's anxiety had been projection all along. Ellis was so focused on watching River that they didn't notice someone approaching until they spoke. Ellis Huang. Long time no see. Ellis turned to find someone they hadn't seen in over a year, Cameron Shin, director of the Downtown Youth Center, someone Ellis used to work with regularly before pulling back from community involvement. Cameron. Hi. Ellis accepted the hug. How are you? Good. Busy. The center's been growing. We've got a wait list for our programs now. Cameron studied Ellis. I've missed seeing you at events. You kind of disappeared. I needed some space. Things were getting overwhelming. I get that. This work can eat you alive if you let it. Cameron glanced across the room at River. Is that your person? River? Yeah. That's River. They seem nice. Nervous, but nice. Cameron smiled. It's good to see you happy, Ellis. You deserve that. The statement hit Ellis sideways. They deserve to be happy? Not productive or useful or helpful, happy. Thanks, Ellis managed. They talked for a few more minutes about the youth center, about programs Ellis might want to get involved with if they had the capacity, about the general chaos of nonprofit work. And then Cameron drifted away, and Ellis was alone again, watching River charm people without seeming to realize they were doing it. Dinner was called, and Ellis made their way to River's side. Hey. Sorry that took longer than expected. It's fine. I met some interesting people. River smiled. Toby told me about their TikTok strategy for the station. And Marcus invited us to a community potluck next month. They did? Ellis was surprised. That's good. Great, actually. You sound surprised. I am, a little. I thought you'd be hiding in a corner waiting for me to come back. River's expression shifted slightly. I'm nervous, but I'm not helpless, Ellis. I can talk to people. The word stung, even though River's tone was gentle. I didn't mean. I know. But maybe you're protecting me from things I don't need protecting from. River paused. I appreciate you looking out for me. But I also need you to trust that I can handle myself. Ellis felt their chest tighten. River was right. Ellis had been treating them like someone who needed constant support, constant guidance, when River had been doing just fine on their own. You're right. I'm sorry. I was projecting. It's okay. We're both learning. River took Ellis's hand under the table. But I need you to let me figure some things out on my own. Even if I mess up. Especially if I mess up. I can do that. Ellis squeezed their hand. I'll try to do that. Dinner was the usual fundraiser affair, mediocre catering, long speeches, the mechanical applause of people who genuinely cared but were also exhausted from caring. Ellis had given these speeches before, had sat through hundreds of them. The script was familiar. But halfway through the youth center director's remarks, Ellis felt River's hand tighten on theirs. You okay? Ellis whispered. Yeah. Just, the director's talking about kids who got kicked out by their families. It's hitting close. Ellis remembered the caller from a few weeks ago, sitting in a parking lot with their life in a trash bag. The familiar weight of other people's pain. We can step out if you need to. No. I want to hear it. It's important. River's jaw was set. I just need to feel it. Ellis understood that. The need to bear witness. To not look away from the hard things. They sat through the rest of the speeches hand in hand, and when the silent auction winners were announced and people started mingling again, River turned to Ellis and said, Can we go somewhere quiet for a minute? Yeah. Follow me. Ellis led them through a side door into a hallway that was blessedly empty and cool. They leaned against the wall, and River leaned next to them, close enough that their shoulders touched. That was intense, River said. Yeah. It is, every time. Ellis paused. Does it help? Hearing the impact of this work? Yes and no. It helps to know the center exists, that kids have somewhere to go. But it also makes me angry that they need it. That families would rather kick their kids out than accept them. I know. I feel that every time someone calls my show in crisis. The relief that I can help, the rage that I have to. River was quiet for a moment. How do you not burn out? Ellis almost laughed. Who says I don't? I'm basically one bad week away from complete collapse most of the time. That's not sustainable. I know. Ellis turned to face River. I'm working on it. Trying to figure out how to care without being consumed by it. You help with that. I do? Yeah. Being with you reminds me that I'm allowed to want things that aren't about being useful. That I can take up space just for myself. River's smile was soft. Good. Because you deserve that. Space and rest and happiness and all of it. Ellis kissed them, soft and careful, in the empty hallway of a fundraiser they'd probably spent too much money to attend. And for once, Ellis wasn't thinking about who might see or what they should be doing or whether they were being responsible enough. They were just here, with River, choosing this moment. When they pulled apart, River said, "Should we go back?" Probably. But I don't want to. Me either. River took Ellis's hand. But we're already here. Might as well make an appearance at the silent auction. They went back inside, and Ellis noticed something had shifted. The performance felt less necessary. When people approached them, Ellis introduced River but didn't feel the need to manage every interaction. River held their own, asked good questions, made connections. And when Ellis started to slip into educator mode, explaining something about community organizing, River caught their eye and smiled, and Ellis remembered to breathe. Remembered to be human. By the time they left around 10, Ellis felt wrung out but in a good way. Like they'd done something hard and survived it. River drove them home, and they sat in the car outside Ellis's building for a few minutes, not quite ready to say goodnight. "Thank you for tonight," Ellis said. "For what?" "For being there. For being yourself. For calling me out when I was being overprotective. That's what partners do, right? Show up. Be honest. Call each other on their shit with love. Right." Ellis leaned over and kissed River one more time. "Do you want to come up?" River hesitated. "I do. But I also think we should probably slow down. Make sure we're building something sustainable." Ellis appreciated that more than they could express. "You're right. Slow is good. Sunday though? Can I see you Sunday?" "Definitely. My place or yours?" "Yours. I'll bring brunch supplies." "Perfect." They kissed goodnight, and Ellis watched River drive away before heading inside. Their apartment felt less empty than usual, like River's presence had left something behind. Ellis got ready for bed and checked their phone. Text from Mariko, "How'd it go?" "Good. Really good. River was perfect." "And you didn't spiral into oblivion?" "Only a little. River called me out for being overprotective." "Good for them. I like them more and more." Ellis smiled and put the phone away. They should sleep, it was late, and they had their show tomorrow night, but they were too wired. Instead, they pulled out their laptop and did something they'd been avoiding for weeks. They searched for therapists. Specifically, therapists who specialized in LGBTQ+ clients and understood the particular pressures of community leadership. It was time. Past time, really. They found 3 who looked promising and bookmarked their pages. On Monday, they'd make calls. Schedule consultations. Do the work of taking care of themselves instead of just taking care of everyone else. It felt like progress. Small, uncertain progress, but progress nonetheless. Ellis fell asleep thinking about River's hands and the way they'd smiled across the fundraiser hall and the careful hope of building something honest together. Something sustainable. Something real. And for the first time in a long time, that felt like enough. Chapter 10, Building Current. River woke Sunday morning thinking about the fundraiser. Not the overwhelming parts, though there had been plenty of those. But the moment when Ellis had looked at them across the room and smiled, and River had felt seen. Actually seen. Not as the new person who needed guidance, but as someone capable of navigating complicated social situations on their own. That had felt good. Empowering in a way River hadn't expected. They got up and started preparing for brunch at Ellis's place. They'd promised to bring supplies, so they stopped at the good bakery downtown for fresh croissants and then the farmer's market for eggs and vegetables and the kind of fancy orange juice that made them feel like an adult with their life together. By the time they knocked on Ellis's door at 10 a.m., they were carrying 2 bags of groceries and feeling only moderately anxious about cooking in someone else's kitchen. Ellis answered in soft flannel pajama pants and an old t-shirt, hair messy from sleep, glasses slightly askew. They looked comfortable and domestic and River wanted to kiss them immediately. "Morning," Ellis said, taking one of the bags. "You brought the whole store." "I got excited about the farmer's market. There were fresh herbs." "You're adorable." River felt heat creep up their neck. "I'm really not." "You are. Come in. Kitchen's yours." Ellis's kitchen was small but well organized, everything in its place, the kind of space that reflected the person who lived there. River set up their ingredients while Ellis made coffee, and they fell into an easy rhythm, River cooking, Ellis watching and occasionally handing over utensils or ingredients. "I didn't know you could cook," Ellis said. "I'm decent at breakfast. Luz taught me. She said if I was going to live alone, I needed to be able to feed myself properly." River whisked eggs in a bowl. "What about you? You said you could heat things up competently." "That's about the extent of it. My parents tried to teach me, but I was always more interested in other things. Music. Books. Anything that wasn't domestic labor." "Did that cause tension?" Ellis leaned against the counter, coffee mug in hand. "A little. My mom had very specific ideas about what her daughter should be able to do. And when I came out as non-binary, it got complicated. Like she'd lost not just the daughter she expected but also all the traditional markers of what that meant." River added vegetables to the pan, letting them sizzle. "My mom's still waiting for me to go back to being her daughter. She thinks this is a phase. Or a mental health crisis. Or American individualism corrupting traditional values." "Does she say that?" "Not directly. But I can see it. The way she looks at me. The way she still calls me Marisol even though Luz corrects her every single time." River flipped the omelet with more force than necessary. "I'm tired of waiting for her to accept me. But I also don't want to lose her entirely." Ellis moved closer, wrapped their arms around River from behind. "You shouldn't have to choose between being yourself and having a relationship with your mother. That's not fair. A lot of things aren't fair." River leaned back into the embrace. "But I'm learning to accept what is instead of what should be." They stood like that for a moment, Ellis's chin resting on River's shoulder, before the timer went off and River had to finish the omelet. They ate at Ellis's small table by the window, sunlight streaming in, and talked about easy things. The theater project timeline. River's work schedule. Ellis's tentative plan to start looking for a therapist. "That's good," River said. "I've been thinking about it too. Finding someone who gets the non-binary thing. We could look together. If you want." "I'd like that." After breakfast, they cleaned up together, and then Ellis said, "I have something I want to show you." They led River to a corner of the living room where an old record player sat on a shelf, surrounded by vinyl albums carefully organized in milk crates. "I didn't know you collected vinyl," River said. "I don't really. These were my grandfather's. He died when I was in college, and I inherited his collection." Ellis pulled out an album with a worn cover. "He used to play these for me when I was a kid. Jazz, mostly. Miles Davis, John Coltrane, Billie Holiday. That's beautiful. I haven't listened to them in years. I keep meaning to, but..." Ellis trailed off. "It feels too intimate. Too much feeling." River understood that instinct. The fear of being overwhelmed by emotion. "Want to listen now? Together?" Ellis looked at them for a long moment, then nodded. "Yeah. I think I do." They put on Miles Davis, Kind of Blue, and sat on the couch close together, letting the music fill the space. River watched Ellis's face, saw the emotions flickering there, grief, nostalgia, something tender. He was the first person I came out to, Ellis said quietly. Before my parents, before Mariko, before anyone. I was 20, home from college for the holidays, and I just told him that I didn't think I was a woman. That I didn't know what I was, but I knew it wasn't that. What did he say? He said, okay. What do you need from me? Just like that. No questions about if I was sure or if I'd thought it through. Just acceptance. Ellis's voice was thick. He died 6 months later. Heart attack. And I never got to tell him how much that moment meant to me. River pulled Ellis closer, let them rest their head on River's shoulder. I think he knew. The people who really love us, they know. Maybe. Ellis was quiet for a moment. I don't talk about him much. It still hurts. You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. I want to. With you. I want you to know the people who shaped me. Ellis sat up slightly to look at River. He would have liked you. He was an electrician too. Union. Worked on commercial buildings his whole life. River felt something warm bloom in their chest. Yeah. Yeah. He had this thing about doing work that mattered. About making things that would outlast him. Ellis smiled, sad but genuine. You remind me of him. The way you talk about your work. The care you put into it. That's a big compliment. I mean it. They listened to the rest of the album in comfortable silence, and when it ended, Ellis got up to flip it over. But instead of sitting back down on the couch, they held out their hand to River. Dance with me? River blinked. I don't really know how to dance. Neither do I. That's the point. River took Ellis's hand and let themselves be pulled to standing. They swayed together in the middle of Ellis's living room, awkward and perfect, holding each other while Miles Davis played on vinyl older than either of them. This is nice, River said. Yeah. It is. I'm falling for you, you know. Pretty hard. Ellis pulled back just enough to meet River's eyes. Yeah. Yeah. And it scares me. Because I still don't know what I'm doing, and I'm probably going to mess this up, and I don't want to hurt you. River. Ellis cupped their face gently. You're not going to hurt me by being uncertain. You're going to hurt me if you stop being honest about it. So keep telling me when you're scared. Keep telling me when you're struggling. Don't hide it to protect me. I can do that. Good. Because I'm falling for you too. And I'm scared too. But I think maybe that's how you know it's real. River kissed them, soft and slow, and felt something settle in their chest. Not certainty, they'd probably never have certainty. But willingness. The choice to keep showing up even when it was hard. They spent the rest of the afternoon on Ellis's couch, alternating between conversation and comfortable silence, listening to more of Ellis's grandfather's records. River told Ellis about their own family, about the aunts and uncles who still didn't understand, about the cousins who were trying but didn't always get it right. And Ellis told River about the pressure of being the first in their family to come out, about carrying the weight of representation, about the exhaustion of being everyone's guide. I'm tired of being the expert, Ellis admitted. I just want to be a person. Messy and uncertain and figuring it out. You can be that with me. I know. That's what makes this so scary. You give me permission to not know everything. Because I don't know everything either. We're both learning. Together. Together. Around 5, River's phone buzzed. Text from Luz, dinner this week? Marcus wants to meet your partner. River showed Ellis the message. My sister wants to have dinner. With you. No pressure if that's too much too soon. Ellis smiled. I'd like to meet your sister. She sounds important to you. She is. She's been my biggest supporter. Even when she doesn't fully understand, she tries. Then I'd love to meet her. River texted back, Thursday work? I'll check with Ellis. Luz's response was immediate, perfect. 6:30 at our place. Can't wait. Thursday at 6:30, River told Ellis. Fair warning, Luz is going to ask you a million questions and probably cry at some point because she's emotional about everything. That sounds lovely, actually. River looked at Ellis, sitting on their couch in comfortable clothes with messy hair and open expression, and felt something shift. This was real. They were building something together. Meeting each other's people. Making space in their lives. It was terrifying and perfect. I should probably head out soon, River said reluctantly. I have an early job site tomorrow. Okay. But before you go, Ellis stood and went to their bedroom, returning with a book. I want you to have this. River took it. Gender Outlaw by Kate Bornstein. The same book River had at home, highlighted and dog-eared from multiple readings. You already have this one, don't you? Ellis said. Yeah. I've read it 3 times. I know. You mentioned it. But this is my copy. From when I first came out. I wanted you to have it. So you can see that I highlighted the same passages you probably did. That we were asking the same questions, just at different times. River flipped through the book, saw Ellis's notes in the margins, the passages underlined in purple pen. Ellis, this is, I can't take your book. I want you to have it. I want you to know that being new doesn't mean being behind. It just means you're at a different place in the same journey. Ellis paused. And I want you to have something of mine. Something that matters. River felt their throat get tight. Thank you. This means a lot. They kissed goodbye at the door, neither wanting to let go, until Ellis finally said, Go. Before we do something impulsive like spend the entire night together. Would that be bad? No. But I want to do this right. Which means taking our time. River appreciated that. Wanted the same thing. Thursday at Luz's. I'll pick you up. Perfect. River drove home with the book on their passenger seat and Ellis's music still playing in their head. When they got home, they immediately compared their copy of Gender Outlaw with Ellis's, and their heart did something complicated when they saw how many of the same passages they'd both marked. I don't call myself a woman, and I know I'm not a man. I don't fit either category. Both of them had underlined that. Both of them had put stars in the margin. River took a photo of the matching pages and sent it to Ellis. We highlighted the same parts. Ellis's response came immediately, of course we did. We're asking the same questions. Just at different times. Exactly. River set both books on their nightstand and got ready for bed. They had work tomorrow, and Ellis had their radio show, and life would keep moving forward the way it always did. But now they were moving through it together. Building something sustainable and honest and real. River fell asleep thinking about Ellis's hands and the way they danced and the careful hope of having someone who understood not just where River was, but where they'd been. Someone who saw them. Actually saw them. And that felt like everything. Thursday arrived with cold rain and the particular anxiety that came from introducing your partner to your family. River picked Ellis up at 6, and they drove to Luz's house through heavy traffic, both of them nervous for different reasons. What if they don't like me? Ellis asked. They'll like you. Luz has been excited about this all week. She wants to meet the person who makes me smile. I make you smile? All the time. It's kind of annoying. Ellis laughed, and River felt some of their tension ease. This would be fine. Luz was supportive. Marcus was easygoing. The kids were kids. It would be fine. Except when they walked into Luz's house, their mother was there. River stopped short in the doorway. Mom. I didn't know you'd be here. Carmen Castellanos stood in the kitchen with Luz, both of them preparing food, and the look on Luz's face was apologetic. She mouthed I'm sorry over their mother's head. Mija, Carmen said, then caught herself. I brought tamales. Your sister said you were bringing someone. River felt Ellis's hand find theirs, a grounding touch. Yeah. This is Ellis. Ellis, this is my mother, Carmen, and my sister Luz. It's so nice to meet you both, Ellis said, warm and genuine. Thank you for having me. Carmen studied Ellis with the particular intensity of a mother assessing her child's partner. River could see her taking in the details, Ellis's androgynous presentation, the careful way they held themselves, the fact that River had introduced them without gender markers. You work with Carmen stopped, clearly struggling with the pronoun. With River? I do. We're both working on the Cottonwood Theater restoration. River's doing incredible work on the electrical systems. It was a deflection, and they all knew it. But it was also kind. Ellis wasn't pushing, wasn't demanding Carmen acknowledge them as River's partner. Just letting the connection exist without forcing labels. Luz saved them by announcing dinner was ready, and they all moved to the table. Marcus joined them, Luz's husband, easygoing and warm, who shook Ellis's hand and asked about the theater project with genuine interest. The kids, Mia and Daniel, peppered Ellis with questions about radio and whether they'd ever met anyone famous and could they come to the station sometime. Ellis answered patiently, engaging with them in a way that made River's chest warm. But throughout dinner, River felt their mother's eyes on them. On Ellis. On the way River's hand found Ellis's under the table. On the quiet intimacy of shared glances and inside jokes. After dinner, while Luz and Marcus were putting the kids to bed, Carmen cornered River in the kitchen. So this is serious, she said. Not a question. Yes. It is. And you're happy? River met their mother's eyes. Very happy. Carmen was quiet for a long moment. Then, carefully, they seem nice. Respectful. They are. This is what you want? This life? River took a breath. This isn't a life, Mom. This is my life. The only one I have. And yes, this is what I want. Ellis is what I want. Being myself is what I want. I don't understand it. I know. But you don't have to understand it to respect it. Carmen's face did something complicated, grief, acceptance, love, loss, all tangled together. You're my child. I want you to be happy. I am happy. Happier than I've ever been. Then I will try. To understand. To use the right words. Carmen's voice shook slightly. It's hard for me. The change. I know it's hard. But Mom, I didn't change. I just stopped pretending to be someone I wasn't. Ellis appeared in the doorway, clearly checking on River. Everything okay? Yeah. River looked at their mother. Mom, Ellis is my partner. We're together. And I need you to try to be okay with that. Carmen looked at Ellis, then back at River. Then she did something River didn't expect, she nodded. Okay, she said quietly. I will try. It wasn't acceptance. Not yet. But it was something. A willingness to try. And right now, that felt like enough. Later, driving Ellis home, River was quiet. You okay? Ellis asked. Yeah. Just processing. My mom said she'd try. That's more than I expected. That's good, right? It's complicated. But yeah. It's good. River glanced over at Ellis. Thank you for tonight. For being there. For being patient with my family. Your family is lovely. And your mom is trying. That's not nothing. No. It's not nothing. Chapter 11, Amplification. POV, Ellis. The radio station smells the same as it always has, old coffee, electrical warmth, the faint mustiness of soundproofing foam that's been absorbing voices for 3 decades. Ellis adjusts their headphones, watches the levels dance across the monitor, and tries to ignore the fact that River is sitting in the corner of the booth. Not in an intrusive way. River's just there, occupying the worn leather chair that Mariko usually claims during late-night sessions, watching with that focused attention they bring to everything. Ellis has been performing for 12 years, on air, in community panels, at pride events where they're inevitably asked to explain non-binary identity to well-meaning strangers for the 1000th time. They know how to be watched. This feels different. After hours with Ellis, you're on the air. The caller is young, maybe 19, voice uncertain in that way Ellis recognizes immediately. They're calling about pronouns, about a partner who keeps messing up, about whether it's worth the fight. Ellis leans into the familiar rhythm. Here's the thing about pronouns, they're not extra credit. They're basic respect. If your partner cares about you, they'll work on it. Messing up once in a while? Human. Refusing to try? That's a choice. They can feel River's eyes on them. Not judging, just present. Ellis continues, walking the caller through setting boundaries, offering the same resources they've shared hundreds of times. When they disconnect, another caller is already queued up. It's a good show. Ellis knows this objectively. The calls are thoughtful, their responses are measured and helpful, the music selections transition smoothly. At 1:47 a.m., they cue up a Phoebe Bridgers track and lean back in their chair. You're good at that, River says quietly. Ellis removes their headphones, lets them rest around their neck. At what? Making people feel heard. Like their questions matter, even the ones you've probably answered 100 times. Part of the job. Ellis tries for light, but it comes out brittle. River shifts in the chair, and Ellis becomes hyper-aware of the space between them, maybe 6 feet, close enough to notice that River's wearing the green flannel they'd worn on their third date, the one that makes their eyes look warmer. Is it, though? River asks. The job? Or is it just, you? Ellis busies themselves with the soundboard, adjusting levels that don't need adjusting. I don't know what you mean. I think you do. The Phoebe Bridgers track has another 2 minutes. Ellis focuses on the time remaining, watches the seconds tick down. They've never been good with silence when it means something. Ellis. They look up. River's expression is gentle, open in a way that makes Ellis's chest tight. Do you ever get to just be you? River asks. Without the performance? The words land like a slap. Ellis's hand's still on the soundboard. It's not a performance. It's my job. I'm not talking about the show. I'm talking about. River gestures, searching for words. You walked me through that whole panel on queer labor organizing last week. You answered questions for 2 hours straight, stayed late to talk to people one-on-one. Then we got in your car and you were exhausted. Like, bone-tired. But the whole drive home, you kept talking about what you could have said better. So I'm invested in my work. That's a bad thing? No. But you do it with me too, sometimes. I ask you how you're doing, and you give me the NPR answer. The one you'd give to anyone. Ellis stands, paces to the window overlooking the parking lot. 3 cars, all belonging to the overnight crew. The sodium lights cast everything in amber. You're reading too much into this. Am I? Yes. I'm tired tonight. Long day. River doesn't respond immediately. When Ellis chances a glance back, River's leaning forward, elbows on knees, watching them with that steady attention that Ellis is beginning to associate with feeling seen in ways they're not sure they want. Okay, River says finally. Maybe I am. The Phoebe Bridgers track is ending. Ellis should cue the next caller, keep the show moving. Instead, they find themselves saying, "You think I'm fake?" River's head snaps up. What? No. Ellis, that's not. It's fine. I get it. The whole wise queer elder thing gets old. That's not what I meant at all. River stands, takes a half step closer, then seems to think better of it. I think you're careful. There's a difference. Careful. Ellis tests the word, finds it wanting. Yeah. Like you've learned exactly what to say to make people comfortable. To give them what they need. But I don't. River trails off, runs a hand through their hair. It's still tied back, but a few strands have escaped. I don't need you to make me comfortable. I just want to know what you're actually thinking. Feeling. Ellis's jaw tightens. You know what I'm feeling. Do I? The next caller is queued up. The board shows their line blinking, waiting. Ellis should take the call. They should smile at River, make a joke, defuse this like they defuse everything. Instead, they hear themselves say, I don't know how to turn it off. River goes still. What? The educator thing. The having answers thing. I don't know how to turn it off. Ellis grips the edge of the desk, knuckles whitening. Everyone needs me to have my shit together. To know what to say, how to say it. If I don't have the answers, then what's the point of me? Ellis. You should go. I need to finish the show. River doesn't move. I'm not leaving when you're upset. I'm not upset. I'm working. Ellis. Please. The word comes out smaller than Ellis intends. I just need to do the show. River studies them for a long moment. Then, quietly, okay. I'll wait in the break room. When River closes the door behind them, Ellis takes the next call. Their voice is steady, professional, perfectly calibrated. The caller wants advice about coming out at work. Ellis gives it, citations and all. They don't mention that their hands are shaking. The show ends at 3 a.m. Ellis wraps up with their standard sign-off. Remember, you're doing better than you think. Stay safe, stay loud, and I'll catch you tomorrow night, and kills the broadcast. The station is quiet. Down the hall, they can hear the overnight board op talking to someone, probably Toby, who never seems to sleep. Ellis should gather their things, should go home and sleep for 4 hours before their afternoon meeting with the grant committee. Instead, they find themselves walking to the break room. River's there, scrolling through their phone, a cold coffee from the machine sitting untouched beside them. They look up when Ellis enters, expression carefully neutral. Hey. Hey. Ellis leans against the doorframe. The fluorescent lights buzz overhead, making everything feel slightly unreal. I'm sorry. For what? For being. Ellis gestures vaguely. For snapping at you. You were right. River sets their phone down. I wasn't trying to pick a fight. I know. Ellis moves into the room, pulls out the chair across from River. The break room table is scarred with years of coffee rings and doodles. Someone carved KQRZ or die into one corner. I'm not good at this. At what? At letting people see me struggle. At being anything other than put together. Ellis traces one of the coffee rings with their index finger. I've been doing this for so long, being the person people come to for answers, that I forget how to not be that. River reaches across the table, stops just short of touching Ellis's hand. Can I ask you something? Yeah. When's the last time you let yourself not know something? Ellis opens their mouth. Closes it. Opens it again. I don't know. There you go. River's smile is soft, sad. That's all I'm asking for. Not the perfect answer. Just the real one. Ellis looks at their hands, River's work roughened, their own softer, both resting on the scarred table. I don't know how to do that with you. Why not? Because you deserve better than my mess. You deserve someone who has their shit together, who knows how to be a partner, who doesn't. Ellis stops, swallows hard. Who doesn't need to perform certainty because they're actually certain. River is quiet for a long moment. Then, Ellis, I came out 18 months ago. I spent 20 years of my adult life trying to figure out why nothing felt right. I read 47 books on queer theory in the past year because I was terrified I was doing everything wrong. You think I need you to be certain? You seem certain. I'm really not. River finally closes the distance, covers Ellis's hand with their own. The touch is warm, solid, real. I think maybe we're both really good at pretending we know what we're doing. Ellis lets out a breath that might be a laugh. Yeah. Yeah. They sit there, hands linked across the break room table, while the fluorescent lights hum their off-key song. Ellis can hear Toby laughing at something in the hallway, the distant rumble of the overnight freight train that passes through downtown every night at 3:15. I want to try, Ellis says finally. With you. I want to try being less careful. Less performed. I don't know if I'll be good at it. I don't need you to be good at it. I just need you to try. Ellis turns their hand palm up, laces their fingers with River's. Okay. Okay? Yeah. Okay. Ellis manages a real smile, the kind that feels like it costs something. But you have to be patient with me. I'm going to fuck it up. I'm going to fuck it up too. Then we'll fuck it up together. River's laugh is quiet, relieved. They stand, pulling Ellis up with them. Come on. Let me drive you home. You look exhausted. I'm fine. Ellis. Right. Not doing that anymore. Ellis grabs their jacket from the back of the chair. I'm tired as hell and I really want to go home. See? Was that so hard? Excruciating. Liar. They walk out together, River's hand warm in Ellis's. Outside, the February air is sharp and clean. The parking lot is empty except for their 2 cars, parked side by side under the amber lights. I'll follow you, River says. Make sure you get home safe. Ellis wants to protest that it's not necessary, that they've driven this route 1,000 times, that River doesn't need to go out of their way. Instead, they squeeze River's hand. Thanks. They separate to their cars. Ellis slides into the driver's seat, starts the engine, and watches in the rearview mirror as River does the same. Their headlights wash over Ellis's car, steady and sure. Ellis pulls out of the lot and River follows. Through downtown, past the closed diners and the 24-hour convenience stores, down the familiar streets that lead to Ellis's apartment. The whole drive, River's headlights are there in the mirror. Constant. Present. When Ellis pulls into their parking spot, River pulls up beside them. They both kill their engines, climb out into the cold. You good? River asks. Ellis thinks about lying, about deflecting, about giving the easy answer. Instead, they say, I'm scared. This thing with us, it's getting serious, and I'm scared I'm going to mess it up. River steps closer. I'm scared too. Yeah? Terrified. But I want to try anyway. Ellis closes the distance between them, lets their forehead rest against River's. This close, they can see the way River's eyes reflect the parking lot lights, the faint scar through their left eyebrow, the genuine affection in their expression. Stay? Ellis asks. Just to sleep. I don't want to be alone tonight. Yeah. I can do that. They climb the stairs to Ellis's apartment together. Inside, Ellis doesn't turn on the main lights, just a lamp by the window that makes everything soft and warm. They move through the familiar routine, shoes off, jackets hung up, River borrowing sweatpants and a t-shirt that are too small on their broader frame. In bed, they fit together like they've done this before, like they're learning a language they both somehow already know. River's arm around Ellis's waist, Ellis's back against River's chest, breathing synchronized in the dark. Thank you, Ellis whispers. For calling me out tonight. For not letting me hide. River presses a kiss to Ellis's shoulder. Thank you for letting me in. Ellis wants to say more, wants to articulate the specific terror and relief of being seen, wants to explain the years of armor and why it's so hard to set it down. Instead, they lace their fingers with River's, hold on tight. We're going to be okay, River murmurs against Ellis's neck. Right? It's the question, the real one. Not the one that expects the educator answer, the wisdom, the certainty. It's the question that expects honesty. I don't know, Ellis says. But I want to find out. River's arm tightens around them. Me too. Outside, the city settles into the deepest part of night. Inside, Ellis closes their eyes and lets themselves be held. No performance, no answers, no armor. Just this. Just them. Just the terrifying, exhilarating truth of not knowing, together. For the first time in longer than Ellis can remember, it's enough. Chapter 12, Tuning In. POV, River. The Cottonwood Theater's electrical panel is a work of art, in its way. Not the way it looks now, a rat's nest of outdated wiring and code violations that makes River's teeth ache, but the way it will look when they're done. River can see it, clean copper runs, proper grounding, every circuit labeled and logged. It's 3 months into the restoration, and they're exactly halfway through the timeline. Right on schedule. River tries not to read too much into the metaphor. How's it looking? River glances over their shoulder to find June Alvarado standing in the doorway, tablet tucked under one arm. The project manager has a way of appearing silently, like a particularly efficient ghost. Good. We're replacing the main service panel this week, then we can start on the individual circuits. River gestures to the junction box they're currently mapping. Found some knob and tube wiring in the walls, but we expected that. The building's bones are solid. And the timeline? Still on track for the May completion date. June nods, makes a note on her tablet. Ellis mentioned you're organizing something? A meetup? River feels heat creep up their neck. It still feels strange, people knowing about the Cottonwood crew. Knowing about River's involvement in queer spaces. A year and a half out, and they're still not used to existing visibly. Yeah. Monthly thing, for LGBTQ+ folks in the trades. Electricians, plumbers, carpenters. People who work with their hands. That's good work, June says. Important. Let me know if you need space. We've got the theater's community room available once we're further along. Really? Really. Part of our mission is supporting queer community infrastructure. Can't think of a better fit. June gives River a rare smile. Also, Ellis has been insufferably proud of you all week. They mentioned it on their show 3 times. River's face is definitely red now. They did? Very cute. Very gross. June's smile widens. Keep up the good work, Castellanos. Both here and with the organizing. She leaves before River can formulate a response. River turns back to the junction box, but their mind is elsewhere. Ellis, talking about them on the radio. Being proud. The thought sits warm in River's chest. Their phone buzzes. Ellis, still good for tonight? Mariko wants to know if I'm bringing my devastatingly competent partner to dinner. River smiles, types back, tell Mariko I'm only moderately competent. Don't want to oversell. Ellis, too late. I've already been bragging about you for 20 minutes. She's threatening to uninvite me. River, I'll be there. 7. Ellis, perfect. Can't wait to see you. River pockets their phone, picks up their voltage tester. The junction box isn't going to rewire itself. But as they work, they find themselves thinking about tonight. About the fact that, can't wait to see you, has become a normal thing to say. That they have plans that extend beyond work and obligation. That somewhere along the line, Ellis has become woven into the fabric of their daily life. It should be terrifying. Mostly, it's just true. The Cottonwood crew meets at a dive bar called the Copper Wire, which B insists is either the perfect name or the worst name for a meetup of electricians. Tonight's the 4th meeting, and the first one that Ellis helped promote on their show. River arrives early, claims their usual table in the back. The bar is exactly what it needs to be, dim, cheap, and blessedly unconcerned with gentrification. The bartender, a woman in her 60s with spectacular tattoos, knows River's order by now. Your people are starting to show up, she says, sliding River's beer across the bar. Good crowd tonight. River turns to see Harlow pushing through the door, B and Jimena right behind them. But there are others too, people River doesn't recognize. A person in coveralls with a union patch. Someone with carpenter's pencils stuck in their hair. A tall woman with concrete dust still on her boots. River. Harlow waves, navigates through the growing crowd. They're wearing their usual uniform of Carhartt and flannel, dark hair pulled into a messy bun. Dude, there's like 15 people here. What did you do? Ellis mentioned it on their show. River stands, suddenly nervous. They'd planned for maybe 8 people. The table they reserved isn't big enough. The radio show? B appears, looking impressed. She's cut her hair since last month, shaved on the sides. That's how I heard about it. Didn't realize you were dating local queer celebrity Ellis Huang. They're not a celebrity, River protests, but BEA's already moving to help consolidate tables. Jimena joins them, smelling like metal and sweat from an afternoon welding session. This is amazing, River. Look at everyone. River does look. The bar's back section is filling up with people who work in construction, in manufacturing, in restoration. People with tool belts and work boots and confident hands. People who, like River, probably spent years not quite fitting anywhere. Okay, River says, loud enough to cut through the chatter. Thanks everyone for coming. For those who are new, I'm River. This is it's just a space. For us. No agenda, no speeches. Just a chance to hang out with other queer folks who understand what it's like to work in the trades. Do we go around and introduce ourselves, someone asks. If you want. Or just talk to whoever's nearby. There's no rules. River realizes they're rubbing the back of their neck, forces their hand down. Seriously. This is supposed to be easy. The group disperses naturally, people gravitating toward the bar or toward each other. River watches Harlow explain their carpentry apprenticeship to a woman who does HVAC work. Watches B compare tattoos with someone who installs solar panels. Watches the space fill with exactly what River hoped it would be, connection without performance. You look proud of yourself. River turns to find Ellis standing there, holding 2 beers. They're wearing jeans and a dark green Henley that River knows is soft as hell, hair swept back and glasses slightly askew. You came, River says stupidly. You invited me. Ellis hands River one of the beers. And I wanted to see what you built. I didn't build anything. People just showed up. River. You created a space where people felt safe enough to show up. That's building something. Ellis leans against the wall beside River, close enough that their shoulders touch. This is incredible. River watches the crowd, their crowd, and feels something shift in their chest. Pride, maybe. Or just the simple recognition that they did this. Not by following someone else's blueprint, not by reading the right books or saying the right things. Just by showing up and making space. Hey, Ellis says quietly. You okay? Yeah. Just thinking. About? River considers deflecting, giving an easy answer. But they're trying to do better at that. About how I spent so long thinking I was behind. Too late, too uncertain, too new. But maybe there's no timeline for this stuff. Ellis is quiet for a moment. Then they reach over, lace their fingers through River's. I learned from watching you. River laughs. You literally have a radio show about queer issues. I learned everything from you. No. Ellis squeezes their hand. You showed me what it looks like to build community because you need it, not because you're supposed to be an expert at it. You just did the thing. I'm still trying to figure out how to do that. Ellis. I mean it. Ellis looks at River, expression serious. You were incredible tonight. I just booked a table and showed up. Exactly. Ellis bumps their shoulder against River's. You showed up. Harlow calls River over to settle a debate about whether duct tape has legitimate uses or is a sign of moral failure. Ellis releases River's hand with a smile that says go, do your thing, and River moves into the crowd. The next 2 hours pass in a blur of conversations. River talks electrical code with a person who works in industrial settings. Shares horror stories about finding live knob and tube with someone who does historic renovations. Exchanges numbers with 3 different people who want to collaborate on projects. At one point, they look across the bar and catch Ellis watching them with an expression River can't quite read. Soft, maybe. Or proud. Or both. When the crowd finally starts thinning around 11, River finds themselves at the bar with B and Jimena, tired in the good way. So that's your person, huh? B nods toward Ellis, who's deep in conversation with Harlow about union organizing. The radio host. Yeah. River takes a pull from their beer. That's them. You look happy, Jimena observes. Different than last month. Last month, River had been spiraling about whether they were too new at being queer, too uncertain, too behind. Last month, they'd been reading relationship advice blogs at 2 a.m. and catastrophizing about every interaction. I am happy, River says, and realizes it's true. Terrified, but happy. Good combination, B says. Means you give a shit. Ellis appears at River's elbow, checks their phone. I should head out, early meeting tomorrow. Walk me to my car? River nods, says goodbye to the crew with promises to see them next month. Outside, the February air is brutal, wind cutting through River's jacket. Ellis shivers, and River instinctively pulls them closer. Thank you for coming tonight, River says as they walk toward the parking lot. Thank you for inviting me. It was really special, River. Watching you facilitate that space. Ellis stops beside their car, turns to face River. Can I tell you something? Always. I'm jealous. A little. Ellis laughs at River's surprised expression. Not in a bad way. But you built that from scratch. You saw a need and you filled it, and you didn't worry about whether you were qualified or whether you had the right credentials. You just did it. I worried a lot, actually. But you did it anyway. That's the part I'm jealous of. Ellis reaches up, brushes a strand of hair off River's forehead. I spend so much time performing expertise that I forget what it's like to just try something because it matters. River catches Ellis's hand, holds it against their cheek. You try things. Not like you do. Different doesn't mean worse. Ellis's smile is small, genuine. See? This is what I mean. You always know the right thing to say. I really don't. I just. River searches for words. I'm just saying what's true. That's the trick, isn't it? Ellis's thumb strokes River's cheekbone. Just saying what's true. They stand there in the parking lot, cold wind whipping around them, and River thinks about truth. About how they spent years not knowing their own, then years terrified they were doing it wrong. About how Ellis makes them want to risk the truth, even when it's uncertain. Come home with me, River says. Yeah. Yeah. We don't have to do anything. I just want you there. Ellis's expression softens into something River is learning to recognize as affection. Real affection, not the careful kind. Okay. Let me follow you. At River's apartment, they move through a routine that's becoming familiar. Coats off, shoes by the door, River putting the kettle on while Ellis claims their spot on the couch. The space feels different with Ellis in it. Warmer. More complete. River makes tea, Ellis's favorite, the bergamot one they always request, and joins them on the couch. They sit close, Ellis's feet tucked under River's thigh, comfortable silence settling over them. Can I ask you something? River says after a while. Always. Are you happy? With this? With us? Ellis sets their mug on the coffee table, turns to face River fully. Why are you asking? River shrugs, trying for casual and probably missing. Just thinking. About the meetup tonight, about building something sustainable. Wondering if if it feels sustainable to you. River. Ellis takes River's hand, that same gesture that's becoming their thing. I'm falling in love with you. Is that sustainable enough? The words hit River like a physical thing. They open their mouth, close it, try again. You're what? Falling in love with you. I thought you knew. No. I mean, I hoped, but, River stops, takes a breath. Their heart is doing something complicated in their chest. I'm falling in love with you too. Ellis's smile is blinding. Yeah. I think I have been for a while. How long is a while? River thinks about it. About the first time they saw Ellis at the grant meeting, all sharp competence and careful control. About the night at the diner when Ellis let their armor slip. About this morning, waking up with Ellis warm against them, fitting like they'd always been there. Since you told me about being tired. The real kind of tired, not the NPR kind. Ellis laughs, the sound surprised and delighted. That's so specific. I'm an electrician. I like specific. I'm falling in love with you because you're pedantic about honesty? Is that weird? It's perfect. Ellis shifts closer, cups River's face in both hands. You're perfect. This is terrifying and perfect and I don't want to be anywhere else. River kisses them then, slow and deep and honest. Ellis makes a soft sound against their mouth, fingers threading through River's hair. When they break apart, River rests their forehead against Ellis's, breathing hard. I'm scared, River admits. That this is too good. That I'm going to mess it up. I'm scared too. Ellis's hands settle on River's shoulders. But I want to try anyway. With you. They end up tangled together on the couch, talking until River's voice gets rough and Ellis starts yawning. They talk about families and fear and the specific terror of being seen. They talk about the theater restoration and Ellis's upcoming panel on queer media. They talk about nothing and everything, the way new lovers do when every word feels like discovery. Around 2 a.m., Ellis yawns so wide their jaw cracks. I should let you sleep. Or you could stay. River's hand finds the small of Ellis's back. The bed's more comfortable than the couch. Ellis searches River's face for something. Whatever they find makes them nod. Okay. Yeah. I'd like that. In bed, they fit together differently than they had at Ellis's apartment. River's bed is bigger, the sheets softer, the room darker. Ellis curls against River's side, head on their chest, hands splayed over their heart. River? Thank you. For tonight. For building something beautiful and letting me witness it. River presses a kiss to the top of Ellis's head. Thank you for showing up. Always. River feels it then, not certainty, exactly, but something close. The sense that they're building something sustainable, something real. Not because they have all the answers or because they're following the right timeline, but because they keep showing up. Because they keep choosing each other, fear and all. Ellis's breathing evens out, body going heavy with sleep. River stays awake a little longer, listening to the city sounds through the window, feeling Ellis's heartbeat against their ribs. This is real, they think. This is mine. This is ours. The thought should terrify them. Instead, it feels like coming home. River closes their eyes and lets themselves fall. Chapter 13, Crossed Wires. POV, Ellis. The text comes in at 2:47 p.m., while Ellis is in the middle of editing a segment about housing discrimination. River, Mom called. She wants to have dinner. With me. To talk. Ellis stares at the screen, reads it 3 times. River's mentioned their mother exactly twice in the 3.5 months they've been seeing each other. Both times, River's jaw had gone tight and the conversation had shifted quickly to safer ground. Ellis, that's good, right? That she wants to talk. 3 dots appear, disappear, appear again. Finally. River, I don't know. Maybe. Probably not. Ellis, want to call? River, can't. At work. Just needed to tell someone. Ellis, I'm here. Whatever you need. The dots appear and disappear twice more, then nothing. Ellis sets their phone down, tries to focus on the audio levels, but their mind keeps drifting to River. To the careful way they'd talked about their family, Luz, who tries so hard it sometimes hurts, their father, who died when River was 19, their mother, who loves them but doesn't understand. Who doesn't know River is non-binary? Who still calls River by their dead name, who still says, my daughter, when she talks about them to extended family. Ellis's phone stays silent for the rest of the afternoon. River shows up at Ellis's apartment at 7:30, looking wrung out. They're still in their work clothes, smudges of drywall dust on their jeans, hair escaping from its tie. Hey. Ellis steps aside to let them in. You okay? Do you have any articles? River asks without preamble. About coming out to parents? Specifically about being non-binary when your family is religious? Ellis blinks. Yeah. I have, let me grab my laptop. And scripts. Do you have scripts? Like, specific things I could say? River paces Ellis's living room, hands shoved in their pockets. I need to do this right. I can't mess this up. River, slow down. Ellis catches their arm gently. What happened? My mom wants to have dinner next week. Luz convinced her to actually listen for once, to try to understand why things are different now. River's words tumble out fast, tripping over each other. But I don't know what to say. How do I explain non-binary to a woman who still thinks being gay is a sin? How do I make her understand when I barely understand it myself sometimes? Ellis's chest tightens. This is familiar territory, the questions, the panic, the desperate need for the right words that will make everything make sense. They've fielded versions of this call hundreds of times on their show. Okay, Ellis says, shifting into educator mode without thinking. First, it's important to remember that you can't control how she reacts. You can only control how you present the information. Right. Okay. So how do I present it? Let me pull up some resources. Ellis opens their laptop, navigates to the folder they've built over years of having this exact conversation. There's a great PFLAG guide that breaks down non-binary identity in really accessible language. And I have this script from a workshop I did last year that walks through the pronoun conversation in steps. River leans over Ellis's shoulder, scanning the screen with hungry focus. Can you send me all of this? Of course. But River, you should also. What about religious objections? My mom's going to bring up the Bible. I need to be ready for that. Ellis pulls up another document. There are some really good theological arguments from queer-affirming Christians. I can send you a reading list. Perfect. What else? Ellis hesitates. River's vibrating with anxious energy, hands tapping against their thighs, breathing slightly too fast. Ellis wants to say slow down, wants to say this isn't a test you can study for, wants to pull River close and just hold them until the panic subsides. Instead, they send the files. This should cover most of it. And if you want, I can role-play the conversation with you. So you can practice responses? Yes. That would be, yes. Thank you. River finally looks at Ellis, and the gratitude in their expression makes Ellis's chest ache. I don't know what I'd do without you. You'd be fine, Ellis says automatically. You don't need me to. I do, though. You're the expert. You know how to navigate this stuff. River's already reading through one of the articles, highlighting passages on their phone. God, I should have done this years ago. Should have gotten my shit together before trying to have this conversation. River. I mean, you came out to your parents at 22. You had it figured out. I'm 36 and I'm still scrambling for the right words. That's not, Ellis stops, tries again. Everyone's timeline is different. I know. You always say that. River runs a hand through their hair, dislodging the tie completely. I need to get this right. I can't afford to mess it up. Ellis watches River pace, watches them spiral into preparation mode, and feels something uncomfortable twist in their gut. This is what Ellis does. What they're good at. Providing resources, offering scripts, helping people organize their thoughts into coherent arguments. So why does it feel wrong? River, Ellis tries. Maybe you should just. I'm going to read all of these tonight, River interrupts, still scrolling. Make notes. Maybe outline some key points. Lou said I'll have maybe an hour of Mom's attention before she shuts down, so I need to be strategic about what I lead with. That's good. Strategic is good. Ellis closes their laptop. But you know you don't have to have all the answers, right? Easy for you to say. You have all the answers. The words land like a slap. Ellis forces a smile. I really don't. You do, though. That's literally your job. Being the person with answers. River finally stops pacing, looks at Ellis properly for the first time since arriving. Thank you for this. Seriously. I don't know how you do it, helping people like me all the time. Must be exhausting. People like me. The phrase echoes in Ellis's head. River doesn't mean it the way it sounds, Ellis knows that. But it still stings. It's fine, Ellis says. I'm glad I could help. River checks their phone. Shit, I should go. I told Vernon I'd help him with a project estimate tonight. But I'll read through everything you sent, and maybe we can practice tomorrow? Yeah. Sure. Tomorrow. River kisses them, quick, distracted, already halfway to the door. You're amazing. I mean it. Then they're gone, and Ellis is alone in their apartment with the uncomfortable feeling that they just failed at something they can't quite name. They called you an expert? Mariko asks the next day over lunch. They're at the Vietnamese place 3 blocks from the station, the one with the broken neon sign and the best pho in the city. Mariko has her eyebrows raised in a way that Ellis knows means they're in trouble. That's what I am, Ellis says defensively. Technically. Right. Mariko takes a deliberate sip of her tea. And how did it make you feel when River said that? Ellis pushes noodles around their bowl. I don't know. Fine. Ellis. What? You called me at 11 p.m. last night, which means you did not feel fine. Fair point. Ellis sighs. It felt clinical. Like I was their queer consultant, not their partner. Did you tell them that? No. Because I was helping them. They needed resources, and I provided them. That's what I do. Mariko sets down her chopsticks, gives Ellis her full attention. Is that what you want to do? With River? Be their resource? I want to be useful. That's not what I asked. Ellis meets Mariko's eyes, finds concern there instead of judgment. I don't know what else to be. When people need help, I help them. That's my value. Listen. Mariko leans forward, voice gentle. I love you, but that's bullshit. Your value isn't in what you can provide people. Your value is in being you. Very inspiring. Should I needlepoint that on a pillow? I'm serious. River wasn't asking for a workshop. They were asking for support. There's a difference. I gave them support. I sent them everything they needed to prepare for a difficult conversation with their mother. Did they need preparation? Or did they need you to just listen? Ellis thinks about the way River had looked last night, wound tight, vibrating with anxiety, desperate for something to hold on to. Ellis had given them articles and scripts and strategies. All the things Ellis would have wanted, back when they were navigating their own coming out. But River isn't Ellis. I messed up, Ellis says quietly. Probably. But it's fixable. Mariko reaches across the table, squeezes Ellis's hand. Just talk to them. Actually talk, not performance talk. Tell them how you felt. What if they think I'm being selfish? They were panicking, and I'm making it about my feelings? You're allowed to have feelings. You're allowed to need things from your partner. That's what partnership is. Mariko's expression softens. You're so good at taking care of everyone else. When are you going to let River take care of you? Ellis doesn't have an answer for that. River texts around 5, can we talk? I feel like I was weird yesterday. Ellis, my place or yours? River, yours? I can bring dinner. Ellis, perfect. See you at 7. Ellis spends the intervening 2 hours cleaning their apartment with perhaps more vigor than necessary, rehearsing what they want to say. They're going to be honest. Vulnerable. They're going to tell River how they felt, like an adult in a healthy relationship. The thought is terrifying. River arrives at 7 on the dot, carrying Thai food and looking uncertain in a way that makes Ellis's heart hurt. Hey, River says. I got your favorite. The pad see ew with extra vegetables. Thank you. Ellis takes the bag, sets it on the counter. River, can we talk before we eat? Yeah. Yeah. I wanted to apologize. For what? River follows Ellis to the couch, sits with careful distance between them. For last night. I was spiraling, and I treated you like a resource instead of a person. That wasn't fair. Ellis blinks. How did you? Luz called me out this morning. She asked how the conversation with you went, and when I told her, she got this look. The disappointed older sister look. River's smile is rueful. She said I was being an asshole. You weren't being an asshole. I kind of was, though. You were trying to help, and I just took. I didn't ask how you were doing, didn't check in, just demanded information and left. River finally meets Ellis's eyes. I'm sorry. You're my partner, not my educator. The words settle into Ellis's chest, warm and relieving. Thank you for saying that. I should have realized it in the moment. But I was so freaked out about my mom that River shakes their head. That's not an excuse. I'm sorry. Ellis shifts closer, takes River's hand. I appreciate that. And I need to apologize too. For what? You were trying to help. But that's the thing. I wasn't really helping. I was doing the thing I always do, performing expertise, giving you resources, treating it like a problem I could solve. Ellis traces River's knuckles with their thumb. What you needed was for me to just listen. To sit with you in the fear instead of trying to fix it. I did ask for the resources, though. You did. But I don't think that's what you really needed. Ellis takes a breath, makes themselves say the hard thing. And honestly? When you called me the expert, when you said, people like me, it hurt. It felt like you were putting me in a box. The knowledgeable queer who has their shit together, not the person you're building a life with. River's expression crumples. Ellis, I didn't mean. I know you didn't. That's why I didn't say anything. But I should have. Because part of being partners is telling each other when something doesn't feel right. Ellis squeezes River's hand. I don't want to be your expert. I want to be the person you call when you're scared, and I want to sit with you in the scary place. Not fix it, just be there. I want that too, River says quietly. I think I've been using the research thing as a shield. If I'm prepared enough, if I know enough, maybe it won't hurt as much when things go wrong. Does it work? Not even a little bit. Ellis huffs a laugh. Yeah, me too. The performing certainty thing. Turns out having all the answers doesn't actually protect you from anything. So what do we do instead? I don't know. Maybe we just. Ellis searches for words, finds River watching them with that steady attention that still makes them feel seen in ways that are uncomfortable and necessary. Maybe we just tell each other the truth. What we actually need, not what we think we should need. Okay, River says. I can try that. What do you need right now? The question catches Ellis off guard. They're so used to being the one asking it, the one creating space for other people's needs. Having it turned back on them feels strange, vulnerable, necessary. I need to know that you see me as more than someone who has answers. I need to know that me being uncertain or struggling doesn't make me less valuable to you. Ellis. River pulls them close, wraps both arms around them. You could stop having any answers at all and I'd still want you. I'm not with you because you're the expert. I'm with you because you're you. Because you make me laugh and you introduce me to weird music and you fall asleep during movies and wake up pretending you were just resting your eyes. Ellis lets out a shaky breath against River's shoulder. I'm really bad at this. At being vulnerable. I know. Me too. River presses a kiss to Ellis's temple. But we're learning. Together. They sit there for a while, holding each other, letting the hard conversation settle into something softer. Eventually, River pulls back enough to look at Ellis. Can I tell you what I actually need? For the thing with my mom? Always. I need you to just listen. Let me be scared without trying to fix it. And maybe. River's expression turns sheepish. Maybe remind me that I don't have to have the perfect words. That I just have to be honest. You don't have to have the perfect words, Ellis says immediately. You just have to be honest. See? You're good at this. I'm really not. I'm just saying what's true. River's smile is soft, genuine. That's the trick, isn't it? Ellis remembers saying the exact same thing to River in the parking lot after the Cottonwood crew meeting. How River makes honesty seem simple, even when it's not. Yeah, Ellis says. I guess it is. They order the Thai food, eat it cross-legged on Ellis's living room floor. River talks about their mom, about their fear that they'll never be understood, about the specific pain of loving someone who can't see you clearly. Ellis listens, asks questions, doesn't offer solutions. It's harder than they expected, resisting the urge to fix, to provide resources, to smooth the sharp edges of River's fear. But it also feels more real. More true. Thank you, River says when they're washing dishes together afterward. For listening. For calling me out when I was being weird. Thank you for apologizing. For seeing me. River dries their hands on the dish tag, turns to face Ellis properly. I want to get better at this. At being a partner instead of just someone who needs help. You're already good at it. We're both just learning how to let each other in. Ellis hangs up the dish towel, then reaches for River's hand. Come on. Stay tonight? Yeah. I'd like that. In bed, they fit together in the now familiar configuration, River on their back, Ellis curled against their side, head on River's chest. Ellis can hear River's heartbeat, steady and sure. Ellis? I'm still terrified about my mom. Even without trying to script everything. I know. That's okay. What if it goes badly? What if she? Then we'll deal with it. Together. You don't have to face it alone. River's arm tightens around Ellis. Promise? Promise. Outside, the city hums its nighttime song. Inside, Ellis closes their eyes and focuses on breathing in sync with River. This is what it means, they think. Being partners. Not having all the answers, but being willing to sit in the questions together. It's messier than performing certainty. More vulnerable. More true. For the first time, Ellis thinks maybe that's enough. Chapter 14, Load Balancing. POV, River. River's palms are sweating. They wipe them on their jeans for the third time in as many minutes, then immediately worry that Ellis's parents will notice. Will think they're nervous. Which they are, but they don't want it to be obvious. You're doing the thing, Ellis says from the driver's seat. What thing? The thing where you run through disaster scenarios in your head and forget to breathe. Ellis reaches over, squeezes River's knee. They're just my parents. They're not going to bite. Your parents who you see maybe 4 times a year because it's easier than dealing with the pronoun situation. Fair point. Ellis turns onto a tree-lined street in a neighborhood that screams, established middle class. But that's on them, not you. You don't have to perform anything for them. River wants to believe that. They really do. But they've spent the last 3 days Googling things like meeting partners' parents, and how to make good first impression, and traditional Taiwanese hospitality customs. They're wearing the nice shirt Lou's picked out, the one that's allegedly handsome without trying too hard, and they've rehearsed appropriate conversation topics. They're absolutely going to mess this up. Ellis pulls into the driveway of a tidy craftsman-style house with an immaculate lawn. Okay. Ground rules. If they mess up my pronouns, I'll correct them. You don't have to do the educating. And if you want to leave at any point, just say the word. What's the word? I think we should go now, usually works. What if I want something more subtle? Ellis grins. You could say, Ellis, didn't you have that thing? And I'll suddenly remember a very important thing we need to do. You've used that before. Many times. It's very effective. River takes a breath, lets it out slowly. Okay. Let's do this. Ellis's mother opens the door before they're halfway up the walk. She's small, maybe 5'2", with short silver hair and Ellis's same cheekbones. She's wearing slacks and a cardigan, sensible shoes, an expression that River can't quite read. Ellis. She pulls Ellis into a hug that Ellis returns stiffly. You're here. And you must be River. Hi, Mrs. Huang. River extends their hand, but Mei Huang pulls them into a hug too. She smells like jasmine and something cooking. Please, call me Mei. Come in, come in. Richard is finishing up work call, but he'll be down in a moment. The house is exactly what River expected, hardwood floors, careful decor that favors function over flash, family photos arranged on built-in shelves. River spots a younger Ellis in several of them, high school graduation, college acceptance, family vacation somewhere tropical. In all of them, Ellis is smiling the polite smile River's learning to distinguish from their real one. Dinner will be ready in about 30 minutes, May says, leading them to the living room. Please, sit. Can I get you tea? Water? Tea would be great, thank you, River says. I'll help, Ellis offers, following their mother to the kitchen before River can protest. River sits on the couch, tasteful, beige, probably expensive, and tries not to look like they're cataloging every detail. The bookshelf holds mostly medical texts and what looks like a complete set of classical Chinese literature. There's a piano in the corner, sheet music for something by Chopin on the stand. Ellis's father appears in the doorway, tall and angular where May is soft and round. He's wearing slacks and a button-down, no tie, reading glasses pushed up on his head. Hello, he says, extending a hand. Richard Huang. You must be River. River stands, shakes his hand. Richard's grip is firm, assessing. Nice to meet you, Mr. Huang. Please, Richard is fine. He settles into the armchair across from River, and River becomes acutely aware that they're being evaluated. Ellis tells us you're an electrician? Yes, sir. I specialize in historic building restoration. I'm currently working on the Cottonwood Theater project downtown. Interesting. Union work? Yes. IBEW Local 46. Richard nods approvingly. Good benefits, I imagine. Stable career path. River's not sure if this is a test or just conversation, so they go with honesty. It is. I like working with my hands. Bringing old systems back to life. Ellis mentioned you came out recently. Richard's tone is conversational, but River feels their spine stiffen. Must have been a big change. Dad. Ellis appears in the doorway, carrying a tray with tea. May is right behind them, looking uncomfortable. Can we maybe not interrogate my partner 30 seconds after they arrive? I'm not interrogating. I'm making conversation. Richard accepts the tea May offers, doesn't look away from River. I'm curious about someone who makes such a significant life change in their 30s. River can feel Ellis radiating tension beside them, but they put a hand on Ellis's knee. It's okay. Yeah, I came out about 18 months ago. Non-binary, they slash them pronouns. It wasn't sudden, really. More like finally admitting something I'd known for a long time. May settles on the couch beside Richard, hands folded in her lap. And your family? How did they take it? My sister Luz has been great. Really supportive. My mom is, we're working on it. I see. May exchanges a glance with Richard that River can't interpret. It must be difficult. Cultural differences, religious beliefs. These things matter to families. Ellis's hand finds River's, laces their fingers together. The gesture is subtle but pointed. Mom, Dad, River, and I are together. They're important to me. That's what matters. Of course, May says quickly. We're not questioning that. We just want to understand. Understand what? Ellis's voice has taken on an edge River's only heard a few times. That River is non-binary? That I'm non-binary? Or are we still pretending that's a phase I'll grow out of? The room goes very quiet. Richard sets down his tea with careful precision. Ellis, May says softly. We're trying. Are you? Ellis's hand tightens on River's. Because every time I come here, you call me by the right name and use the right pronouns for exactly long enough to prove you remember, and then you revert to daughter and she the moment you think I'm not paying attention. River wants to intervene, to smooth this over, but they remember what Ellis said in the car. You don't have to do the educating. So they sit there, holding Ellis's hand, bearing witness. That's not fair, Richard says. We've been very respectful. Respectful would be actually seeing me. Not just tolerating the inconvenience of my identity. May's eyes are bright with unshed tears. You're our child. We love you. I know you do. I know. Ellis's voice cracks slightly. But I need you to love all of me. Not just the parts that fit what you expected. The silence stretches. River can hear the kitchen timer beeping distantly, the sound of a car passing outside. They want to say something, anything, to ease the tension in Ellis's shoulders, the pain in May's expression. The food is ready, May says finally, standing. We should eat before it gets cold. Dinner is an exercise in careful navigation. May has made what Ellis told River are Ellis's childhood favorites: lion's head meatballs, stir-fried vegetables, steamed fish. The food is incredible, but the conversation is stilted. Richard asks River about union politics. May asks Ellis about work. No one mentions the elephant in the room. River watches Ellis slip into performance mode, careful words, measured responses, the polite smile River's learned means they're performing being okay. Ellis sits straighter, speaks with deliberate clarity, code switches into a version of themselves that's palatable, non-threatening, acceptably queer-adjacent without being too much. It's survival, River realizes. Not fakeness. Ellis is doing what they need to do to get through dinner with their family intact. River, you're very quiet, May observes toward the end of the meal. Is everything all right? River sets down their chopsticks. The food is amazing. Thank you for having me. Of course. Anyone important to Ellis is welcome here. May's smile is genuine, but there's something in her eyes, sadness, maybe, or regret. Ellis doesn't bring many people home. Mom. It's true. You keep yourself apart. Always have. May looks at River. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad Ellis has someone who makes them happy. They make me happy too, River says. May nods, stands to clear plates. Ellis moves to help, but May waves them off. Richard will help me. You two should get some air. I made too much food, it's so warm in here. It's obviously a dismissal, and River's grateful for it. They follow Ellis through the sliding door to the backyard, a small space with neat flower beds and a bench under a cherry tree. Ellis sits heavily, head in their hands. I'm sorry. That was a disaster. It wasn't a disaster. My dad interrogated you about coming out. My mom gave you the "you make them happy" speech, which is code for, please don't break my child's heart. I picked a fight at the dinner table. River sits beside them, close enough that their shoulders touch. You didn't pick a fight. You told the truth. Same thing, in my family. Is it always like that? Ellis sighs, long and exhausted. Not always. Sometimes it's better. Sometimes it's worse. Mostly it's just, careful. Everyone being very polite about the thing we're not really talking about. Which is? That they don't really get it. The non-binary thing. They try, they really do. They use my name, they slash them most of the time. But I can see them struggling with it. Like they're doing me a favor. Ellis picks at the hem of their shirt. And I know I should be grateful. I know a lot of people have it so much worse. But it's exhausting, being grateful for the bare minimum. River reaches for Ellis's hand again. You're allowed to want more than the bare minimum. Am I? Because it feels greedy. They're trying. Shouldn't that be enough? Trying is great. But seeing you, actually seeing you, that's different. River thinks about their own mother, about the careful avoidance, about how Luz has to run interference just to keep a relationship intact. I get it. The thing where you love someone and they love you, but there's this gap. This space where understanding should be but isn't. Ellis looks at River, really looks at them. Your mom doesn't know. Not officially. I mean, she knows something's different. Luz told her I'm exploring my identity, whatever that means. But I haven't sat her down and said the words. Haven't corrected her when she still calls me her daughter. River's throat tightens. I'm too scared. Of losing her. Of the fight. Of all of it. We're a pair, aren't we? Ellis leans against River's shoulder. Both of us carrying so much shit with our families. Yeah. But at least we're carrying it together. They sit there as the light fades, the cherry tree's bare branches dark against the sky. Through the window, River can see May and Richard moving around the kitchen, the careful choreography of a couple who've spent decades learning each other's rhythms. Did you mean it? Ellis asks quietly. What you said in there? That I make you happy? Of course I meant it. Why? Because tonight was a lot. Meeting my parents, seeing me like this, performing, hiding, being the version of myself that's easiest for them to digest. If you're having second thoughts. River turns Ellis's face toward them, gentle but firm. I'm not having second thoughts. I saw you tonight. Not the performance, the real you underneath. The one who's tired and scared and trying to love people who don't know how to love all of you back. Ellis's eyes are wet. That was hard for you. It was hard for you. I just witnessed it. River brushes their thumb across Ellis's cheekbone. You don't have to protect me from seeing you struggle. I can handle it. What if it's too much? What if I'm too much? Then you're too much. But I'm not going anywhere. River pulls Ellis closer. Besides, you've seen me spiral about my mom approximately 600 times in the past month. Turnabout is fair play. Ellis huffs a laugh against River's neck. We're kind of a mess, huh? Yeah. But we're a mess together. The words echo something Ellis said to River, weeks ago. River feels Ellis relax against them, some of the tension leaving their shoulders. Thank you, Ellis murmurs. For being here. For not freaking out when my dad went full interrogation mode. Your dad's not that bad. Stern, but I can work with stern. Vernon's stern. Vernon loves you unconditionally. True. Your dad might need more convincing. River presses a kiss to Ellis's temple. But I'm patient. And I make a good first impression on parents, apparently. You do. My mom likes you. How can you tell? She used her good china. And she asked about union politics. She only does that when she's invested. Ellis sits up, wipes their eyes. We should probably go back inside. Face the rest of this. Or we could remember a very important thing we need to do. Ellis's smile is watery but genuine. Tempting. But no, I want them to know you're not going anywhere. That you're choosing to be here even after seeing the mess. I am choosing it. For the record. Good. Because I'm choosing you too. They stand, brush off their clothes, prepare to return to the careful politeness of dinner cleanup and coffee and small talk that circles around everything that matters. But River feels different now. Lighter. Because they've seen Ellis with their family, seen the performance Ellis has to give to survive, and they understand it differently. It's not about being fake. It's about being careful with your own heart when the people who should protect it don't know how. Inside, May has coffee ready and almond cookies arranged on a plate. Richard has settled back into his chair with a book, but he sets it aside when they enter. We were hoping you'd stay for coffee, May says. Ellis glances at River. River nods slightly. We can stay. We'd like that, Ellis says. They stay for another hour. The conversation is easier, softer. May tells River about Ellis's childhood, the straight-A report cards and the time Ellis tried to rewire their bedroom lamp and blew a fuse. Richard asks genuine questions about River's work, seems impressed by the union's apprenticeship program. Ellis gradually relaxes, the performance becoming less necessary. When they finally leave, May hugs them both. Come back soon, she says to Ellis. Then, to River, take care of them. I will, River promises. In the car, Ellis is quiet. River doesn't push, just reaches over and takes their hand. They drive through the suburbs in silence, city lights growing brighter as they get closer to downtown. That wasn't what I expected, Ellis says finally. No. No. I thought. I don't know. I thought maybe having you there would make them try harder. Or make it worse. I didn't expect it to just be the same. Is that bad? Ellis considers. I don't know. Maybe it's honest. They are trying, in their way. It's just not the way I need them to. They squeeze River's hand. But you saw it. Saw them. Saw me with them. And you're still here. Where else would I be? I don't know. Running? Realizing you signed up for more than you bargained for? Ellis, I knew your parents were complicated when I met you. I knew you had family stuff. Everyone has family stuff. River navigates through downtown traffic, finds a parking spot near Ellis's apartment. I'm not going anywhere just because your family is messy. My family is messy too. We're both carrying a lot. At least we can carry it together. Exactly. Upstairs, they shed the nice clothes for sweats and t-shirts, collapse onto Ellis's couch in a tangle of limbs. Ellis's head on River's chest, River's arms wrapped around them, breathing in sync. Thank you, Ellis says. For tonight. For staying. Thank you for letting me meet them. For trusting me with that. Even after seeing me perform the perfect child routine. Especially after that. Because I understand now why you do it. It's not about being fake, it's about survival. River runs their fingers through Ellis's hair. And I get it. I really do. Ellis is quiet for a long moment. Then, my mom asked if we were serious. While I was helping with dishes. What did you tell her? That you're the most important person in my life right now. That I'm not going anywhere. River's chest tightens with something warm and terrifying. Yeah. Yeah. Ellis shifts, looks up at River. Is that okay? That I said that? More than okay. River kisses them, soft and slow. It's true for me too. You're the most important person in my life right now. Not Vernon? Vernon's a close second. I'll take it. They fall asleep there on the couch, neither of them bothering to move to the bedroom. River wakes at some point in the night to find Ellis's face pressed against their shoulder, one hand fisted in River's shirt like they're afraid River might disappear. River holds them tighter and thinks about families. About the ones you're born into and the ones you choose. About the gap between love and understanding, and how sometimes you have to build a bridge across it, one honest conversation at a time. They're both carrying so much. Ellis's parents and their careful politeness. River's mother and her careful avoidance. The weight of being seen incompletely, loved imperfectly. But they're carrying it together now. And somehow, that makes it lighter. River closes their eyes and lets sleep reclaim them, Ellis warm and solid against them. Tomorrow they'll wake up and face whatever comes next. Tomorrow they'll keep building the bridge. Tonight, they rest. Chapter 15, Signal Boost. POV, Ellis. The Cottonwood Theater has never looked like this. Ellis stands in the main hall, watching colored lights dance across the restored ceiling, and tries to catalog every detail for later. The grant committee's decision came through this morning: full funding, 3-year commitment, community programming budget included. This fundraiser tonight is technically a celebration, but it feels more like a coronation. Like proof that impossible things can actually happen. You're doing the staring thing again, Mariko says, appearing at Ellis's elbow with 2 champagne flutes. She's wearing a suit that probably cost more than Ellis's monthly rent, her wife Keiko elegant beside her in a silk dress. Drink. Celebrate. You earned this. Ellis accepts the glass, takes a sip that's more reflex than enjoyment. We haven't given the speech yet. You'll be great. You're always great. Mariko clinks their glasses together. To the Cottonwood. To queer art. To proving that community radio hosts can actually organize their way out of a paper bag. That's what you're toasting to? I'm very proud of you, okay? Let me express it in my own emotionally constipated way. Ellis laughs, real and surprised. Around them, the theater is filling with people, artists and activists, community organizers and curious neighbors. The grant committee is here, looking pleased with themselves. June Alvarado stands near the stage, tablet in hand, coordinating with the caterers with military precision. And there, across the room, River. They're talking to Vernon, both of them in clothes that are clearly new and slightly uncomfortable. River keeps tugging at their collar, and Ellis feels a rush of affection so strong it's almost painful. River, who spent 6 months crawling through this building's walls to bring it back to life. River, who makes Ellis want to be less careful, more honest, more real. River catches Ellis's eye and smiles, not the polite smile, the real one. The one that makes their eyes crinkle at the corners and their whole face soften. Ellis's chest tightens with want and fear in equal measure. You should go talk to them, Mariko says, following Ellis's gaze. Before the speeches start and you become community property again. I will. Just, giving them space. They don't love these events. Neither do you, but here you are, sparkling for the masses. Mariko studies Ellis with the expression that means she sees too much. When are you going to tell them? Tell them what? That you're terrified this is all going to disappear. The theater, the grant, River. All of it. Ellis takes another sip of champagne, buys time. I'm not terrified. Liar. You've been spiraling for a week. I can always tell, you get very organized and you stop sleeping. I've been preparing for tonight. That's different. And the detailed contingency plans for every possible grant disbursement scenario? That's just professional diligence. Ellis doesn't answer. Across the room, River throws their head back laughing at something Vernon said, and Ellis wants to memorize the moment. Wants to hold on to this, the theater saved, River happy, the community celebrating something they built together. Wants to believe it's real and not just the moment before everything falls apart. I should circulate, Ellis says. Talk to donors. Network. Ellis. I'm fine, Mariko. Really? Mariko sighs but doesn't push. Go. But I'm buying you breakfast tomorrow and you're going to tell me what's actually going on in that anxious brain of yours. Deal. Ellis moves through the crowd with practiced ease, shaking hands and accepting congratulations. They find themselves giving the same updates over and over. Yes, the funding is incredible. Yes, the community programming will start this summer. Yes, they're so grateful to everyone who made this possible. The performance is easy. Comfortable. Ellis has been doing it for so long that they barely notice anymore. Except now they notice. Because River taught them to notice. Ellis. Luz Castellanos Brooks waves from near the refreshment table, her husband Marcus looking slightly overwhelmed beside her. This is amazing. River said it was going to be big, but I didn't realize. Wow. Thank you for coming. Ellis accepts Luz's enthusiastic hug. It means a lot to River that you're here. Are you kidding? I wouldn't miss it. River's been talking about this project non-stop. Luz's smile is bright, genuine. And about you? A lot. Sorry if that's weird to say. It's not weird. Ellis glances toward where River is now talking to Harlow and the rest of the Cottonwood crew. I talk about them a lot too. Good. Because Luz stops, something complicated crossing her face. They're different now. Happier. More settled. I think you're a big part of that. Ellis doesn't know what to say to that, so they just nod. Luz and Marcus move on, and Ellis is immediately intercepted by a donor who wants to discuss programming details. Then another. Then someone from the mayor's office who's interested in the community partnership model. By the time June taps Ellis on the shoulder to say it's time for speeches, Ellis has talked to approximately 40 people and feels like they've been running a marathon. You ready? June asks. As I'll ever be. The stage is small, temporary, set up specifically for tonight. Ellis climbs the steps and looks out at the crowd. So many faces, some familiar, some new. The theater's main hall is packed, everyone turned toward the stage with expressions of anticipation. Ellis finds River in the crowd. They're standing with Vernon, both of them watching with steady attention. River gives a small nod, "You've got this," and Ellis feels something settle in their chest. Thank you all for coming, Ellis begins, and their voice carries through the space with the ease of years on the radio. 6 months ago, this building was days away from demolition. The electrical system was a fire hazard, the roof was caving in, and the city was ready to sell it to the highest bidder. But a group of people decided that wasn't good enough. That this space, this queer space, this historic space, deserved better. Ellis pauses, lets the moment breathe. They're good at this part, building narrative, creating momentum, making people feel invested. The Cottonwood Theater has been a home for queer artists for 70 years. Through the worst of the AIDS crisis, through every backlash and setback, this building stood. It held space for drag shows and poetry readings, for protest planning and community healing. And we weren't going to let it disappear. Applause ripples through the crowd. Ellis waits for it to settle. Today, I'm honored to announce that we've secured full funding for the Cottonwood's restoration and revival. 3 years of community programming, dedicated to queer artists and activists. This space will continue to be what it's always been, a home. A refuge. A place where we can be exactly who we are. More applause, louder this time. Ellis spots Mariko wiping her eyes, Keiko's arm around her shoulders. But I want to be clear about something, Ellis continues. I didn't save this building. We did. Every person who donated, who volunteered, who showed up to meetings and made calls and refused to let this space die. You saved it. And I want to specifically thank River Castellanos, whose incredible work on the electrical restoration made all of this possible. River, can you stand up? River looks mortified but stands, face flushing as the crowd applauds. Vernon claps them on the shoulder, grinning. Ellis watches River duck their head, uncomfortable with the attention, and feels that same rush of affection. River spent 6 months in this building's walls, Ellis says. Literally. Rewiring, rebuilding, bringing dead circuits back to life. They did work that no one will ever see, because that's the nature of infrastructure, it's invisible until it fails. But without River's expertise, none of this would be possible. So thank you, River. For your hands, your skill, your dedication. River sits down quickly, but not before catching Ellis's eye. The look they give Ellis is complicated, gratitude and embarrassment and something softer. Ellis finishes the speech with the standard thank yous and calls to action, but their mind is elsewhere. On River, on the way this feels too perfect, on the fear that's been building all week that perfect moments don't last. When Ellis steps off the stage, they're immediately surrounded by people wanting to talk, to celebrate, to plan next steps. Ellis performs the role with autopilot precision, warm, engaged, grateful. But part of them is watching River across the room, wondering if this is the peak. If everything from here is just the slow decline back to ordinary. Hey. Ellis turns to find River standing there, looking slightly rumpled and very dear. Hey yourself. How are you holding up? Overwhelmed. Happy. Kind of want to hide in a supply closet. River glances around at the crowd. You were incredible up there. The speech. Just doing my part. Ellis, you organized this entire thing. The grant, the fundraising, all of it. You can take credit for 30 seconds. We organized it. You, me, June, everyone. River steps closer, close enough that Ellis can smell their soap and the faint scent of the champagne they've been nursing. We did it. We really did. They stand there in the middle of the celebration, surrounded by noise and people, and Ellis feels the fear creep back in. This moment, right now, River proud and happy, the theater saved, the community gathered, it's everything Ellis wanted. Which means it's everything they can lose. You okay? River asks quietly. Yeah. Just tired. It's been a long week. River's expression suggests they don't quite believe that, but they don't push. Want to get out of here? We've done the speeches, shown our faces. I think we've earned an escape. Ellis glances around. Mariko catches their eye and makes a shooing motion. Go, I've got this. June is deep in conversation with the grant committee. The party will continue fine without them. Yeah, Ellis says. Let's go. They slip out the side entrance, into the cold February night. The temperature has dropped since they arrived, and Ellis shivers immediately. River shrugs off their jacket and drapes it over Ellis's shoulders without comment. Where to? River asks. Anywhere quiet. They walk without direction, footsteps echoing on empty sidewalks. Downtown at night has a specific quality, all the energy of the day compressed into pockets of light and sound, everything else dark and still. River takes Ellis's hand, and they walk in comfortable silence. Eventually, they end up at the waterfront. The city skyline reflects in the dark water, lights dancing on the surface. River leads them to a bench facing the view, and they sit close, River's arm around Ellis's shoulders. You want to tell me what's really going on? River asks. What do you mean? You've been off all week. Distracted. And tonight, during the speech, you looked. River trails off, searching for words. I don't know. Scared, maybe. Ellis watches the water, the lights, anything but River's face. I'm not scared. Okay. What are you? I don't know. Ellis pulls River's jacket tighter. Overwhelmed. Happy. Terrified that this is as good as it gets and everything from here is downhill. The theater is saved. We got the grant. That's not downhill. I know. But what's next? We completed the thing. The project that brought us together is done. What if? Ellis stops, swallows hard. What if that was the point? The crisis, the shared goal. What if now that it's over, we're over? River is quiet for a long moment. Then, do you want to be over? No. God, no. Ellis finally looks at River, finds them watching with that steady attention that still makes Ellis feel exposed. But I don't know how to do this. The after part. The part where there's no crisis to solve, no project to complete. Just us, trying to build something sustainable. And that scares you. Everything scares me. Being with you. Not being with you. Messing this up. Not messing this up, but it ends anyway. Ellis's voice cracks. I'm terrified that I'm not enough when there's nothing to fight for. That you'll realize you don't actually need me, you just needed what I could do for the theater. Ellis. River turns Ellis's face toward them, gentle but insistent. I'm not with you because of the theater. I'm with you because you make me laugh. Because you introduce me to music I've never heard. Because you fall asleep during movies and pretend you were just resting your eyes. Because you're you. But the theater is what brought us together. The theater introduced us. We brought us together. River's thumb strokes Ellis's cheekbone. And yeah, the crisis is over. The big project is done. But that doesn't mean we're done. It means we get to figure out what comes next. Together. Ellis wants to believe that. Wants it so badly it physically hurts. What if I'm bad at the together part? At the part that's just ordinary life? Then you'll be bad at it and we'll figure it out. Ellis, I don't need you to be good at everything. I just need you to be here. Present. Honest. That's harder than you think. I know. But you're trying. I see you trying. River pulls Ellis closer, presses a kiss to their temple. We did something incredible tonight. We saved a building, secured funding for queer art, brought a community together. Can you just let yourself celebrate that? Without catastrophizing about the future? Ellis closes their eyes, breathes in the smell of River's soap and the night air. I'm working on it. Good. Because I'm not going anywhere. Even when things are ordinary and boring and we're not saving anything. I'm still here. They sit there, wrapped around each other, while the city hums around them. Ellis tries to let River's words sink in, tries to believe that them, doesn't need a crisis to justify it. That ordinary can be enough. That they can be enough. I love you, Ellis says into River's shoulder. River's arms tighten around them. I love you too. Even when I'm spiraling? Especially then. Someone has to keep you from making 12-point contingency plans at 3 a.m. Ellis laughs, watery but real. Fair. Come on. River stands, pulls Ellis up with them. Let's go home. My place. We'll order too much food, watch something terrible, and not think about the future for at least 6 hours. 6 hours? I'm being realistic. You'll probably start catastrophizing again by midnight. Accurate. They walk back through downtown, River's hand warm in Ellis's. The theater is still glowing in the distance, lights spilling out onto the street. Ellis can hear music, laughter, the sounds of celebration continuing without them. It's okay, Ellis thinks. The party doesn't need me there. The theater doesn't need me. River doesn't need me to be anything other than exactly who I am. The thought is terrifying and liberating in equal measure. At River's apartment, they order Thai food and queue up a documentary about deep-sea creatures that River's been wanting to watch. Ellis changes into the clothes they keep in River's dresser now, the drawer River cleared out last week without fanfare, just, I made space for your stuff if you want it. They eat pad Thai on the couch, River explaining the difference between various species of anglerfish with endearing enthusiasm. Ellis watches them talk more than they watch the screen, drinking in the animation in River's face, the way their hands move when they're excited about something. "You're not watching," River accuses. "I'm watching. Just not the TV. Ellis. You're more interesting than fish." River's smile is soft, pleased. "Flattery will get you everywhere. I'm counting on it." Later, in bed, River holds Ellis close. Their heartbeat is steady against Ellis's ear, grounding. Ellis thinks about the future, about all the ways this could go wrong, about the fear that's been their constant companion for as long as they can remember. But mostly, Ellis thinks about this. Right now. River's arms around them, the safety of being held, the simple truth that they're here and they're together and that's enough. "River? Thank you. For tonight. For not letting me spiral completely. Anytime. That's what partners do." River yawns, the sound vibrating through their chest. "We catch each other when we fall. Do you ever fall?" "All the time. You're just better at hiding it than I am." "I don't want to hide anymore. Not with you." "Good. Because I like you unhidden. Messy, scared, real." River presses a kiss to the top of Ellis's head. "All of it." Ellis closes their eyes and lets themselves sink into sleep, still worried about the future but less convinced it's all going to fall apart. They did something impossible tonight. Saved a building, secured funding, brought people together. Maybe they can do the impossible thing of building a life together too. One honest moment at a time. It's not certainty. But maybe it's enough. They pulled up outside Ellis's building, and River walked them to the door. "Same time next week?" Ellis asked. "Sunday brunch?" "Definitely. But maybe at my place this time. Fair warning, it's chaotic. I like chaos. As long as it's other people's chaos." River laughed and kissed Ellis goodnight, soft and lingering. "I really like you. I really like you too." River drove home thinking about the way Carmen had said she'd try. About Ellis meeting their family. About the careful building of a life together. It was messy and uncertain and complicated. And it was exactly what River needed. For the first time in 18 months, River felt like they were building something that would last. Not because it was perfect, but because it was honest. And that felt like everything. Chapter 16, Maintenance Mode. POV, River. The Cottonwood Theater doesn't need River anymore. Well, that's not entirely true. There's still finish work, final inspections, documentation, the inevitable punch list of small fixes that come with any restoration project. But the urgent, crisis mode work is done. The building has power, proper grounding, circuits that won't catch fire in the walls. River's been signing off on completion reports for 2 weeks now, and each signature feels like closing a door. They should be relieved. Instead, River feels unmoored. "You're quiet today," Vernon observes. They're in the theater's basement, checking River's work one last time before the final inspection. More than usual. River tests a junction box, logs the reading. Just focused. Vernon makes a skeptical sound but doesn't push. They work in companionable silence for another 20 minutes before he speaks again. "How's Ellis?" "Good. Busy." River moves to the next box. They've been taking on a lot of extra work. Panels, interviews, community organizing stuff. That doesn't answer my question. River sets down their multimeter, looks at Vernon properly. "I don't know. Things are good. We're good. Everything should be easy now, right? The theater's saved, the grant's secured. No more crisis to navigate. But I barely see them. When I do, they're exhausted. And when I try to talk about it, they say they're just tired from work." River rubs the back of their neck. "Maybe I'm reading too much into it." Vernon leans against the wall, arms crossed. "Or maybe you're reading it exactly right and you're scared to say something." I don't want to seem needy. Ellis has their own life, their own work. I can't expect them to be available all the time just because the theater project is winding down. Kid, being in a relationship means you get to expect some things. Like attention. Communication. Them being present when they're with you. River thinks about last night, Ellis coming over at 9, clearly exhausted, falling asleep on River's couch while River was still talking. River had covered them with a blanket and finished the movie alone, trying not to feel hurt. They're just busy, River says. It's temporary. Vernon gives River a long look that suggests he's not buying it, but he just nods. If you say so. The Cottonwood crew meets on Thursday night. River almost cancels, they're tired, and the thought of being social feels overwhelming, but B texts 3 times with increasingly ridiculous threats, so River goes. The copper wire is crowded tonight. The crew has grown since that first meeting Ellis promoted. There are maybe 20 people now, all nursing cheap beers and talking shop. Harlow waves River over to their usual table. There they are. We were about to send a search party. Harlow pulls out a chair. You've been ghost lately. Just busy with the theater. Final inspections. How's that going? Jimena asks, already 3 beers and based on the flush in her cheeks. Good. Should be fully complete next week. That's amazing. You must be relieved. B studies River with sharp eyes. You don't look relieved. River shrugs, takes a long pull from the beer Harlow ordered for them. I am. Just weird, you know. 6 months on a project, and then it's done. What do I do with myself now? Take a vacation? Sleep? Spend time with your very attractive partner? Harlow ticks items off on their fingers. All the things you couldn't do while you were crawling through walls 12 hours a day. Yeah. I should do that. Jimena leans forward, eyes slightly unfocused but expression serious. Okay, what's wrong? You've got that look. What look? The I'm spiraling but pretending I'm fine look. We all know that look. We've all had that look. B gestures around the table. Spill. River doesn't want to. Wants to keep it inside, not burden their friends with relationship anxiety. But something about the combination of beer and exhaustion and the way all 3 of them are watching with genuine concern makes the words spill out. What if now that the exciting part is over, Ellis realizes I'm boring? Silence. Then Harlow snorts. Boring? River, you literally restored a 70-year-old building's entire electrical system. You organized this whole meetup. You. That's work stuff, River interrupts. I mean me. As a person. As a partner. The crisis brought us together. What if without the crisis, there's nothing interesting left? B sets down her beer with deliberate care. Have you asked Ellis that? No. Why not? Because I don't want to seem needy. Or insecure. Ellis has enough to deal with without me adding my anxiety to it. River, Jimena says, reaching across to put her hand over River's. That's literally what partners are for. Dealing with each other's anxiety. Ellis is busy. They're taking on all these extra projects, and I don't want to be one more thing they have to manage. So instead you're just suffering in silence? Harlow raises their eyebrows. How's that working out? Not well, River doesn't say. Instead, they change the subject, ask Harlow about the deck they're building, let the conversation flow to safer topics. But BEA's question echoes in their head for the rest of the night. Have you asked Ellis? No. Because River is too scared of the answer. Ellis texts around 10, still at the crew thing? Or can I come over? River types back, just left. Come over whenever. Ellis shows up 40 minutes later, looking wrung out. There are dark circles under their eyes, and their hair is disheveled like they've been running their hands through it. Hey. River pulls them into a hug. Ellis melts against them, and River can feel the tension in their shoulders. Long day? Endless. Sorry I'm late. The panel ran over, and then I had to deal with some station drama. Ellis pulls back, manages a tired smile. How was the crew? Good. Everyone says hi. River leads them inside, immediately starts making tea because Ellis looks like they need it. You want to talk about the station thing? Not really. Just the usual, budget cuts, programming disputes, Toby being Toby. Ellis sinks onto the couch, closes their eyes. How was your day? Fine. Vernon and I finished the basement checks. Should be ready for final inspection Monday. That's great. Ellis's voice is flat, exhausted. I'm proud of you. The words should feel good. Instead, they feel automatic. River brings over the tea, sits beside Ellis. You seem really tired. I am. Sorry. I'm probably not great company tonight. That's okay. We don't have to do anything. We can just exist. Ellis opens their eyes, looks at River. There's something in their expression, guilt, maybe, or sadness. I'm sorry I've been so absent lately. Work has been intense. I know. It's okay. Is it? River wants to say yes. Wants to be the understanding partner who doesn't make demands, who gives Ellis space to be busy and important. But BEA's question is still ringing in their head. I don't know, River admits. Maybe. I'm trying to be understanding, but I miss you. Even when you're here, it feels like you're somewhere else. Ellis's expression shudders slightly. I'm here right now. Are you? What does that mean? River sets down their tea, tries to find the right words. You seem distant. Like you're going through the motions but your head is somewhere else. And I get that you're busy, I do. But it feels like... River trails off, not sure how to finish. Like what? Like maybe now that the theater's done, you don't need me around as much. Ellis sits up straighter. That's not true. Isn't it? We got together because of the theater. We had this shared project, this thing we were building together. Now that it's done, maybe you're realizing that without the crisis, I'm just ordinary. River, you're not ordinary. But you've been pulling back. You're always busy, always exhausted, always. River stops, takes a breath. I'm sorry. I don't want to seem needy. You're allowed to be busy. I'm not pulling back. But Ellis's voice is defensive, which means River hit close to something true. They sit in uncomfortable silence, the tea cooling between them. I should probably go, Ellis says finally. You're right, I'm exhausted. I'm not good company. River wants to argue, wants to say stay, we need to talk about this. Instead, they nod. Okay. Ellis stands, and River walks them to the door. The goodbye kiss is perfunctory, automatic. Ellis leaves, and River stands in the doorway watching their taillights disappear down the street. Inside, River's apartment feels too quiet. They clean up the tea mugs, trying not to replay the conversation, trying not to catalog all the ways it felt wrong. Their phone buzzes. For a moment, River hopes it's Ellis, saying they changed their mind, they want to come back and talk. It's Luz, how's it going with Ellis? Mom's asking. She wants to know when she can meet them. River stares at the message, feels something crack in their chest. Their mom doesn't even know River is non-binary yet, and she's asking about Ellis. The absurdity of it would be funny if it didn't hurt so much. River, can we talk about that later? Kind of tired tonight. Luz, sure. Everything okay? River, yeah. Just work stuff. They put the phone down, walk to the bedroom. Their bookshelf still has all 47 queer theory books, most of them bookmarked and highlighted. River pulls one down at random, a collection of essays about queer temporality and the myth of the relationship escalator. They read the same paragraph 3 times without absorbing any of it. River is good at solving problems. Give them a faulty circuit, and they can trace it back to the source. Give them a structural issue, and they can engineer a solution. But this, the distance growing between them and Ellis, the feeling that they're both performing being fine when nothing feels fine, they don't know how to fix it. Especially when Ellis won't admit there's a problem. River sets aside the book, turns off the light. In the dark, they think about what be said. That partners are supposed to deal with each other's anxiety. That suffering in silence isn't actually being understanding, it's just being scared. River is very, very scared. They're scared that Ellis is pulling away. Scared that the crisis was the only thing keeping them together. Scared that River is too boring, too ordinary, too new at being queer to hold Ellis's interest now that there's no shared project to distract from River's inadequacies. But more than that, River is scared that they're falling into the same pattern they always fall into, making themselves smaller, asking for less, performing being easy and low maintenance so people won't leave. River's phone lights up with a text. This time it is Ellis. Ellis, I'm sorry about tonight. You're right, I have been distant. I'm just stressed about work. It's not about you. River stares at the message. It should be reassuring. Instead, it feels like a deflection. River types, okay. Get some sleep. Ellis, you too. Love you. River, love you too. They set the phone on the nightstand, face down so the light won't keep them awake. But sleep doesn't come. River lies in the dark, feeling the distance between them and Ellis like a physical thing, and wonders when trying to be understanding turned into being afraid to ask for what they need. Tomorrow, River thinks. Tomorrow they'll talk to Ellis properly. Tomorrow they'll be honest about how this feels. But tomorrow comes, and River finds a text from Ellis saying they have back-to-back meetings all day, and maybe they can catch up this weekend? River responds, sure. No problem. And hates themselves a little bit for it. By Friday, River has perfected the art of being low maintenance. They don't text Ellis first. They don't ask when they'll see each other next. When Ellis cancels their Friday dinner plans because of a last-minute panel opportunity, River says, that's great. Good for you, and means maybe 30% of it. They're both performing again. Ellis performing being busy and fine, River performing being understanding and fine. Neither of them is fine. River lies in bed Friday night, alone for the first time in weeks, and thinks about the theater. About how for 6 months, they had a clear purpose. A problem to solve, a goal to achieve. They knew what they were supposed to do, and they did it well. Now the theater is fixed, and River doesn't know what their purpose is anymore. Don't know how to be in a relationship without a crisis to navigate. Don't know if Ellis wants them now that they're not working towards something together. River rolls over, pulls the blanket tighter, and tries not to think about the fact that it's easier to fix a building than to fix whatever is breaking between them and Ellis. Tries not to think about the fact that Ellis might not want to fix it at all. Outside, the city hums its Friday night song, people laughing, cars passing, the world continuing on like nothing is wrong. Inside, River closes their eyes and wonders how long they can keep pretending everything is okay. Wonders if Ellis is lying awake too, in their own bed across town, feeling this same terrible distance. Wonders if tomorrow will be the day they finally have the conversation they're both avoiding. Probably not, River thinks. Probably they'll just keep performing for each other, keep being careful, keep pretending the distance isn't growing until one day they look up and realize they can't see each other anymore. River's phone stays silent. The bed feels too big. And River realizes, with sinking certainty, that being low maintenance isn't saving their relationship. It's just making it easier for both of them to avoid the truth. But knowing that and doing something about it are two very different things. So River lies there, alone in the dark, and waits for tomorrow. Chapter 17, Full Power. POV, Ellis. The Cottonwood Theater's grand reopening is perfect. The lights are warm and precise, highlighting the restored molding and the fresh paint. The sound system, new, professional grade, carries voices clearly through the space. Every seat is filled with people who fought to save this building, who donated and volunteered and showed up when it mattered. Ellis stands backstage, adjusting their collar for the third time, and tries to remember why they're nervous. "You're going to be great," Mariko says, appearing with a bottle of water. "Just like you were great at the fundraiser." "Stop fidgeting." "I'm not fidgeting. You're doing the thing with your glasses. You only do that when you're anxious." Mariko hands over the water. "What's going on? This is a triumph. You should be ecstatic." Ellis takes a sip they don't taste. "I am. I'm ecstatic." "Liar. What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong. Everything's perfect. The theater's saved, the grant is secured, we're about to announce a full season of programming. It's exactly what we worked for." Mariko studies them with the expression that means she's not buying it. "And that's the problem." "What?" "The working towards something part is over. Now you actually have to live with the success. Enjoy it. Be present for it." Mariko's voice softens. "How's River?" Ellis's chest tightens. "Good. They're here somewhere. Vernon's with them." "That's not what I asked." "I know what you asked." Ellis. 5 minutes to curtain, someone calls, and Ellis has never been more grateful for an interruption. "We'll talk later," Mariko says, but Ellis is already moving toward the stage entrance, putting on the public face, the performance of being exactly who everyone needs them to be. The crowd quiets when Ellis walks out. June Alvarado is already at the podium, looking sharp in a tailored suit, smiling at the assembled audience. "Ladies, gentlemen, and distinguished guests," June begins, and Ellis scans the crowd. There, third row, aisle seat. River, wearing the nice button-down Lou's helped them pick out, hair pulled back, sitting next to Vernon. When River sees Ellis looking, they smile. It's warm, genuine, and Ellis feels something crack in their chest. That smile used to make Ellis feel safe. Now it just makes them feel guilty. June's introduction is gracious, crediting the community and the grant committee and the countless volunteers. When she says Ellis's name, the applause is warm, sustained. Ellis steps up to the microphone, and the performance clicks into place like a well-oiled machine. "Thank you all for being here tonight," Ellis begins, voice steady and warm. 18 months ago, the Cottonwood Theater was condemned. The city wanted to tear it down, turn it into condos or parking or whatever developers dream about when they sleep on piles of money. Laughter from the audience. Ellis lets it settle. But this community said no. "We said this space matters. This history matters. Queer art matters." Ellis pauses, lets the moment breathe. "And tonight, I'm honored to announce that not only is the Cottonwood restored, we've secured 3 years of programming dedicated to queer artists and activists. This theater will continue to be what it's always been, a home." The applause is thunderous. Ellis spots Mariko in the front row, Keiko beside her, both of them beaming. Sees Toby filming on their phone, probably for TikTok. Sees their parents in the back. They came, despite everything, because Ellis asked. And sees River, still smiling, but there's something in their expression that Ellis can't quite read. Pride, yes. But also something else. Something that looks like sadness. Ellis finishes the speech, introduces the board members, announces the first season lineup. It's all professional, polished, exactly what they rehearsed. When they step off stage, they're immediately surrounded by people wanting to congratulate them, to talk about programming ideas, to stake their claim on this success. Ellis performs enthusiasm, gratitude, vision. Inside, they feel hollow. The afterparty is at a wine bar 3 blocks away, all exposed brick and Edison bulbs and a crowd of people Ellis has been networking with for years. River finds them near the bar, looking slightly overwhelmed. "Hey," River says, and Ellis feels a rush of relief at seeing them. "Hey yourself. How are you holding up?" "Okay. Vernon left, early morning tomorrow. But I wanted to stay. River glances around at the crowd. This is really something. You did an incredible thing, Ellis. We did it. All of us. Sure, but you organized it. You made it happen. River's smile is soft. I'm proud of you. The words should feel good. Instead, they feel like pressure. Like River expects something Ellis doesn't know how to give. Do you want to get out of here? Ellis asks. Go back to my place? River's expression shifts into something Ellis can't read. Yeah. I'd like that. They make their excuses, slip out before anyone can corner them for one more conversation. The walk to Ellis's apartment is quiet, River's hand warm in Ellis's, and Ellis tries to catalog the feeling. Tries to memorize it, because some part of them is convinced this is temporary. At Ellis's apartment, they shed their nice clothes for comfortable ones, River in borrowed sweatpants, Ellis in the soft shirt they only wear at home. They gravitate to the bedroom without discussion, and when River kisses them, Ellis tries to be present. Tries to focus on the warmth of River's hands, the familiarity of their body, the way they fit together. They make love slowly, carefully. It's good, it's always good with River. But there's something Ellis can't name, some distance even in the closeness. When River whispers, I love you, against Ellis's neck, Ellis says it back and means it. But meaning it and feeling certain about it are different things. After, they lie tangled together in the dark. River's breathing evens out, their body going heavy with approaching sleep. Ellis stares at the ceiling, feeling River's heartbeat against their ribs, and waits for the panic to subside. It doesn't. This is it, right? River murmurs, half asleep. We made it. Yeah, Ellis whispers back. We did. River makes a contented sound and drifts off completely. Ellis carefully extracts themselves, slips out of bed, pads to the living room in bare feet. The apartment is quiet except for the ambient noise of the city, traffic, distant voices, the hum of the refrigerator. Ellis sits on the couch, pulls their laptop onto their knees, opens it before they can talk themselves out of it. The search bar blinks at them, cursor waiting. Ellis types, how to maintain a long-term relationship. The results are immediate, articles, think pieces, relationship advice from therapists and coaches and people who claim to have figured it out. Ellis clicks through them one by one, reading about communication and quality time and managing expectations. The irony isn't lost on them. This is exactly what River does, researching anxiety away, trying to find the perfect answer in someone else's expertise. Ellis keeps reading anyway. Communication is key. Make time for date nights. Don't let the relationship become routine. Keep the spark alive. Remember why you fell in love. All of it sounds reasonable. None of it tells Ellis how to stop feeling like they're standing on the edge of a cliff, waiting to fall. Can't sleep? Ellis jumps, slams the laptop shut. River stands in the doorway, wearing one of Ellis's t-shirts, hair mussed from sleep. Just thinking about work, Ellis lies automatically. River doesn't move from the doorway. It's 3 a.m. I know. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to wake you. You didn't. I rolled over and you weren't there. River comes closer, sits on the couch beside Ellis. You've been doing this a lot lately. The middle of the night work thing. I've been busy. I know. You keep saying that. River's voice is gentle, but there's an edge to it. Ellis, what's going on? Nothing. I'm just, the theater reopening, all the new programming, the panels I've committed to. It's a lot. Is it just work? Ellis wants to lie. Wants to deflect, make a joke, change the subject to something safer. But River is looking at them with those steady eyes, and Ellis is so tired of performing. I don't know, Ellis admits. Maybe. Probably not. Talk to me. About what? About whatever's keeping you up at 3 a.m. researching relationship advice. Ellis's stomach drops. You saw that? Laptop screen reflected in the window. I wasn't snooping. River takes Ellis's hand. Why are you researching how to maintain a relationship? We're good, aren't we? Are they? Ellis doesn't know anymore. I just want to make sure I'm doing it right. Doing what right? This. Us. Being a partner. The words tumble out before Ellis can stop them. The theater was easy. I knew what I was supposed to do, how to organize it, what success looked like. But this, us, without a project to work on, I don't know how to do this. River is quiet for a long moment. You think the only reason we work is because we had the theater? I don't know. Maybe. We met because of the theater. We spent all this time working toward saving it. Now it's saved, and I don't know what we're working toward anymore. Maybe we're not supposed to be working toward anything. Maybe we're just supposed to be together. But what does that mean? Ellis's voice cracks. How do I know I'm being a good partner if there's no goal to achieve? No metric for success? River's expression is complicated, hurt and understanding mixed together. Ellis, love isn't a project. It's not something you can organize and execute and check off a list. I know that. Do you? Because it sounds like you're trying to research your way into being certain about us. Like if you just read enough articles and implement enough strategies, you'll feel secure. River squeezes Ellis's hand. That's not how this works. Then how does it work? Because I don't know, River. I don't know how to just be with someone without having something to prove or accomplish or fix. You just show up. You're present. You talk to me when you're scared instead of Googling relationship advice at 3 a.m. Ellis pulls their hand away, stands up. That's easy for you to say. You're good at this. At being real, being vulnerable, asking for what you need. Are you kidding? River stands too. Ellis, I've been terrified for weeks. I thought you were pulling away because I'm boring now that the theater's done. I've been making myself smaller, asking for less, trying to be the perfect low-maintenance partner so you wouldn't leave. Ellis stares at River. What? We've both been performing, River says quietly. You performing that you have everything together, me performing that I need nothing. And it's killing us. The words hang between them, too true to argue with. I don't know how to stop, Ellis whispers. Neither do I. But we have to try. River steps closer. Ellis, I love you. I want to build a life with you. But I can't do that if you're treating our relationship like a problem to solve instead of a thing to experience. I'm scared, Ellis admits. Of messing this up. Of not being enough. They stop, swallow hard. Of you realizing that without a crisis to navigate, I'm just anxious and exhausting and not worth the effort. River's expression crumbles. Is that what you think? That I'm only with you because we had a project together? I don't know what I think anymore. River reaches for Ellis, but Ellis steps back. The hurt on River's face is immediate, visceral. Ellis's voice breaks. I need some air. I'm sorry. I just need to think. Ellis. Please. Just give me tonight. I need to figure out what I'm doing. River's jaw tightens, but they nod. Okay. I'll go. You don't have to go. It's late. I think I do, actually. River moves to the bedroom, comes back dressed in their own clothes, shoes in hand. Because if I stay, we're both going to keep performing being okay when we're not. Ellis wants to argue, wants to say stay, we can figure this out. But the words stick in their throat. River pauses at the door. I love you. And I want this to work. But I can't do all the work of being honest by myself. You have to meet me there. Then they're gone, and Ellis is alone in their apartment at 3:47 a.m., feeling like they just failed a test they didn't know they were taking. Ellis sinks back onto the couch, laptop still warm beside them. They don't open it. Don't search for more answers that won't actually help. Instead, they sit in the dark and think about what River said. About performing. About treating love like a project instead of an experience. About being so afraid of failing that they've stopped trying to succeed. Outside, the city moves through the darkest part of night toward dawn. Inside, Ellis wraps their arms around themselves and tries to remember when loving River stopped feeling like joy and started feeling like terror. Tries to remember if there was ever a moment they weren't scared of this ending. Can't find one. Ellis's phone is on the coffee table, screen dark. They could text River, apologize, ask them to come back. Could try to explain what they can't even explain to themselves. Instead, they leave it there and watch the sky lighten through the window, alone with the hollow victory of a saved theater and a relationship they don't know how to save from themselves. Chapter 18, System Check. POV, River. River doesn't go home. Can't face their empty apartment at 4 a.m, can't lie in bed staring at the ceiling and replaying the conversation with Ellis on an endless loop. Instead, they drive. Through downtown, past the theater, lit up and beautiful, a monument to what they accomplished together. Past the radio station where Ellis probably won't sleep before their afternoon show. Past the familiar streets they've driven 100 times in the past 6 months. They end up at a 24-hour diner on the east side, the kind of place that smells like coffee and fryer grease and exists outside of normal time. The waitress doesn't bat an eye at River stumbling in at 4:23 a.m., just pours coffee and asks if they want the usual. River doesn't have a usual. Says yes anyway. The coffee is terrible and perfect. River wraps their hands around the mug and tries to make sense of what just happened. Ellis thinks River is only with them because of the theater project. Ellis has been researching how to maintain a relationship like it's something that can be studied and perfected. Ellis is so terrified of failing that they can't just be present. And River has been so terrified of being too much that they've been making themselves invisible. They're both disasters. Just in different ways. River's phone buzzes. For a moment, they hope it's Ellis, saying they made a mistake, come back, let's figure this out. It's Luz, early morning or late night? River stares at the message, trying to figure out how Luz always knows when something's wrong. Types back, late night. Can't sleep. Luz, want to talk about it? River, not really. Luz, okay. I'm here if you change your mind. Love you. River, love you too. The waitress brings food, eggs, hash browns, toast, bacon. River didn't order any of this, but they eat it anyway because their body needs something and this is what's in front of them. The diner gradually fills with other insomniacs and early shift workers. River watches them come and go, everyone in their own orbit of exhaustion or purpose or whatever drives people to be awake when the world is still dark. River's phone stays silent. Ellis doesn't text. Around 6, River pays the bill and drives to a job site. Not the theater, they can't face that today, but an older project that needs some follow-up work. The building is locked, but River has the key code. Inside, it smells like dust and potential. River loses themselves in work. Tests circuits, documents readings, makes notes for the final report. The familiar rhythm is soothing, identify problem, trace it to source, implement solution. If only relationships worked the same way. Vernon finds them at 8, crouched in front of a panel box, multimeter in hand. Thought I might find you here, he says. River doesn't look up. Project needs finishing. Uh-huh. And you needed to finish it at 6 a.m? Couldn't sleep. Vernon settles onto a nearby crate, doesn't say anything for a long moment. River keeps working, hoping he'll take the hint. He doesn't. You want to tell me what happened? Vernon asks finally. Not particularly. Too bad. I'm old and patient. I can wait. River sets down the multimeter with more force than necessary. Ellis and I had a fight. Happy? Not even a little bit. What about? Everything. Nothing. The fact that we're both too scared to actually be in the relationship we say we want. River runs a hand through their hair, realizes it's still tied back from last night, from the reopening when everything was supposed to be perfect. Ellis thinks the only reason we work is because we had the theater to focus on. Now that it's done, they don't know how to just be with me. Vernon makes a thoughtful sound. And what do you think? I think they're right. Not about us only working because of the theater, but about not knowing how to just be together. River picks up the multimeter again, turns it over in their hands. We're both performing. Ellis performing certainty, me performing being low maintenance. And it's all bullshit. So stop performing. I don't know how. Every time I try to be honest about what I need, I hear myself asking for too much. Being too needy. Scaring them away. Kid, if asking for basic relationship stuff scares Ellis away, that's on them, not you. But what if I am too much? I came out 18 months ago. Ellis has been out for over a decade. They have their community, their career, their whole life figured out. What if I'm just, River stops, swallows hard. What if I'm just the person they dated while they worked on the theater, and now they're realizing they can do better? Vernon is quiet for a long moment. Then, that's a lot of fear talking, and not a lot of fact. It feels like fact. Feelings aren't facts. You taught me that, or wait, no, I taught you that. Vernon's smile is gentle. What did Ellis actually say last night? River thinks back to the conversation, trying to separate what Ellis said from what River heard. They said they don't know how to be a partner without a goal to achieve. That they're scared of messing it up. That they've been researching relationship advice because they want to do it right. And you heard? That I'm not enough. That loving me is work. That without the theater as a distraction, they're realizing I'm boring. River. Look at me. Vernon waits until River meets his eyes. Did Ellis say any of that? Those words? No. But. No buts. Either they said it or they didn't. Vernon leans forward. Sounds to me like Ellis is scared and doesn't know how to say that without it sounding like it's about you. And you're scared and hearing everything through that fear. So what do I do? You talk to them. Actually talk, not the performing being fine version. You tell them what you need. You listen to what they need. You figure out together whether this is worth fighting for. What if it's not? Then at least you'll know. But River, Vernon's expression is serious. You're doing that thing where you decide it's over before you even try. That's not fair to you or Ellis. River wants to argue, wants to say they're just being realistic. But Vernon's right. River has been catastrophizing, playing out the worst-case scenario, bracing for impact. I don't know how to stop being scared, River admits. You don't stop. You just do the thing anyway. Vernon stands, puts a hand on River's shoulder. You love them? Yeah. They love you? They say they do. Then fight for it. But fight honest. No more performing. No more making yourself smaller. Just tell them the truth. Vernon leaves, and River sits alone in the empty building, thinking about truth. About fear. About the specific terror of loving someone who might not love you back the same way. River's phone buzzes. This time it is Ellis. Ellis, I'm sorry about last night. Can we talk? River stares at the message for a long time. Then types, yeah. When? Ellis, I have the show tonight, but tomorrow? My place? River, okay. Ellis, thank you. I love you. River, I love you too. They put the phone down, finish the circuit check they started. The work is methodical, precise, soothing. Find the problem, trace it to the source, implement the solution. If only love worked that way. River spends the day trying not to spiral. They finish the inspection, file the paperwork, go to the Cottonwood crew meetup that evening even though they don't want to face anyone. Harlow takes one look at River and drags them to a corner table. What happened? They ask without preamble. What makes you think something happened? River. You look like you haven't slept in a week and you're vibrating with anxiety. Spill. So River tells them. About the reopening, about the middle of the night conversation, about Ellis's fear and River's fear and how they're both so scared of losing each other that they might be making it happen. Harlow listens without interrupting, then says, "That sucks. Thanks. Very helpful. I'm serious. It sucks that you're both hurting. But also," Harlow leans back, crosses their arms. "You're talking about it. You're trying to figure it out. That's not nothing. Talking about it didn't help. We both just got more scared. That's because you're talking around it. You're both saying, 'I'm scared,' but you're not saying what you're actually scared of. Or what you actually need." River thinks about that. "I don't know what I need." Bullshit. You know. You're just afraid to say it. What if saying it makes them leave? What if not saying it makes them leave anyway? Harlow's expression is challenging. River, you can't control whether Ellis stays. You can only control whether you're honest about what you need. And if being honest scares them away, then they weren't right for you. That's easy to say when it's not your person. Yeah, it is. But it's still true. Harlow softens slightly. Look, I don't know Ellis that well. But from what I've seen, they care about you. They're just also terrified. You're both spiraling in different directions, and you need to spiral together instead. River lets out a shaky laugh. Spiral together. That's your advice? My advice is to tell Ellis what you actually want. Not what you think you should want, not what you think they want to hear. What you actually want. Harlow taps the table for emphasis. And then listen to what they actually want. And see if those things can coexist. What if they can't? Then at least you'll know. It's almost exactly what Vernon said. River wonders if everyone can see how scared they are, how close to breaking. The crew meeting continues around them, people laughing, sharing stories, building community. River watches B explain something to a new member, watches Jimena sketch out a project on a napkin. These are River's people too, not just borrowed from Ellis's world. River built this. They built this. The thought settles something in River's chest. They're not just the person Ellis dated while working on the theater. They're someone who creates community, who solves problems, who shows up and does the work. With or without Ellis, River is building a life they're proud of. But God, they want it to be with Ellis. River doesn't sleep well that night either. They lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, rehearsing what they want to say to Ellis tomorrow. Not performing. Just honest. They want Ellis to be present. To show up not just physically but emotionally. To stop treating their relationship like a project and start treating it like a partnership. They want Ellis to stop being afraid of River seeing them struggle. River has seen Ellis exhausted and uncertain and anxious, and River loves them anyway. Loves them because of those things, not in spite of them. They want to build a life together. Not a perfect life, not a life that looks good from the outside, but a real one. With mess and uncertainty and the kind of honesty that hurts sometimes. They want Ellis to want that too. River rolls over, pulls the blanket tighter. Tomorrow they'll go to Ellis's apartment. Tomorrow they'll have the conversation they've been avoiding. Tomorrow they'll find out if wanting the same thing is enough. Tonight, they just have to make it through the dark. River's phone lights up with a text. Ellis, I can't sleep. Keep thinking about you. About us. River types back, me too. Ellis, I'm scared. River, I know. Me too. Ellis, I don't want to lose you. River stares at the message, feels something crack open in their chest. Types, then let's figure out how not to. Ellis, okay. Ellis, tomorrow? River, tomorrow. They don't exchange any more messages, but River lies awake knowing Ellis is doing the same across town. Both of them scared, both of them hoping, both of them trying to figure out how to love each other without performing certainty neither of them feels. Eventually, River sleeps. Dreams of circuits and connection, of finding the broken place and fixing it, of lights coming on in dark rooms. When they wake, it's tomorrow. Time to find out if they can fix what's breaking between them, or if some things are too far gone to save. River gets dressed, drinks coffee, tries to quiet the voice in their head that says this is already over. Tries to remember what Vernon said, fight for it, but fight honest. Tries to believe that honesty will be enough. Chapter 19, Dropped Connection. POV, Ellis. Ellis doesn't cancel their show. They consider it, lying in bed after River leaves, watching the sky lighten, feeling like they've been hollowed out with a spoon. But canceling means explaining why, and Ellis doesn't have words for what happened. So they show up to the station at their usual time, voice hoarse from not enough sleep, and perform being fine. Toby notices immediately. You look terrible. Thanks. Great to see you too. No, seriously. Are you okay? Toby's concern is genuine, which somehow makes it worse. Long night. I'm fine. If you say so. Toby doesn't look convinced but doesn't push. They've learned, over the months, when Ellis needs space. The show is automatic. Ellis fields calls about coming out, about family dynamics, about navigating queer spaces when you feel like an imposter. All the questions Ellis has answered 1,000 times, all the wisdom they're supposed to have. A caller asks, how do you know when a relationship is worth fighting for? Ellis's throat tightens. That's a hard question. I think it's worth fighting for when you can imagine your life with them and it looks better than your life without them. Even when it's hard. Especially when it's hard. But what if fighting makes it worse? What if talking about problems just creates more problems? Ellis thinks about last night. About River's hurt expression when Ellis asked for space. About the way they both admitted to performing, to hiding, to being so scared of losing each other that they're making it happen. Then you're not actually fighting for it, Ellis says slowly, working through the thought in real time. You're fighting against it. Fighting for something means being willing to be uncomfortable, to be vulnerable, to risk making it worse in the hope of making it better. Have you ever done that? The question catches Ellis off guard. I'm trying to. After the show, Ellis sits in the booth and stares at their phone. River said tomorrow. Ellis texted to confirm. But now tomorrow is today, and Ellis doesn't know what to say. Mariko knocks on the booth window. When Ellis buzzes her in, she's carrying 2 coffees and wearing an expression that says they're going to talk whether Ellis wants to or not. Spill, she says, handing over the coffee. There's nothing to spill. You look like you haven't slept in a week, and you just gave relationship advice that sounded like you were working through your own shit on air. So try again. Ellis takes a sip of coffee, burns their tongue. River and I had a fight. About? About everything. About being scared. About not knowing how to be together without a crisis to navigate. Ellis sets down the coffee. I think I'm ruining it. I think I'm so afraid of failing that I'm making it fail. Are you asking me to tell you you're wrong, or do you want actual advice? I don't know. Both? Neither? Mariko sits in the chair River occupied weeks ago, when they watched Ellis work and asked if they ever got to just be themselves. What are you running from? I'm not running. Ellis. You've taken on, 6 new panels in the past month? You're doing extra shifts at the station. You're on every committee, every board, every organizing effort. You're busy from the moment you wake up until you collapse. Mariko's voice is gentle but firm. That's running. I'm just trying to stay productive. To be useful. To who? To everyone. To the community. To, Ellis stops. To River. Why do you think you need to be useful to River? Because that's what I am. The person with answers, the expert, the one who knows how to navigate queer spaces. That's my value. Mariko sets down her coffee with deliberate care. Listen to me very carefully. Your value is not in what you can provide people. Your value is in being you. River doesn't love you because you're useful. River loves you because you're you. But what if I'm not enough? Just me, without the expertise or the community connections or the ability to make things happen? Then River will tell you that. But Ellis, you're not giving them the chance. You're so busy proving your worth that you're not letting them love you. The words hit like a physical blow. Ellis feels tears prick at their eyes, blinks them back. I don't know how to stop. Yes, you do. You stop taking on new projects. You say no to panels. You show up for River without an agenda or a plan. You let yourself be vulnerable and uncertain, and you trust that they'll love you anyway. What if they don't? What if they do? Mariko reaches across, squeezes Ellis's hand. You're terrified. I get it. But you're going to lose River if you don't talk to them. Actually talk, not the performance version. I am talking to them. Tomorrow. Today. Later. Ellis pulls their hand back, rubs their face. I don't know what to say. Tell them the truth. All of it. The scared parts, the uncertain parts, the parts that think you're not good enough. Mariko's expression softens. You deserve to be loved for who you are, Ellis. Not who you think you should be. River arrives at Ellis's apartment at 6. Ellis has been pacing for an hour, rehearsing what to say, discarding every version as insufficient. When Ellis opens the door, River looks as wrecked as Ellis feels. Dark circles under their eyes, hair disheveled, wearing the same clothes from yesterday. Hi, River says. Hi. Come in. They stand in Ellis's living room, neither of them sitting, the tension so thick Ellis can barely breathe. I'm sorry, they both say at the same time. River manages a weak smile. You first. No, you. Ellis. Please. Ellis takes a breath, tries to organize thoughts that refuse to be organized. I'm sorry for shutting down. For asking you to leave. For, they gesture helplessly. For all of it. Are we okay? River asks quietly. It's the question Ellis has been dreading. Because the answer should be yes, we're fine, we'll work through this. But Ellis doesn't know if that's true. I don't know, Ellis admits. Are we? River's expression crumples slightly, then firms. I don't know either. They stand there in awful silence. Ellis can hear the refrigerator humming in the kitchen, traffic passing outside, the ambient sounds of their life continuing like nothing is wrong. We should sit, Ellis says finally. They move to the couch, sitting with careful distance between them. River's hands are clasped in their lap, knuckles white. Ellis wants to reach for them, doesn't know if they're allowed. I've been thinking, River starts. About what you said. About not knowing how to be together without a project. River. Let me finish. Please. River takes a shaky breath. I think you're right. Not about us only working because of the theater, but about not knowing how to just be together. We're both performing. Me trying to be low maintenance, you trying to be the person with all the answers. I know. I've been thinking about that too. And I realized, I don't know what you need from me. From us. I've been so scared of asking for too much that I haven't asked for anything. Ellis's chest aches. What do you need? I need you to be present. Not just physically, but actually here. I need you to stop taking on every project that comes your way and save some energy for this. For us. River's voice cracks. I need to know that I'm not just another thing on your to-do list. The words land like stones. You're not. River, you're not. Then why does it feel that way? Why do I feel like I have to schedule time with you? Like I'm competing with every panel and committee and organizing effort for your attention? Ellis doesn't have a good answer for that. I've been busy. I know. You keep saying that. River finally looks at Ellis, and the hurt in their expression is devastating. But Ellis, I don't need you to be busy. I don't need you to be productive or useful or the person with all the answers. I just need you to be here. I am here. No, you're not. You're in educator mode. You're performing. River's hands tighten. Even now, I can see you trying to figure out the right thing to say. The thing that will fix this. But there isn't a right thing. There's just the truth. Ellis feels their throat close. The truth is I'm terrified. Of not being enough. Of you realizing that without the theater as a distraction, I'm just anxious and exhausting and too much work. Ellis. Let me finish. Ellis mirrors River's words back. The truth is I don't know how to be in a relationship without having something to prove. Without being useful. Because if I'm not useful, if I'm not the expert or the organizer or the person who makes things happen, then what's the point of me? River's expression shifts into something that looks like heartbreak. The point of you is you. That's the whole point. But I don't know if that's enough. For who? For me, or for you? Ellis doesn't answer. Can't answer. River stands, starts pacing. I can't do this. I can't be the only one fighting for us while you're still trying to figure out if I'm worth the effort. I'm not, Ellis struggles to find words. River, you're worth everything. That's the problem. You deserve someone who isn't constantly spiraling, who doesn't need relationship advice articles at 3 a.m., who knows how to just be present without making it a performance. What if I want you? Spirals and anxiety and all of it? Do you? Really? Because I'm exhausting, River. I'm too much and not enough at the same time. Stop. River's voice is sharp. Stop telling me what I should feel. Stop deciding for me that you're too broken or too difficult or whatever narrative you're running. If I didn't want to be here, I wouldn't be. But for how long? The question bursts out of Ellis before they can stop it. How long before you get tired of this? Of me needing constant reassurance? Of me not knowing how to just accept that you love me? River stops pacing, turns to face Ellis fully. I don't know. Maybe forever. Maybe a week. Maybe I'm already tired. River's voice breaks. But I don't get to know unless you let me try. Unless you stop protecting me from yourself and let me decide if you're worth it. And if I can't? River's silence is answer enough. Ellis's vision blurs. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know how to do this. Do you want to? That's what I need to know. Do you actually want this relationship, or are you just scared of being alone? The question cuts deep. Ellis thinks about the past weeks, the distance, the exhaustion, the way they'd been running toward work and away from River. Thinks about last night, asking River to leave because being close to them hurt too much. I want it, Ellis says quietly. I want you. I want us. But I'm so scared that wanting it isn't enough. It's not, River says, and Ellis feels their heart stop. Wanting isn't enough. You have to do the work. You have to show up. You have to stop running. I don't know if I can. River's expression hardens. Then we need to take a break. The words echo in Ellis's apartment, final and devastating. What? I can't keep doing this. Fighting for us while you're still deciding if I'm worth fighting for. It's killing me, Ellis. River's voice is steady despite the tears on their face. I love you. But I can't love you hard enough for both of us. River, please. I need you to figure out what you want. Actually figure it out, not just say what you think I want to hear. River moves toward the door. And when you know, really know, then we can talk. Don't go. Ellis's voice cracks. Please don't go. I have to. For both of us. River pauses at the door, hand on the knob. I love you. I do. But love isn't enough if you're not willing to be vulnerable with me. If you're not willing to stop performing and just be. I'm trying. I know. But trying and doing are different things. River opens the door. Call me when you're ready to actually do it. To be honest. To let me in. Then they're gone, and Ellis is alone in their apartment with the echo of River's footsteps fading down the hallway. Ellis sinks onto the couch, pulls their knees to their chest, and lets the tears come. Great, gasping sobs that shake their whole body, months of fear and anxiety and exhaustion pouring out. Their phone is on the coffee table. They could call River back, beg them to stay, promise to do better. But River is right. Promising isn't enough. Ellis needs to actually change. Needs to figure out how to stop running, stop performing, stop being so terrified of being seen that they push away the one person who sees them clearly. Ellis cries until they're empty. Then they sit in the silence of their apartment and think about everything River said. You're in educator mode. You're performing. I need you to be present. All true. All things Ellis has heard before but never really listened to. Ellis picks up their phone, opens their calendar. Looks at the dozens of commitments, panels, meetings, organizing calls, extra shifts. All the ways they've been filling time to avoid sitting with themselves. They start canceling. One by one, polite emails explaining they need to step back, they're overcommit, they're sorry. It feels terrifying and necessary. When the calendar is cleared of everything except the essential, Ellis sits back and looks at all the empty space. All the time they'll have to just be. It's exactly what they need and exactly what they're afraid of. Ellis's phone stays silent. River doesn't text. Outside, the city moves through evening into night. Inside, Ellis sits in the wreckage of their relationship and tries to figure out how to be the person River needs. How to be the person Ellis needs. How to stop running and finally stand still. Chapter 20, Grounding Fault. POV, River. River's hands are shaking. It's Tuesday morning, 3 days after they left Ellis's apartment. 3 days of radio silence, literally, since River can't bring themselves to listen to Ellis's show. 3 days of going through the motions at work, of staring at their phone willing it to ring, of Vernon watching them with concern he's too polite to voice. Until now. River is on a ladder, running new wire through a ceiling cavity, when their multimeter slips from their hand. It's a small thing, they catch it before it hits the ground, but Vernon sees. Down, Vernon says from below. Right now. River climbs down, legs unsteady. Vernon takes the multimeter, sets it aside, then points to a stack of lumber. Sit. River sits. Vernon settles beside them, doesn't say anything for a long minute. The job site is quiet, it's just the two of them today, finishing up a small residential project. Usually River finds the solitude soothing. Today it just makes the noise in their head louder. You good, kid? River lets out a laugh that sounds more like a sob. No. Not even a little bit. Ellis? Ellis. Me. Us. All of it. River drops their head into their hands. We're on a break. Or we broke up. I don't even know which one it is. Vernon doesn't react with surprise or platitudes. Just, tell me. So River does. About the reopening that should have been triumphant but felt hollow. About Ellis researching relationship advice at 3 a.m. About both of them admitting they've been performing, hiding, too scared to be real with each other. About asking Ellis to take a break because River couldn't keep fighting for both of them. When River finishes, Vernon is quiet for a long time. Then, you love them? Yeah. They love you? They say they do. But I don't know if saying it is enough. They're so scared of failing that they won't even try. River's voice breaks. And I'm so tired of being the only one trying. That why you dropped your multimeter? Because you're so well rested and focused? River winces. Point taken. Kid, you're both drowning. Just in different ways. Vernon shifts to face River more fully. Ellis is drowning in fear of not being enough. You're drowning in fear of being too much. And instead of helping each other stay afloat, you're both thrashing around making it worse. So what do I do? You already did it. You told them the truth. You set a boundary. Now you have to sit with it and see if they meet you there. What if they don't? Then you have your answer. But River, Vernon's expression is serious. You can't make someone be vulnerable. You can't love them into being ready. Either they choose it or they don't. River knows this. Has known it since they walked out of Ellis's apartment 3 days ago. But hearing it from Vernon makes it more real, more final. I don't want to give up on them, River says quietly. That's not what you did. You gave them space to figure their shit out. That's not giving up, that's loving them enough to let them do the work. River wants to believe that. Wants to think that Ellis is sitting in their apartment right now, doing the work, getting ready to call River and say they're ready to try. But River's phone has been silent for 3 days. What if they decide I'm not worth it? Vernon gives River a long look. Then they're a damn fool. But more importantly, what if you decide that this relationship isn't worth what it's costing you? The question stops River cold. They haven't let themselves think about it. About the possibility that maybe this isn't fixable. That maybe love isn't enough when one person can't meet the other where they are. I don't know how to do that, River admits. How to decide when to stop fighting. You'll know. Your body will tell you. You'll wake up one morning and realize you're tired of being sad. Tired of waiting. Tired of putting your life on hold for someone who isn't showing up. Vernon stands, offers River a hand up. But you're not there yet. So take your time. Feel your feelings. And for God's sake, don't drop any more tools. River manages a weak laugh. Deal. They work for another few hours in companionable silence. River focuses on the task at hand, running wire, testing connections, documenting everything. The physical work helps quiet the noise in their head. At lunch, River's phone buzzes. Their heart leaps, but it's not Ellis. It's Luz, still coming for dinner Sunday. The kids are asking about you. River had forgotten about Sunday dinner. Luz has been asking for weeks, wanting River to spend time with the family, with Marcus and the kids. Wanting to normalize River's queerness in small, domestic ways. River types back, "Can I bring someone?" Luz, Ellis? River, no. Friend from the crew. Harlow. If that's okay. The 3 dots appear and disappear several times. Finally, of course. Everything okay? River, not really. We'll explain Sunday. Luz, okay. Love you. River, love you too. Sunday dinner at Luz's is usually chaotic in the best way. Her kids, Emma, 8, and David, 11, are loud and energetic, full of questions and stories. Marcus is quiet but warm, always making sure everyone has enough food. Luz orchestrates it all with practiced ease. Today, River brings Harlow, who fits into the chaos like they've always been there. They're patient with the kids' questions, help Marcus with the dishes, make Luz laugh with stories about job sites gone wrong. After dinner, while the kids are occupied with a movie, Luz corners River in the kitchen. "Okay," she says. "What happened with Ellis?" River leans against the counter, suddenly exhausted. "We're on a break. Maybe broke up. I don't know." Luz's expression shifts to concern. "What? Why? I thought things were good." "They were. And then they weren't." River gives her the abbreviated version, the distance, the performing, the conversation that ended with River walking out. Luz is quiet for a moment. Then, "Do you want to fight for this?" It's the question Vernon asked, the question River has been asking themselves for days. "I already did fight for it." I told Ellis the truth. I set boundaries. I asked them to show up. Now it's their turn. What if they don't? Then I have my answer. And you're okay with that? River looks at their sister, at the life she's built, the family she's created, the way she's made space for River even when she doesn't fully understand. No. I'm not okay with it. But I can't make Ellis be ready. I can't love them into being vulnerable. No, Luz agrees. But you can decide what you're willing to wait for. What if fighting isn't enough? Luz reaches across, squeezes River's hand. Then you'll grieve it and move on. But River, you deserve someone who fights for you too. Who shows up even when it's hard. Who meets you where you are instead of making you chase them. The words settle into River's chest, true and painful. In the living room, they can hear Harlow teaching the kids some kind of card game, Emma's delighted shriek when she wins a hand. Marcus laughing at something David said. The sounds of a normal Sunday evening, life continuing on. River wonders if this is what it would have been like with Ellis. Dinner with family, easy conversation, the kind of domestic intimacy that comes from showing up for each other consistently. Wonders if they'll ever get the chance to find out. Monday morning, River makes a mistake. It's small, misreading a wire diagram, connecting a circuit wrong. Nothing dangerous, and they catch it before energizing the system. But it's unlike them, sloppy in a way River hasn't been since they were an apprentice. Vernon notices, of course. That's the second time this week. I know. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. Kid, I don't care about the mistake. I care about you. You're not sleeping, you're barely eating, and now you're making errors. Vernon sets down his tools. Have you heard from Ellis? No. Have you called them? No. They need space to figure out what they want. I'm giving it to them. River, there's giving space and then there's punishing yourself. Which one are you doing? River doesn't have a good answer for that. That night, River lies in bed staring at their phone. They've typed and deleted about 15 different messages to Ellis over the past week. Everything from I miss you to are you okay? To please call me. They send none of them. Instead, River opens their Photos app, scrolls to the pictures from the theater reopening. There's one of Ellis at the podium, mid-speech, looking confident and beautiful and completely in their element. Another of the two of them afterward, River's arm around Ellis's waist, both of them smiling at the camera. They looked happy. River wonders if they were. The phone buzzes with a text. River's heart leaps, but it's not Ellis. It's B, crew meeting Thursday. You better show up. We miss your face. River types back, I'll be there. Because what else is there to do? Sit at home and wait for Ellis to decide River is worth the work? That's not living. That's just waiting to start living. River gets out of bed, walks to their bookshelf. The 47 queer theory books are still there, most of them unread since River and Ellis got together. River pulls one down at random, an anthology about queer time and the rejection of normative relationship timelines. They read until their eyes blur, until the words stop making sense, until exhaustion finally pulls them under. Wednesday evening, River is leaving a job site when their phone rings. For one horrible, hopeful moment, they think it's Ellis. It's their mother. River stares at the screen, Carmen Castellanos' name glowing accusingly. They haven't talked to their mom in 3 weeks, haven't been ready to deal with the careful avoidance and the questions River can't answer honestly. They answer anyway. Hola, Mommy. River. Their mother's voice is warm, familiar, and River notices she's using their chosen name now. Luz must have told her. It's progress, even if Carmen doesn't understand what it means yet. I haven't heard from you. Luz says you're busy with work. Yeah. Big project just finished. River unlocks their truck, climbs in. How are you? Good, good. Your Tia Maria is visiting next month. She wants to see you. That's nice. There's a pause. Then, Luz mentioned you're seeing someone. A partner. River's hands tighten on the steering wheel. Sort of. It's complicated. Complicated how? We're taking some time apart. Figuring things out. Ah. Another pause. This person, they treat you well? River thinks about Ellis. About the way they looked at River like they were precious. About their laugh, their vulnerability, their fear. Yeah. They do. Then what's complicated? How to explain it? How to tell their mother about being so scared of being authentic that you perform being fine until the relationship breaks? About loving someone who doesn't know how to let themselves be loved? We're both scared, River says finally. Of different things. And we don't know how to be scared together instead of separately. Their mother is quiet for a long moment. Then, surprisingly, that's very wise. To know that. Doesn't help much. No. But knowing is the first step. River can hear her moving around her kitchen, the familiar sounds of home. You know what your father used to say? River's throat tightens. They haven't talked about their father in years. What? He said love is not about being ready. It's about choosing to be brave. She laughs softly. Of course, he said this after 15 years of marriage when I was mad at him for something. But I think it's true. Love asks us to be brave. What if being brave isn't enough? Then at least you know you tried. Better than wondering for the rest of your life. River sits in their truck in the parking lot, phone pressed to their ear, and feels something crack open. Their mother doesn't know River is non-binary. Doesn't know about Ellis. Doesn't know half of River's life. But she knows about fear and bravery and love. Thanks, Mommy, River says, voice thick. Come to dinner soon. Bring your person if they're ready. If not, just bring you. I miss seeing you. I will. Love you. Love you too. River sits in the silence after the call ends, turning their mother's words over. Love asks us to be brave. River has been brave. Walked away when staying would have broken them. Set boundaries. Asked for what they needed. But have they been brave enough to actually fight for it? River pulls out their phone, opens the message thread with Ellis. The last message is from a week ago, Ellis saying they were sorry, they love River. River types, I miss you. Then deletes it. Types, are you okay? Deletes that too. Finally, I'm still here when you're ready. Take your time. They send it before they can second guess. The 3 dots appear immediately. River's heart pounds. Ellis, thank you. I'm working on it. I promise. River, I know. I love you. Ellis, I love you too. So much. It's not a resolution. Not a fix. But it's something. River drives home through the evening traffic, lets themselves hope for the first time in days that maybe they can find their way back to each other. That maybe being brave enough to wait is its own kind of fighting. At home, River makes dinner, does the dishes, calls Harlow to confirm plans for the crew meeting Thursday. The routine is soothing, normal, the shape of a life River is building with or without Ellis. Because that's the thing River is learning, they can love Ellis and still have their own life. Can want Ellis to choose them and still choose themselves. Can wait for Ellis to be ready while still moving forward. River falls asleep that night with their phone on the nightstand, still hoping it will ring. But not waiting for it to ring before they can live. It's a start. Chapter 21, Overload. Ellis stared at the apartment door, heart hammering against their ribs. River had shown up unannounced 20 minutes ago with that look on their face, the one that meant they were done avoiding the conversation neither of them wanted to have. We need to talk. Really talk, River had said. And now here they were, sitting on Ellis's couch with careful space between them, the kind of distance that felt like its own statement. About what? Ellis knew exactly what. They'd been circling this conversation for weeks, maybe months. But the question bought time, gave them a few more seconds to prepare their armor. About why we're both pretending everything's fine when it's not. Ellis adjusted their glasses, a tell they couldn't quite break. I'm not pretending. Yes, you are. And so am I. And we're going to lose this if we don't stop. The certainty in River's voice made Ellis's stomach twist. They wanted to argue, to deflect with humor or logic or anything that would redirect this conversation to safer ground. But River was looking at them with those warm brown eyes that saw too much, and Ellis felt their defenses starting to crack. I don't know what you want me to say. I want you to be honest. River shifted forward slightly, hands clasped between their knees. Do you still want this? Us? The question landed like a punch. Of course I do. Then why does it feel like you're not here? I'm here. I'm right here. No, you're not. River's voice was gentle but firm. You're in educator mode. You're performing. The accusation stung, sharp and precise. That's not fair. Maybe not. But it's true. Ellis stood up, needing to move, to create some physical distance from the conversation. They went to the window, looking out at the street below without really seeing it. Behind them, they could feel River waiting. What do you want from me, River? You want me to what? Fall apart? Not have my shit together? I want you to be real with me. Ellis turned around, something hot and defensive rising in their chest. I am real with you. I'm more real with you than I am with anyone else. Are you though? Or are you just showing me a different version of the performance? That hit deeper than Ellis expected. They felt exposed, like River had reached right through their chest and grabbed something vital. That's not, Ellis stopped, swallowed. I'm trying, okay? I'm trying to be what you need. That's exactly the problem. River stood too, crossing the room until they were a few feet away. I don't need you to be anything. I need you to just be. Without the script. Without worrying about whether you're doing it right. That's easy for you to say. The words came out sharper than Ellis intended. You're not the one everyone expects to have the answers. And I'm not asking you to have them. I'm asking you to stop pretending you do when you don't. Ellis felt something snap inside them, the pressure that had been building for weeks finally finding a crack. Fine. You want honesty? Here's honesty, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to be in a relationship where I'm not also teaching or guiding or helping someone figure themselves out. I don't know who I am if I'm not the person with answers. River's expression softened. Ellis. No, you asked for real, so here it is. Ellis was talking faster now, words tumbling out like they'd been dammed up too long. I'm terrified. Every single day I'm terrified that you're going to wake up and realize that I'm just as lost as you are. That I'm just better at hiding it. That I've been performing confidence for so long I don't know what's real anymore. The silence after that confession felt enormous. Ellis could hear their own breathing, could feel their pulse in their throat. They'd never said that out loud before, not to anyone, not even to themselves in the privacy of their own thoughts. River took a step forward. That's all I wanted. That right there. What? You. Being honest. Being scared. That's what I need. Not the polished version who always knows what to say. But Ellis couldn't quite let themselves accept that. You say that now. But what about when you actually need guidance? When you're having a crisis and you need someone to be steady? Then I'll ask for it. But I don't need you to be steady all the time. I need you to be human. Maybe I don't know how to be what you need. The words felt like they were being pulled out of Ellis's chest. Maybe I don't know how to be vulnerable like that. Then we learn together. What if I can't? What if I'm too fucked up from years of having to be the educator? River's face fell slightly. So that's it? You're just giving up? I'm not giving up. I'm being realistic. Ellis could hear the educator voice creeping back in, the measured reasonable tone that made everything sound logical and calm even when their insides were screaming. You deserve someone who can be fully present. Someone who isn't constantly worried about saying the wrong thing or not being enough. You're enough, Ellis. But it sounded automatic, the same way Ellis had said it to River weeks ago during their failed perfect date. River heard it too. Ellis could see the recognition flash across their face. See? River said quietly. That's the educator voice. You're doing it right now. Ellis felt something cold settle in their stomach. River was right. They were doing exactly what River had accused them of, performing reassurance they didn't fully feel. Maybe I don't know how to be what you need, Ellis said again, and this time their voice cracked slightly. Maybe I don't know how to be what you need either. The admission hung between them, and for a moment neither of them moved. Ellis could see River struggling with something, working up to saying the thing that would either break them or save them. I can't do this, Ellis said quietly. The words felt like they were coming from somewhere outside themselves. I can't keep trying to be someone I'm not. And I can't keep disappointing you. You're not disappointing me. You're just. Maybe we should take a break. The suggestion seemed to suck all the air out of the room. River stared at Ellis like they'd just been slapped. Is that what you want? Ellis didn't answer. Couldn't answer. Because what they wanted and what they thought was right had become tangled up with what they were afraid of, and they couldn't separate any of it anymore. River waited another few seconds, and when Ellis still didn't respond, they nodded slowly. Okay. River. No, it's fine. I get it. River's voice was carefully neutral, but Ellis could see the hurt in every line of their body. You need space. I can give you that. That's not what I. What did you mean then? River looked at them directly. Because from where I'm standing, you just ended this. Ellis opened their mouth but nothing came out. They were drowning in their own panic, in the certainty that they were destroying the best thing in their life because they didn't know how to stop performing long enough to actually live it. River waited another beat, then grabbed their jacket from the back of the chair. Text me when you figure out what you actually want. River, please. I love you. River said it simply, like a fact, standing in the doorway. I'm in love with you. And I know you're scared, but I'm scared too. The difference is I'm willing to be scared with you instead of running away from it. Ellis felt their throat close up. They wanted to say it back, wanted to cross the room and pull River into their arms and promise to do better, be better. But the words wouldn't come. The performance had finally failed them completely. River's expression shifted from hurt to something else, resignation, maybe, or just exhaustion. Let me know when you're ready to actually fight for this, River said quietly. Because I can't do it alone. And then they were gone, the door clicking shut with a finality that made Ellis's knees weak. Ellis stood there in the sudden silence of their apartment, walls up, terrified, completely alone. Their hands were shaking. They pressed them flat against their thighs, trying to ground themselves, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. They just let River walk out. Had practically pushed them out. And for what? Because they were scared? Because they didn't know how to be vulnerable? Ellis sank down onto the couch, head in their hands. Their chest felt too tight, like they couldn't quite get a full breath. This was what they'd been afraid of, this feeling of complete dissolution, of not knowing who they were if they weren't performing competence. But River loved them. Had said it out loud, had offered to be scared together, and Ellis had just frozen. Their phone was in their pocket. They could text right now. Could call. Could run after River and say all the things that had gotten stuck in their throat. But they didn't. Instead they sat there, alone in their apartment, and felt the full weight of what they'd just done. River had asked for honesty, for vulnerability, for Ellis to stop performing. And Ellis had responded by suggesting a break, the most performative, conflict-avoidant thing they could have done. The irony would have been funny if it didn't hurt so much. Ellis's phone buzzed. For a second their heart leaped, but it was just Mariko, asking if they wanted to get dinner tomorrow. Normal friend stuff. Life continuing on like Ellis hadn't just imploded their entire relationship. They should answer. Should make plans. Should do all the normal things that would prove they were fine, that they had their shit together, that this was all under control. Instead they turned off their phone and sat in the dark, finally, terrifyingly honest with themselves about how lost they really were. Chapter 22, Radio Silence. River's phone sat on their workbench, screen dark, mocking them with its silence. 3 days. 72 hours since they'd walked out of Ellis's apartment with, "I love you," still echoing in the space between them. River had texted once, "Can we talk? Please?" And got nothing back. Radio silence. The irony wasn't lost on them. The radio producer had gone completely quiet. "You gonna actually use that drill or just stare at it?" Harlow's voice cut through River's spiral. The carpenter was leaning against the doorframe of the theater's backstage area, tool belts slung low on their hips, eyebrows raised. River looked down at the drill in their hand. They'd been holding it for what, 5 minutes? 10. They set it down carefully. "Sorry." Distracted. "No shit." Harlow came further into the room. "You've been rewiring the same junction box for an hour. It's a 15-minute job." River looked at the box. Harlow was right. They'd pulled the same wire 3 times, unable to focus enough to get the connections right. "I'm fine." "You're a terrible liar." Harlow pulled over a paint-stained stool and sat down. "Cottonwood crew meeting tonight at Lucky's. 7 o'clock. You're coming." "I don't really feel like." Wasn't a question, Castellanos. River wanted to argue, but the truth was they'd been alone with their thoughts for 3 days and it was starting to eat them alive. "Fine. Good." Harlow stood up, clapped them on the shoulder. "And maybe put the tools away before you hurt yourself. You're not safe to work right now." After Harlow left, River sat there in the quiet of the theater, surrounded by half-finished electrical work. They'd thrown themselves into the restoration project, picking up extra hours, volunteering for the complicated jobs nobody else wanted. Anything to keep their hands busy and their mind from circling back to Ellis's face when River had said, "I love you." The way Ellis had just frozen. River's phone buzzed and their heart leaped, but it was just Vernon, asking about a supply order. River typed back a quick response, then stared at the message thread above it. Their last text to Ellis, sent 47 hours ago. Delivered. Read. No response. They should stop checking. Should delete the thread. Should do something other than refreshing it every 20 minutes like a compulsion. Instead they opened their photos, found the one from a month ago, Ellis at the fundraiser, mid-laugh at something Mariko had said, their face open and unguarded. River had taken it when Ellis wasn't looking, had meant to show it to them later. Had meant to do a lot of things. River closed the photo and put their phone away. Harlow was right. They weren't safe to work like this. Lucky's bar was exactly what it sounded like, a dive bar with questionable lighting and excellent beer selection. The Cottonwood crew had claimed the back corner booth as their unofficial headquarters, and when River arrived at 7, they were all already there, Harlow, B, and Jimena, plus 2 people River didn't recognize. "There they are." B, the plumber, waved them over. "We were taking bets on whether you'd actually show." "Who won?" "Me. I said you would because you're too polite to bail." B grinned. "These are Jordan and Sam, they're new. Jordan's a roofer, Sam does HVAC. Everybody, this is River, our favorite electrician." River managed a small wave. "Hi. You look like shit," Jimena said bluntly. The welder was never one for subtlety. "What happened?" River sank into the booth, suddenly exhausted. They'd been holding it together for days, maintaining the appearance of functionality, and now surrounded by people who actually knew them, the facade cracked. "Relationship stuff." "The radio person?" Harlow asked. "Ellis." Yeah. What did they do? Nothing. Everything. I don't know. River rubbed their face. We had a fight. I told them I loved them. They suggested we take a break. The table went quiet for a moment. Fuck, B said with feeling. Yeah. Have you talked since? Jimena asked. I texted. They haven't responded. How long ago? 2 days. Another silence, this one more waited. Okay, Harlow said finally. Do you want to fight for this? River thought about it. Really thought about it. Not the version where they spiraled into self-doubt and imposter syndrome, but the actual question underneath. Did they want Ellis? Did they want to put in the work to make this work? Yeah, they said quietly. I do. Then you need to decide something. Harlow leaned forward. Either you fight for it, or you let it go. But this in-between thing where you're checking your phone every 5 minutes and rewiring the same junction box for an hour? That's not sustainable. I texted them. The ball's in their court. Is it though? B asked. Because from what you've told us about Ellis, they're probably spiraling just as hard as you are. Maybe harder. River hadn't thought about it that way. They'd been so focused on their own hurt, their own fear that they weren't enough, that they hadn't considered what Ellis might be going through. What if fighting isn't enough? River asked. What if I show up and they still want the break? Then at least you'll know, Jimena said. But right now you're just torturing yourself with possibilities. Jordan, the roofer, spoke up for the first time. Can I ask something? Why'd you walk out? They suggested we take a break. What was I supposed to do? You could have stayed. Could have fought right then instead of leaving. The observation hit River sideways. They'd been so hurt, so certain that Ellis was ending things, that they just left. Had given Ellis exactly what they seemed to want instead of pushing back. I thought I was giving them space, River said. Sounds like you were protecting yourself, Sam added, not unkindly. Which, hey, that's valid. But maybe it's not what either of you actually needed. River sat with that. They'd spent so much time being afraid of being too much, of pushing too hard, that when Ellis suggested a break, River had just accepted it. Had walked away instead of fighting. Had protected themselves instead of being brave. I've been so afraid of being too much or not enough, River said slowly, that I forgot to just be. There it is. Harlow raised their beer. Welcome to the revelation. It sucks. Thanks. So what are you going to do? B asked. River's phone buzzed. For the millionth time, their heart leaped. But it was just Luz. Luz, I know you're probably avoiding my calls, but I love you and I'm worried. Please tell me you're okay. River stared at the message. They'd been dodging Luz's calls since the fight, unable to face their sister's well-meaning questions and inevitable advice. But maybe that was part of the problem too. They'd been isolating, shutting down, doing exactly what they'd accused Ellis of doing. River, I'm okay. Kind of. Can we talk tomorrow? Luz, yes. My house. 10 a.m., I'll make coffee. River looked up at the crew. I think I need to talk to my sister. Good call. Jimena signaled for another round. But tonight, you're staying here and drinking with us. No phones, no spiraling, just queer tradespeople talking shit. It was exactly what River needed. The next morning, River showed up at Luz's house at 9:55, coffee-deprived and exhausted. They'd stayed at Lucky's until midnight, and while they felt better for the company, they'd also barely slept. Luz opened the door in her robe, hair still wet from the shower. You look terrible. Thanks. Come here. Luz pulled River into a hug, tight and fierce. I've been worried sick. River let themselves be held. They were 4 inches taller than their sister, but somehow Luz always made them feel protected. I messed up, River said into Luz's shoulder. Tell me everything. They sat in Luz's kitchen while she made elaborate coffee drinks with her fancy machine. River told her everything: the fight, Ellis's suggestion of a break, River's "I love you" that had gone unanswered, the 3 days of silence, the Cottonwood crew intervention. Luz listened without interrupting, her counselor training kicking in. When River finished, she set a perfect cappuccino in front of them. Okay. First question, do you want to fight for this? Everyone keeps asking me that. Because it's the only question that matters. Everything else is logistics. River took a sip of coffee. Yes. I want to fight for it. Even if it's hard. Even if Ellis can't give you what you need right away. Especially then. That's kind of the point, isn't it? Being with someone through the hard stuff, not just the easy parts. Luz smiled. Look at you, being emotionally mature. Don't sound so surprised. I'm not surprised. I'm proud. Luz reached across the table, took River's hand. But here's the hard part, you can't fix Ellis. You can't love them into being ready. You can fight for the relationship, but they have to fight too. I know. Do you? Because I've watched you try to fix things your whole life. The AC at Mom's house. Dad's car. Your own heart by reading every queer theory book ever written. But people aren't electrical systems, River. You can't just rewire them. River felt their throat tighten. What if fighting isn't enough? Then at least you tried. At least you didn't spend the rest of your life wondering, what if? What if not fighting is worse? Luz squeezed their hand. That's your answer right there. River sat with that for a moment. They'd been so afraid of rejection, of being told they weren't enough, that they'd made Ellis's suggestion of a break into a final answer instead of an opening for conversation. I need to talk to them, River said. Yes, you do. What if they don't want to talk to me? Then you'll know. But River, you told them you loved them and then walked out. Maybe they're waiting for you to come back. River thought about Ellis alone in their apartment, probably spiraling just as hard. About the way Ellis had frozen when River said, I love you, not because they didn't feel it, but because they were terrified of it. I'm scared, River admitted. Of course you are. That's how you know it matters. Luz stood up. Now finish your coffee and go talk to your person. And River? Yeah? You're not too late. You're not behind. You're exactly where you're supposed to be, learning what you need to learn. Stop measuring yourself against some imaginary timeline. River felt something ease in their chest. They'd needed to hear that. They finished their coffee, hugged Luz goodbye, and sat in their truck outside her house for a long moment. Their phone was in their pocket. They could text Ellis. Could call. Could show up at their apartment unannounced for the second time. Or they could give Ellis the space they'd asked for and hope they'd reach out when they were ready. River thought about what Harlow had said, either fight for it or let it go. No more in between. They pulled out their phone and typed. River, I know you need space and I'm trying to respect that. But I meant what I said. I love you. And I'm not giving up on us unless you tell me to. Really tell me, not just suggest a break because you're scared. When you're ready to really talk, I'll be here. They hit send before they could second guess it. The message showed as delivered immediately. Then read. River's heart hammered as they watched the 3 dots appear, disappear, appear again. Hours passed. No response. River drove home, threw themselves back into work at the theater, checked their phone compulsively. Made dinner they didn't eat. Rewired a junction box correctly this time. Checked their phone again. Nothing. By 11 p.m., River was sitting on their couch, staring at their phone like it might spontaneously combust. They'd put the ball back in Ellis's court, had said everything they could say, and now there was nothing to do but wait. But waiting felt impossible. Because River had finally figured something out, they'd been so busy trying to be the perfect queer person, trying to catch up to some imaginary standard, that they'd forgotten the most important thing. They were already enough, exactly as they were. Uncertain, still learning, showing up imperfectly but honestly. Ellis had seen that. Had fallen for that. And River had to trust that Ellis would find their way back to it. Their phone stayed silent. River set it down, face down on the coffee table, and tried to sleep. They failed. Chapter 23, The Honest Conversation, Part 1. Ellis was staring at River's text when the knock came. They'd been staring at it for hours. Since it arrived at 11:47 a.m., when Ellis had been in the middle of recording promos for next week's show. The words had glowed on their screen, impossible to ignore. I know you need space and I'm trying to respect that. But I meant what I said. I love you. And I'm not giving up on us unless you tell me to. Really tell me, not just suggest a break because you're scared. When you're ready to really talk, I'll be here. Ellis had read it 30 times. Had started typing responses 40 times. Had deleted every single one. Now it was 8 p.m. and someone was knocking on their door, and Ellis knew without looking who it would be. They'd seen the read receipt. Had watched River's message shift from delivered to read in real time. And then the 3 dots had appeared, Ellis typing a response, and River had probably been waiting, hoping, watching their phone with the same desperate attention Ellis had been giving it. But Ellis hadn't been able to find the words. Not the right ones. Not the honest ones. So of course River had come in person. Ellis looked at themselves in the hallway mirror on the way to the door. They looked wrecked. Hair unwashed, glasses smudged, wearing the same hoodie they'd been in for 2 days. They'd called in sick to work. Had ignored Mariko's increasingly concerned texts. Had done exactly what they'd done after every other moment of crisis in their adult life, withdrawn completely until they could reconstruct their armor. Except this time the armor wouldn't come back. Ellis opened the door. River stood in the hallway, hands shoved in their jacket pockets, looking just as terrible as Ellis felt. Dark circles under their eyes, hair falling out of its usual bun, the kind of exhaustion that came from not sleeping, not really. Hi, River said quietly. Hi. They stared at each other for a long moment. Can I come in? River asked. Ellis stepped aside. What else could they do? River entered the apartment slowly, like they weren't sure of their welcome. Which was fair. Ellis had left them in radio silence for days after River had laid their heart bare. You didn't answer my text, River said. I know. I've been going kind of crazy. I know. Ellis closed the door, leaned against it. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. River turned to face them. Just talk to me. Please. Ellis felt their throat tighten. I don't know what to say. Start with the truth. Any truth. I don't care which one. The truth. God, where did Ellis even start? I'm scared, Ellis said finally. Of what? Everything. You. This. Myself. Ellis pushed off from the door, wrapped their arms around themselves. I read your text. I've read it about 100 times. And every time I try to respond, I just freeze. Why? Because I don't know how to do this. Ellis gestured vaguely between them. I don't know how to be in a relationship where I'm not also performing. Where I'm not the one with answers. River took a step closer. I don't need you to have answers. You say that, but... No. River's voice was firm. I do say that. And I mean it. Ellis, I've spent the last 3 days thinking about this. About us. About what went wrong. We went wrong. No. We didn't. River moved to the couch, sat down. Not at the edge, but settled, like they were planning to stay. We just got scared. Both of us. Ellis wanted to argue, but River wasn't wrong. They'd both been performing certainty they didn't feel, trying to be what they thought the other person needed instead of just being themselves. I don't want to lose you, River said. I don't want to lose you either. The words came out rough, catching on something in Ellis's throat. Then we have to stop doing this. The performing. The pretending. I don't know how. Neither do I. River patted the couch next to them. But we have to try. Ellis crossed the room, but instead of sitting on the couch, they slid down to sit on the floor in front of it, back against the base. After a moment, River joined them, sitting close enough that their shoulders touched. The floor felt right. Less performed than the couch. More honest. I've been thinking, Ellis said, staring straight ahead at the coffee table, about what you said. About me being in educator mode. About performing. Ellis. You were right. I was. I am. Ellis took a shaky breath. I've been doing it for so long I don't know how to stop. Everyone expects me to have the answers, at work, in the community, even with you. Especially with you. I never expected that. I know. But I expected it of myself. Ellis finally turned to look at River. And the thing is, I'm so scared that if I stop being the person who has answers, you'll see that I'm just lost. River's expression softened. Ellis. I'm lost too. That's the point. We're supposed to be lost together. It was almost exactly what River had said during their fight, but this time Ellis actually heard it. Actually let it sink in. I don't know what that looks like, Ellis admitted. Neither do I. But I know what it doesn't look like. It doesn't look like you suggesting we take a break when what you really mean is you're scared. Ellis flinched. That was fucked up. I know. It was honest though. Fucked up, but honest. River turned to face them more fully. That's what I've been holding on to. That moment when you actually said what you were feeling instead of what you thought you should be feeling. I said a lot of things in that fight. So did I. And some of them were fair and some probably weren't. But at least we were finally saying them. Ellis thought about that night. How they'd stood at the window, walls up, deflecting River's honesty with performance. How River had called them on it. How Ellis had cracked open just enough to let the fear spill out before slamming shut again. I didn't answer you, Ellis said quietly. When you said you loved me. I just froze. I noticed. I'm sorry. Don't apologize for being scared. Apologize for shutting down instead of talking about it. That landed hard. River was right again, it wasn't the fear that was the problem. It was what Ellis did with it. I'm sorry I shut down instead of talking about it, Ellis said. Thank you. They sat in silence for a moment, shoulders pressed together, both staring at the coffee table like it held answers. I do love you, Ellis said finally, voice barely above a whisper. I didn't say it that night because I was terrified. But I do. I'm in love with you. And that scares me more than almost anything because I don't know how to be in love without also trying to fix or guide or teach. River let out a long breath. Okay. Okay? Yeah. Okay. I'll take I love you but I'm terrified over silence any day. Ellis felt something loosen in their chest. I've been thinking I'm broken. Like I've performed confidence for so long that I broke something essential about how I connect with people. You're not broken. How do you know? Because you're here. Right now. On the floor. Telling me the truth instead of the polished version. River shifted so they were sitting cross-legged, facing Ellis. That's not broken. That's brave. It doesn't feel brave. It feels like falling apart. Maybe that's what bravery looks like sometimes. Ellis adjusted their glasses, a tell they couldn't break even now. When you walked out that night, I wanted to run after you. Wanted to take it all back, say everything I was actually feeling. But I just couldn't. Why not? Because I was still trying to protect myself. Still trying to maintain some version of control. Ellis laughed bitterly. I suggested a break because I was scared of you leaving. How fucked up is that? Pretty fucked up. River's voice was gentle though. But also kind of human. I hurt you. Yeah, you did. The simple acknowledgement stung more than any accusation would have. I'm sorry, Ellis said. Really sorry. Not the polished version where I have all the right words. The real version where I know I messed up and I'm terrified I've destroyed this and I don't know how to fix it. You can't fix it. River reached out, took Ellis's hand. That's what you're still not getting. This isn't something to fix. It's something to work through. Together. Ellis looked down at their joined hands. River's palm was calloused from work, warm and solid. Real. I don't know how to work through things together, Ellis admitted. I only know how to solve problems alone. Then we learn. What if I can't? What if I'm too fucked up from years of having to be the educator? River squeezed their hand. Then we'll be fucked up together. But Ellis, I need you to understand something. I don't need you to be perfect. I don't need you to have everything figured out. I need you to be real with me. Even when it's messy. Especially when it's messy. Ellis felt their eyes burning. I'm so tired of performing. Then stop. It's not that simple. I know it's not. River shifted closer. But we have to start somewhere. And maybe starting is you letting yourself be tired. Letting yourself not have answers. Letting yourself need me the way I need you. Something cracked in Ellis's chest. I do need you. I need you so much it terrifies me. Why does that terrify you? Because needing people means they can leave. Means they can see all the messy parts and decide it's not worth it. And you think I'm going to leave when I see the messy parts? Aren't you? River was quiet for a long moment. Ellis. I've seen you spiral. I've seen you withdraw. I've seen you put on the educator voice when you're scared. I've seen all of it. And I'm still here. But what about when it gets worse? What about when I can't give you what you need? Then we figure it out. We talk about it. We go to therapy if we need to. We don't just give up because it's hard. River used their free hand to gently turn Ellis's face toward them. I'm not asking for perfect. I'm asking for honest. Can you do that? Ellis stared into River's warm brown eyes and felt something shift. Not fixed, not resolved, but open. Like maybe there was a way through this that didn't require them to have all the answers first. I can try, Ellis said. That's all I need. They sat there on the floor, hands clasped, the hardest part of the conversation still ahead but something between them finally starting to heal. We have to keep talking though, River said. Really talk. Not just this once and then go back to pretending everything's fine. I know. And you have to tell me when you're scared. Not shut down and suggest a break. Actually tell me. I'm scared right now. Of what? That this is temporary. That we'll have this conversation and feel better for a bit and then fall back into the same patterns. River nodded slowly. That's a fair fear. What do you need to make sure that doesn't happen? The question caught Ellis off guard. What do I need? Yeah. What would help you feel safe enough to keep being honest? Ellis had to think about it. No one ever asked them what they needed. They were always the one asking others, guiding others, supporting others. I don't know, Ellis admitted. Maybe, check-ins? Like a regular time where we ask each other what we're not saying? I like that. River considered. What about therapy? Couples therapy? You do that? Ellis, I'd do pretty much anything to make this work. Would you? The question hung in the air. Would Ellis do the work? Would they show up, week after week, and be vulnerable and honest and human instead of perfect? Yes, Ellis said. I would. I will. Okay then. River brought their joined hands to their lips, kissed Ellis's knuckles. We're going to be okay. I think. You think? I don't know for sure. Nobody does. But I want to try. Do you? Ellis felt tears finally spill over, quiet and relieved. Yeah. I want to try. River pulled them into a hug, and Ellis let themselves collapse into it. Let themselves be held instead of being the one holding. Let themselves be the one falling apart instead of the one keeping it together. And for the first time in longer than they could remember, it felt like enough. Chapter 24, The Honest Conversation, Part 2. River held Ellis while they cried, quiet tears that shook their whole body. This was Ellis without armor, Ellis without performance, and River felt privileged to witness it even as their heart ached. After a while, Ellis pulled back, wiping their eyes with the sleeve of their hoodie. Sorry. Don't apologize for crying. Force of habit. Ellis's smile was watery. The educator doesn't cry in front of students. I'm not your student. I know. I'm working on remembering that. River shifted so they were sitting side by side again, shoulders touching. The floor was hard under them, but it felt right. Like they'd stripped away all the comfortable furniture between them and gotten down to the foundation. Can I say something? River asked. Please. I've been doing the same thing. The performing. Just differently. River pulled their knees up, wrapped their arms around them. You perform confidence. I perform catching up. Ellis looked at them. What do you mean? I mean, I've spent this entire relationship trying to be queer enough for you. Reading all the theory, learning all the language, going to every event, forcing myself into spaces where I felt like an imposter because I thought that's what you needed. River, I never. I know you didn't ask for that. But I did it anyway. Because I'm terrified that I came out too late, that I'll never catch up to people who've been out since they were teenagers, that you'll wake up one day and realize you're dating someone who's still in queer kindergarten while you're teaching grad school. Ellis was quiet for a moment. I never thought of it that way. That's because you're not the one measuring yourself against impossible standards. River laughed without humor. Oh wait, you totally are. We both are. Just different flavors of the same bullshit. Jesus. We're a mess. Yeah, we really are. They sat with that for a moment, the shared recognition of their parallel dysfunctions. I don't need you to catch up, Ellis said finally. I never needed that. If anything, They stopped, adjusted their glasses. If anything, what? I think part of me was attracted to your uncertainty. To the way you're still figuring things out. Because it meant I could be the guide, the educator. I could hide behind that role instead of actually being present as an equal partner. That hurt to hear, but River understood it. So we were both performing for each other. Looks like it. That's kind of fucked up. Very fucked up. Ellis leaned their head against River's shoulder. But also kind of human? I guess. River pressed their cheek to the top of Ellis's head. They smelled like unwashed hair and old coffee and home. We can't keep doing this though. The performing thing. I know. So how do we stop? Ellis was quiet for a long moment. I don't know. But I think we have to be willing to disappoint each other sometimes. To not have the right answer. To fuck up and admit it. That sounds terrifying. It does, doesn't it? Ellis sat up, turning to face River. But maybe that's the point. Maybe we've been so scared of disappointing each other that we've just been disappointing ourselves instead. River thought about all the times they'd swallowed their uncertainty, their questions, their fear of not being enough. All the times they'd pretended to understand references they didn't get, pretended to be comfortable in spaces where they felt like an outsider, pretended they weren't constantly worried about using the wrong pronouns or the wrong terminology or just being wrong in general. I feel like I'm always one step behind, River admitted. Like everyone else got a manual for how to be queer and I'm just making it up as I go. River. Everyone is making it up as they go. That's the secret no one tells you. But you. I perform certainty really well. I've had practice. But I'm just as lost as anyone else. I'm just better at hiding it. River wanted to argue, to point out all the ways Ellis seemed to have it together, but they were starting to see that the having it together was the armor. The performance. What are you actually scared of right now that you're not saying? River asked. Ellis blinked. What? You said we need to ask each other what we're not saying. So I'm asking. What are you scared of right now? Ellis took a breath. I'm scared that we'll have this conversation, and we'll both feel better for a while, but then we'll slip back into the same patterns. I'm scared that I'll default to educator mode again and you'll default to trying to catch up and we'll end up right back here in a few months. Okay. That's fair. River considered. I'm scared of the same thing. But I'm also scared that if we try to be too perfect about this, we'll just create new ways to perform for each other. Like, what if we turn being vulnerable into another performance? Ellis let out a surprised laugh. That's actually a really good point. I could totally see myself performing vulnerability. Right? Like, look how authentic I'm being right now, aren't I doing great at being real? They both laughed, and it felt good. Like they could find humor in their shared dysfunction instead of just drowning in it. Okay, so, Ellis said, how do we actually change the pattern? Not perfectly, but like, how do we start? River thought about what Harlow and the Cottonwood crew had said. About what Luz had said. About the hours they'd spent spiraling alone instead of reaching out. We have to commit to the messy middle, River said slowly. Not the perfect beginning where everything's easy, not the perfect ending where we've figured it all out. The messy middle where we're both scared and uncertain and fucking up. The messy middle. Ellis rolled the phrase around. I like that. And maybe we need. I don't know, structures? Not rules, but like, things we commit to doing even when it's hard? Like what? Like the check-in you mentioned. A regular time where we ask each other what we're not saying. River was thinking out loud now. And therapy. Couples therapy. Not because we're broken, but because we want to build something sustainable. I'm scared of therapy. Me too. But I think that's exactly why we need it. Ellis nodded slowly. What else? Honesty even when it's awkward. Especially when it's awkward. If I'm feeling like I don't belong in a space, I tell you. If you're feeling like you need to educate instead of just be, you tell me. That's going to be hard. Yeah, probably. But harder than this? River gestured at the wreckage of the past few days. Fair point. Ellis was quiet for a moment. What about when we fuck up? Because we will. I'll slip into educator mode, you'll slip into trying to catch up mode, we'll both probably shut down sometimes instead of talking. We acknowledge it. We don't pretend it didn't happen. And we forgive each other for being human. Can we also forgive ourselves for being human? River felt that question land deep. Yeah. That too. They sat in silence for a while, both processing. The apartment was quiet except for the ambient city noise filtering through the windows, cars, distant voices, someone's music playing a few floors up. I want to try something, Ellis said finally. Okay. The check-in question. Let's do it right now. What are you scared of right now that you're not saying? River took a breath. This was it, the practice version of the thing they were committing to. I'm scared that I'm too broken to do this. That I've spent so long measuring myself against impossible standards that I don't know how to just be in a relationship without constantly evaluating whether I'm doing it right. Ellis nodded. Thank you for telling me that. Your turn. Ellis adjusted their glasses, took their own breath. I'm scared that I've damaged this so badly that no amount of honesty can fix it. That you'll forgive me for suggesting a break, but part of you will always remember that I tried to run away when things got hard. And that you'll never fully trust me again. The vulnerability in Ellis's voice made River's chest ache. I'm going to be honest with you about something. Okay. When you suggested a break, it felt like you were confirming my worst fear, that I wasn't enough. That you'd realized I was too new, too uncertain, too much work. River kept their voice steady. And yeah, part of me is going to remember that. It's going to take time to trust that you won't run again when things get scary. Ellis flinched but didn't look away. But, River continued, I also ran. I walked out instead of fighting right then. I protected myself instead of staying in the hard conversation. So we both did it. We both got scared and defaulted to our patterns. We did. And I think we can forgive each other for that. Not immediately, not perfectly, but over time. River took Ellis's hand again. I'm willing to work on trusting you if you're willing to work on trusting yourself. Trusting myself? To be vulnerable. To not have all the answers. To be human instead of perfect. Ellis's eyes filled with tears again, but they smiled through them. Deal. Deal. They leaned against each other, exhausted but lighter somehow. Like they'd lanced a wound that had been festering and now, even though it hurt, it could finally start to heal. We should order food, River said eventually. When's the last time you ate? I don't remember. Ellis. I know. I'm terrible at taking care of myself when I'm spiraling. We're working on that too. River pulled out their phone. Ty okay? Perfect. While River ordered food, Ellis got up to use the bathroom. River heard the water running, Ellis washing their face, probably trying to pull themselves together a bit. Old habits. When Ellis came back, their hair was slightly damp and they'd changed into a clean t-shirt. Small steps. Can I ask you something? Ellis said, settling back down on the floor next to River. Always. What made you come over tonight? After I didn't respond to your text. River thought about it. Harlow said something. About how I had to either fight for this or let it go, but I couldn't stay in the in-between. And I realized I'd been waiting for you to make the first move because I was scared of being too much. But that was just another way of performing. Performing what? The chill, low-maintenance partner who doesn't have needs. River laughed. Which is bullshit because I have so many needs. I want to know about them. Yeah. All of them. The reasonable ones and the unreasonable ones and everything in between. River felt something warm spread through their chest. I need you to tell me when you're struggling instead of just withdrawing. I need you to ask for help when you need it. I need to know that sometimes I can be the strong one, the certain one, even if it's just for a moment. Ellis nodded slowly. I can try to do that. It's going to be hard, but I can try. That's all I'm asking. What else? I need us to have our own thing. Not just me joining your world, but us building something together that's ours. River had been thinking about this. Like, I love your radio show, I love your community, but sometimes I feel like I'm just an accessory to your life instead of an equal part of it. Shit. I didn't realize. I know you didn't. And I should have said something earlier instead of just going along with it. But I'm saying it now. Okay. Yes. We build our own thing. Ellis squeezed River's hand. What about you? What do you need from me? River thought. I need you to stop protecting me from things I don't need protecting from. I need you to trust that I can handle being uncomfortable sometimes, that I can navigate queer spaces on my own even if I'm nervous. I need you to let me fuck up without swooping in to save me. I can do that. Probably. With practice. And I need you to need me back. Not just in the abstract, but actually. Let me take care of you sometimes. Let me be the one who knows what you need. Ellis's voice was quiet. I'm not good at being taken care of. I know. But you're going to practice. Because relationships go both ways. Okay. The food arrived, and they ate sitting on the floor, backs against the couch, sharing pad thai straight from the containers. It should have been awkward, they just had the most intense conversation of their relationship, but instead it felt easy. Natural. Can I stay tonight? River asked when they were done eating. Not for. I mean, just to sleep. Together. I don't want to be alone, and I don't think you should be alone either. I'd like that. They cleaned up the food containers, moved to the bedroom. Ellis lent River a t-shirt and they brushed their teeth side by side at the bathroom sink, domestic and surreal. In bed, they lay facing each other in the dark. We're going to be okay, River said. Not a question. I think so. I hope so. Ellis reached out, found River's hand under the covers. Thank you for not giving up on me. Thank you for letting me fight for us. I love you, Ellis said. I'm still scared, but I love you. I love you too. Scared and all. They fell asleep like that, hands clasped, the hard conversation behind them but the hard work still ahead. But for the first time in weeks, they both slept through the night. Chapter 25, Rewiring. Ellis woke to sunlight streaming through the blinds and River's arm draped across their waist. For a moment they just lay there, disoriented. Then memory returned, the conversation, the tears, the honesty. River staying the night. River was still asleep, breathing deep and even against Ellis's shoulder. Their hair had come completely loose from its bun and was spread across the pillow in dark waves. Ellis resisted the urge to touch it, to wake them up just to make sure last night had been real. Their body felt heavy in a good way, like they'd finally slept properly for the first time in weeks. No dreams they could remember. Just deep, exhausted sleep. Ellis's phone was on the nightstand. They reached for it carefully, trying not to disturb River, and checked the time. 9:47 a.m. Late for a weekday. They had messages, Mariko checking in, Toby asking about a production issue, their mom with her weekly, "How are you?" text. But before they could respond to any of them, River stirred. Morning, River mumbled, voice rough with sleep. Morning. River pulled back slightly, blinking awake. Did we talk for like 4 hours and then fall asleep? Yeah. Okay. Good. Wasn't sure if I dreamed that. River rubbed their eyes. How do you feel? Ellis had to actually check in with themselves, which was novel. Tired. Stiff. But, better. Lighter, maybe. Yeah. Same. River sat up, wincing. Though my back is not thrilled about sleeping in a position other than my usual. There's coffee. I can make us some. You don't have to. I want to. Ellis got out of bed, pulled on their hoodie. Stay there. I'll bring it to you. In the kitchen, Ellis went through the familiar motions of making coffee. Grinding beans, heating water, the ritual of pour-over that usually centered them. But today it felt different. Like they were making coffee not just for themselves but for someone else. For River. Their person. Their person who they'd almost lost because they'd been too scared to be honest. Ellis carried 2 mugs back to the bedroom, handed one to River. They sat on the bed together, backs against the headboard, drinking in comfortable silence. We should talk about logistics, Ellis said eventually. Always the practical one. Someone has to be. But Ellis smiled. I mean, where do we go from here? Not philosophically. Actually. River thought about it. Couples therapy. We both agreed to that. Yeah. I can research therapists. Find someone who specializes in queer couples. And the check-ins. When do we want to do those? Ellis pulled out their phone, opened the calendar. What about Sunday evenings? End of the week, before we start a new one. Gives us time to process whatever happened during the week. I like that. River watched Ellis create the recurring event. You're actually doing it. What? Following through. Not just saying we'll do it, but actually making it happen. Ellis paused. Is that okay? I don't want to be in control mode. No, it's good. It's practical. As long as we're both choosing it. We are. They finished their coffee, and River checked their own phone. I should probably go home at some point. Shower, change, get some real clothes. Ellis felt a flash of panic, River leaving, the conversation ending, everything going back to how it was before. But that wasn't what was happening. River was just going home to shower. When will I see you again? Ellis asked, trying to keep their voice casual. Do you want to see me again? River. Sorry. I'm asking because I genuinely want to know what you need. Not what you think you should say. Ellis took a breath. Honesty. I want to see you tonight. I don't want to go back to the way things were before the fight, where we were seeing each other but not really being present. But I also don't want to jump right back into couple routines if we're not ready. What if we do something intentional? River suggested. Like a first date, kind of. Post-conversation first date. I love that. Yeah. Yeah. Where do you want to go? River's smile was soft. The theater. Ellis spent the day catching up on work. They texted Mariko first. Ellis, I'm okay. Better than okay, actually. River and I talked. Really talked. Mariko, thank God. I was about to stage an intervention. Ellis, you can stand down. We're going to be okay. I think. Mariko, you better be. I already like River and I don't want to have to choose sides. Ellis, you choose River. Mariko, absolutely I would. But I'm glad I don't have to. Ellis smiled, sent back a heart emoji, then called into the station. Toby answered on the first ring. Ellis. Are you alive? Very alive. Sorry I've been MIA. I'm coming in tomorrow. Are you sure? Mariko said you were having a personal crisis. I was. I'm handling it. Ellis paused. Thanks for covering for me this week. Of course. That's what interns are for. Unpaid labor and emotional support. We pay you. Barely. But I do it for the passion. Toby's tone shifted. Seriously though, are you okay? I'm working on it. Good. Because your show is iconic and we need you. After they hung up, Ellis tackled the backlog of texts and emails, declining 2 panel invitations and 1 interview request. Setting boundaries felt strange but necessary. They couldn't be everything to everyone anymore. Their mom's text was last. Mom, how are you, sweetheart? Haven't heard from you in a while. Ellis, hi Mom. I'm good. Had some stuff come up but I'm okay now. Mom, anything you want to talk about? Ellis paused. They'd never really talked to their parents about their relationships. Kept that part of their life separate. But maybe that was part of the problem, keeping everything compartmentalized, never letting people see the whole picture. Ellis, I'm dating someone. It's serious. We hit a rough patch but we're working through it. Mom, I'm glad you're working through it. That's what matters. Ellis, thanks, Mom. Mom, bring them to dinner sometime? Ellis stared at that message. The idea of River meeting their parents was terrifying. But also maybe necessary. Part of building a life together instead of just dating in a bubble. Ellis, maybe soon. I'll let you know. Mom, whenever you're ready. Love you. Ellis, love you too. By the time evening came, Ellis felt more settled. They'd showered, put on actual clothes, even cleaned their apartment a bit. Small acts of self-care that felt monumental after days of barely functioning. River picked them up at 7. They'd showered too, changed into dark jeans and a flannel button-up that made their shoulders look incredible. Their hair was back in its usual bun, but a few pieces had escaped around their face. Hi, River said when Ellis answered the door. Hi. You look good. So do you. They stood there grinning at each other like nervous teenagers until River held out their hand. Ready? Yeah. The theater was technically closed for the evening, but River had keys. They let themselves in through the stage door, flicking on just enough lights to see. I love it here at night, River said, leading Ellis through the backstage area. When it's quiet. You can hear the building settling, all the old wood and wiring talking to itself. They emerged onto the stage, and Ellis looked out at the rows of seats, the ornate ceiling, the historical details that made the Cottonwood special. This is where we started, Ellis said. Yeah. But we're different now. Better? Honest. River turned to face them. Which is better, I think. Ellis stepped closer. I've been thinking about something you said last night. About needing us to build something that's ours, not just you joining my world. Yeah? What if we did a series together? On the radio. About queer history and infrastructure. Literally combining your expertise and mine. You could talk about the restoration work, the literal building of spaces, and I could tie it to queer community building. We could interview people, tell stories. River's face lit up. That's brilliant. You think? I love it. I've been wanting to do more community organizing stuff with the Cottonwood crew, and this could be part of that. History and present tense together. Exactly. They were both excited now, talking over each other, planning out episodes and themes and potential guests. This was what Ellis had been missing, not just being together, but building something together. Creating instead of just existing alongside each other. We should pitch it to Mariko, River said. We should. But first. Ellis took both of River's hands. I want to just be here with you. No planning, no projects. Just us. River pulled them close. Okay. They swayed there on the stage, no music playing, just the ambient sounds of the old theater around them. Ellis rested their head on River's shoulder and felt themselves relax in a way they hadn't in months. This was safe. This was home. What are you scared of right now that you're not saying? River asked softly. The check-in. They were practicing it already. Ellis thought about it honestly. I'm scared this feeling won't last. That we'll have a few good days and then something will happen and we'll fall back into old patterns. That's fair. And probably realistic, we will probably slip up sometimes. River's hand moved up to the back of Ellis's neck, gentle. But slipping up isn't the same as failing. We just have to catch ourselves and course correct. What about you? What are you scared of? I'm scared I'm going to need too much reassurance. That I'll keep asking, are we okay, until you get sick of it. I won't get sick of it. You might. Then I'll tell you. And we'll work on it together. Ellis pulled back to look at River's face. That's the point, right? We tell each other the hard stuff instead of just avoiding it. Right. They kissed then, slow and sweet, the kind of kiss that wasn't leading anywhere except to more kissing. When they finally pulled apart, both of them were smiling. We're going to be okay, Ellis said. Not a question this time. Yeah. We are. They stayed at the theater for another hour, talking about easier things. River showed Ellis some of the restoration work, pointing out the new wiring and careful period-appropriate repairs. Ellis told River about the messages from their mom, about potentially meeting their parents. That's big, River said. It is. Are you ready for that? Are you? I asked you first. River laughed. Okay. Honestly? I'm terrified of meeting your parents. But I want to. Because they're part of your life and I want to know all the parts. My mom will ask invasive questions. Luz will ask worse. They can compare notes. The thought of their families meeting was both horrifying and wonderful. But that was future stuff. Tonight was just about them. When they finally left the theater, River drove Ellis home. At the apartment door, they lingered. Do you want to come up? Ellis asked. I want to. But I think maybe I shouldn't. Not tonight. Ellis felt a flash of panic, but pushed through it. Why not? Because I want us to take this slow. Intentionally slow. We just had the biggest conversation of our relationship. We should let ourselves process it before we jump back into everything. It made sense. It was probably wise. But Ellis still felt the loss. I'm going to miss you, Ellis admitted. I'll miss you too. But I'll text you goodnight. And we'll see each other tomorrow. Tomorrow. And Ellis? I'm proud of us. Yeah. Yeah. For doing the hard thing. For not giving up. They kissed goodnight, and Ellis watched River walk back to their truck. Before driving away, River sent a text. River, I love you. Even when I'm not with you, I love you. Ellis, I love you too. Drive safe. Inside their apartment, Ellis got ready for bed feeling lighter than they had in weeks. They called Mariko. We're going to be okay, Ellis said when she picked up. River and I. We're going to be okay. I told you that you would be. You did. I didn't believe you. But you do now? Ellis thought about it, really thought about it. Yeah. I think I do. It's going to be work. A lot of work. But I want to do it. Good. Because I already started planning a double date with you two and me and Keiko. Mariko. Too late. It's happening. River seems cool and I want to properly interrogate them. You're the worst. I'm the best. Now get some sleep. You sound exhausted. Ellis did sleep. And for the second night in a row, they slept through until morning, no anxiety, no spiraling. Just rest. Chapter 26, New Frequencies. Ellis. Dr. Yatunda Okonkwo's waiting room smelled like lavender and old books. Ellis had been coming here long enough to find the scent comforting instead of clinical. 8 months of therapy, first individual, then couples, and the waiting room had become familiar territory. River's thumb was tracing circles on Ellis's wrist, a small gesture that had become their version of "I'm here." Ellis looked over at them, found River scrolling through their phone with their free hand, probably checking on the latest Cottonwood crew group chat drama. They'd been organizing a regional queer tradespeople conference and the logistics were apparently a beautiful disaster, according to Harlow. What are they arguing about now? Ellis asked. Whether to serve coffee or tea at the morning session. B says coffee is non-negotiable, Jimena says that's caffeine normative. River showed Ellis their phone. I love them, but sometimes they're exhausting. Welcome to community organizing. I know. You warned me. River locked their phone, shifted to face Ellis more fully. How are you feeling about today? They had a session in 10 minutes. Ellis checked in with themselves, a practice that still felt strange but was getting easier. Good, actually. We're just doing maintenance stuff. Schedule conflicts, managing expectations around the holidays. Nothing heavy. Your mom's still asking about Thanksgiving? Relentlessly. I think she's more excited about you coming than she is about the actual meal. River's expression was complicated, pleased but nervous. They'd met Ellis's parents twice now. The first time had been awkward but sweet. The second time had been genuinely good. Ellis's mom had asked fewer invasive questions, and River had relaxed enough to tell stories about the theater restoration and make Ellis's dad laugh. I'm still nervous about it, River admitted. I know. But you don't have to be perfect. They already like you. I want them to continue liking me though. They will. You're charming when you're not overthinking. I'm always overthinking. True. But you're charming anyway. The door to Dr. Okonkwo's office opened and she appeared, tall and serene in a deep purple wrap dress. Her locks were pulled back today, and she had her reading glasses perched on her head. Ellis, River. Come on in. They stood, and Ellis felt the familiar flutter of therapy nerves. Even after 8 months, walking into this office required a conscious choice to be vulnerable. But it was getting easier. Dr. Okonkwo's office was exactly what a therapist's office should be: warm lighting, comfortable chairs, bookshelves stuffed with everything from clinical texts to poetry. A Toni Morrison quote hung on the wall: "You are your best thing." Ellis had cried the first time they'd read it. They settled into their usual spots, Ellis on the left side of the couch, River on the right, close enough to touch but not crowding each other. "How are you both doing?" Dr. Okonkwo asked, settling into her chair with her ever-present notebook. "Good," River said. "Busy," Ellis added. "But good busy. The radio series is taking off, we're getting a lot of community interest." "That's wonderful. Tell me about it." River and Ellis traded off explaining their project, Foundations, Queer Spaces Then and Now, a monthly series that combined River's expertise in historic building restoration with Ellis's skills in community storytelling. They'd done 3 episodes so far, interviewing everyone from longtime queer bar owners to young activists reclaiming public spaces. "It sounds like you're building something meaningful together," Dr. Okonkwo observed. "We are," River said, and their smile was genuine. "It feels good. Like we have something that's ours, not just Ellis's thing or my thing." "How does that feel for you, Ellis? Sharing your platform?" Ellis considered it. Early in their relationship, the question would have made them defensive. Now it just made them thoughtful. "It feels right. I spent so long trying to be the person with all the answers that I forgot how good it feels to learn from someone else. River knows things I don't. Has perspectives I don't. The series is better because it's both of us." Dr. Okonkwo made a note. "You mentioned schedule conflicts and holiday expectations. What's coming up?" They spent the next 40 minutes working through the logistics of their lives, Ellis's work schedule, River's family obligations, how to balance their need for couple time with their individual need for community and solitude. Nothing dramatic. Just the ordinary work of building a life together. "Before we wrap up," Dr. Okonkwo said, "I want to ask about your check-ins. You'd committed to Sunday evenings. How's that going?" Ellis and River exchanged a look. "We're doing them," River said. "Most weeks. Sometimes we skip if we're both exhausted, but we always circle back." "And are they useful?" "Incredibly," Ellis admitted. "It's weird, asking what are you scared of right now that you're not saying used to feel so intense. But now it's just part of how we communicate. Sometimes the answers are small, sometimes they're big, but we always ask." "What was last week's?" Ellis thought back to Sunday evening, sitting on their couch with mugs of tea. "I was scared that I'd been too focused on work and not present enough with River. River was scared that they'd been leaning on me too much for emotional support instead of also using their own community." "And what did you do with those fears?" "Talked about them," River said. "Made some adjustments. I called Harlow and talked through some stuff instead of just dumping everything on Ellis." Ellis blocked out Friday night as mandatory couple time, no work emails. "And how did that feel?" "Like we were taking care of the relationship instead of just hoping it would take care of itself," Ellis said. Dr. Okonkwo smiled. "That's the work. It doesn't always look dramatic, but it's essential." River. After the session, they stopped at their favorite coffee shop. It had become a post-therapy ritual, something sweet to balance the emotional labor of being honest for an hour. River ordered their usual oat milk latte. Ellis got some elaborate seasonal drink that was more sugar than coffee. They found a table by the window and settled in. "That went well," River said. "It did. I like that we're at the stage where we're just maintaining instead of constantly crisis managing. Maintenance is good. Maintenance is healthy." River took a sip of their latte. "Though I do miss the dramatic intensity sometimes." Ellis laughed. "You miss almost losing me because I suggested we take a break?" "No, definitely not that part. But like, the early days when everything felt so urgent and important. It's still important. Just different." Ellis reached across the table, took River's hand. Besides, we have plenty of intensity. It's just more intentional now. River thought about that. 8 months ago, they'd been drowning in imposter syndrome and fear that they'd never be queer enough, would never catch up, would always be behind. Now they were organizing conferences, co-hosting a radio series, had a found family in the Cottonwood crew, and were building a life with someone who loved them exactly as they were. Still uncertain sometimes. Still learning. But no longer measuring themselves against impossible standards. I'm proud of us, River said. Me too. I mean it. We did the work. We're still doing the work. And it's paying off. Ellis squeezed their hand. What are you scared of right now that you're not saying? River smiled. It was Thursday afternoon, not a check-in day, but the question had become part of their regular vocabulary. I'm scared that I'm going to fuck up Thanksgiving. That I'll say something wrong or weird and your parents will realize you could do better. River. I know. It's the imposter syndrome talking. But it's still there sometimes. Of course it is. And mine is too. We're just better at recognizing it now. Ellis leaned forward. You're not going to fuck up Thanksgiving. And even if you do say something weird, which you probably will because you're human, my parents already love you. You brought my dad a book about historic electrical systems last time. He's been reading it to my mom before bed. River felt warmth spread through their chest. Really? Really? He called me to tell me about transformer theory at 9 p.m. on a Tuesday. You've created a monster. They both laughed, and River felt some of the anxiety ease. This was what therapy had taught them, to name the fear without letting it run the show. What about you? River asked. What are you scared of? Ellis was quiet for a moment. I'm scared that I'm going to slip back into educator mode and you won't call me on it because you don't want to start a fight. I'll always call you on it. Promise? Promise. That's the deal we made. Honesty even when it's hard. Honesty even when it's hard, Ellis repeated. God, 8 months ago I could barely say what I was feeling. Now we have catchphrases. We're very evolved. So evolved. They finished their coffee and walked back to Ellis's apartment. River had started keeping clothes there, had their own drawer and half the closet. Not quite living together, they both still needed their own space, but close. Building toward it. Ellis's apartment had changed in the past months. It was less carefully curated, more lived in. River's work boots by the door. Both their coats on the hooks. Books about queer history mixed with electrical engineering textbooks on the shelves. Evidence of a life being built together. River pulled Ellis onto the couch, and they curled up together, Ellis's back against River's chest. The late afternoon sun slanted through the windows, warm and golden. I have something to tell you, River said. Ellis tensed slightly, old fear, old patterns. Okay. Vernon is retiring next year. He wants me to take over as union steward for the historic restoration crew. Ellis sat up, turned to face River. That's huge. That's. River, that's incredible. It's terrifying. But I think I want to do it. You should do it. You'd be amazing at it. You think? I know. Ellis cupped River's face in their hands. You're already organizing the Cottonwood crew, co-hosting a radio series, mentoring the younger electricians. This is just making official what you're already doing. River felt their throat tighten. When did I become someone who does things? Like, real things? 8 months ago I was just trying to survive my own anxiety. You're still doing that. You're just also doing other things at the same time. Ellis kissed them softly. That's growth, babe. I like when you call me babe. I know you do. That's why I do it. They settled back into their comfortable pile on the couch. River pulled out their phone, checking the Cottonwood crew chat. Jimena had sent a gif of a cat having an existential crisis with the caption, "Me planning this conference." River sent back, "We've got this. It's going to be chaos, but it's going to be great." Harlow replied immediately, "That's the spirit. Organized chaos is still organization." "You're smiling," Ellis observed. "The group chat is being ridiculous." "They're always ridiculous. That's why you love them." "True." River put their phone away. "I used to think I had to choose between being with you and having my own community. Like I couldn't have both. And now? Now I know they're not in competition. You are my community. And so are they. And so is the theater, and the radio station, and all of it. It's all just part of my life. Our life. Look at you, being emotionally mature and integrated. I learned from the best. You learned from therapy. That too. Ellis." That evening, Ellis had their show. River came to the station, not every week, but often enough that the staff knew them now. Toby loved River, which made sense since Toby loved anyone who would listen to their elaborate theories about radio as a dying but not dead medium. "You ready?" Mariko asked, sticking her head into the booth where Ellis was setting up. "Always." "River's in the lounge with Toby. I think they're arguing about something technical. That's their idea of bonding." Mariko laughed. "You two are disgustingly cute now. It's very different from 8 months ago when you were a disaster. I prefer work in progress to disaster." Semantics. Mariko's expression softened. "But seriously, you seem happy. Lighter." "I am. We're doing the work. It's not perfect, but it's real. That's all anyone can ask for." Ellis's show, After Hours with Ellis, had changed over the past months. They still took calls, still offered community resources and support. But they'd also started being more honest about their own uncertainty, their own ongoing growth. Had done an episode about being in couples therapy. About what it meant to be a queer educator who didn't have all the answers. The response had been overwhelming. People calling in to say they'd felt the same pressure. That they appreciated the honesty. That it made them feel less alone. Tonight's show was pre-recorded interviews from the Foundation's series, clips from their conversation with a 70-year-old lesbian bar owner who'd weathered decades of raids, closures, and gentrification. Ellis and River had interviewed her together, and the chemistry was obvious even in the audio. The way they built on each other's questions, filled in each other's knowledge gaps, created something better than either of them could have done alone. Ellis put on their headphones, queued up the intro music, and felt the familiar calm of being on air. "Good evening, night owls. This is Ellis Huang, and welcome to After Hours. Tonight we're sharing part 2 of our Foundation series, a collaboration with my partner River Castellanos." Partner. The word still gave Ellis a little thrill. River was their partner. Not their student, not their project, not someone they were trying to guide or fix. Just their partner. Through the booth window, Ellis could see River and Toby in the lounge, still deep in conversation. River looked up, caught Ellis's eye, and smiled. Mouthed, "Love you." Ellis mouthed it back and continued the show. River. Later, much later, they were back at Ellis's apartment. River had showered and borrowed one of Ellis's t-shirts, and they were lying in bed talking about nothing in particular. The holidays, the conference, whether they should finally just move in together officially or keep pretending they weren't basically already living together. "I think we should do it," Ellis said. "Make it official. You're here most nights anyway. What about our agreement to maintain separate spaces? We can still do that. We can keep your place for when one of us needs solitude. But this could be home base. Our home." River thought about it. The idea was scary but also right. "Okay. Yeah. Let's do it. Yeah. Yeah. Let's build a home together." Ellis kissed them, and River felt the familiar warmth of being loved, being chosen, being enough exactly as they were. "What are you scared of right now that you're not saying?" Ellis asked against River's lips. Nothing, River said, and realized it was true. In this moment, in this bed, with this person, they weren't scared of anything. Liar. There's always something. River laughed. Okay, fine. I'm scared that if we live together you'll realize how annoying my morning routine is. I'm up at 5, I make noise, I'm not a quiet person before coffee. I already know that. You're here most mornings. True. Okay, your turn. What are you scared of? Ellis was quiet for a moment. I'm scared that I'll take this for granted. That I'll get comfortable and stop doing the work and we'll drift apart. We won't. We have too many structures in place. Therapy, check-ins, intentional couple time. River pulled Ellis closer. And if we start to drift, we'll notice and course correct. That's the point. That's the point, Ellis agreed. They lay in the dark, wrapped around each other, and River thought about how far they'd come. From that first grant meeting at the Cottonwood Theater to now. From two people performing certainty they didn't feel to two people building a life on honesty and ongoing growth. River? Ellis's voice was soft, already half asleep. Yeah. I love you. All of you. The certain parts and the uncertain parts and everything in between. River felt their chest expand with affection. I love you too. The educator and the human and the person who's still learning how to be both. We're going to be okay, Ellis said. Better than okay, River replied. We're going to be real. And they were. Not perfect, never perfect, but real. Building something sustainable and honest and worth fighting for, one check-in at a time, one honest conversation at a time, one choice at a time. In the morning, River would wake up early and make noise in the kitchen. Ellis would grumble and pull the pillow over their head but ultimately smile because this was their life now. They'd make coffee together, pack their bags for the day, kiss goodbye at the door with the promise of later, always more time to figure it out together. But for now they slept, tangled together in Ellis's bed, their bed, and dreamed of the future they were building. One honest moment at a time. The end.